Well, 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 good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are across the world. Thank you for joining us here in the Czech Republic for the stop at World Tour Prague. My name is Scott Mines, joined by the suavest Swede in all the flesh and blood. Of course, it is Erika. How are you today?
I'm very good, Scott. I'm very excited for this weekend. There's so many exciting things happening here in Prague this weekend, so lovely to be here.
Excitement levels truly off the charts. The energy in this room right now is kind of surreal in a way. We've just had the judge conference just finished. People are talking to each other, and the packs are finally starting to get open.
35 minutes.
Players for the first time are seeing all those cards from the Hunted. We're going to be sharing some of those with you very soon on the broadcast, of course, in Dex. We've got many surprises coming up this weekend.
We'll find out.
First of all, you'll never guess who's in our feature match area for round one. We have a treat for everybody at home. The illustrious, the only, the one, Bryan Gottlieb, joining us here, playing the world premiere this time around, and will be building a deck for us.
That's going to be so exciting. Bryan has been the one brewing all of these cards that we're going to see here today, so having the mastermind behind it all, leading us through the first ever sealed pool opening and cracking up the packs for us is going to be very exciting.
Absolutely. We all know he can design the game, but can he play? That's the question.
Yes.
Plenty of other goodies coming up, of course. We have the gem packs. We've been made aware of this all weekend. A couple of spoilers went out a few days ago, so people have seen a little bit of a taste of what the gem packs have to offer. Better news, we'll be showing you the whole thing by the time the event's over this weekend. So all of the contents from the gem pack, everyone will know what's going to be available at their armories come, well, February.
Yeah, it's so soon, and it's going to be exciting twist to the previous Armory kits that we have seen so far with the mats and packs and the kits that we have seen. And these gem packs is going to be so exciting to open for everyone at home, and just the availability of all them is going to be very exciting for everyone that's joining your local armories in the future.
Absolutely. Speaking of armories, pre-release is obviously on the horizon as well, so plenty of events coming at the local game store level. If you guys want to get out and enjoy the Hunted for yourself, you'll have your opportunity to do so this time next week. All those cards will be ready, fresh in hand, but you don't have to wait until then to get involved. If you want to get involved in today's event, you can show us what you're up to at home. If you want to follow along on social media, use the hashtag FabHunted, so hashtag FabHunted. Show us your watch parties, if you're playing games with each other while the broadcast is on in the background. I want to see it all, because maybe, just maybe, there's a chance that you end up on the stream and we can show you off to everybody over the course of the day.
Yeah, how exciting it's going to be. It's going to be a jam-packed weekend for everybody to join in, and there's going to be so many exciting things to show on stream, and we're going to be here with you all throughout the weekend.
I cannot wait, and neither can you, because we don't have time for that, so we're going to send you straight into the action. No more waiting, no more suspense. It's time to look at the Hunted with Samo Byrne and Bryan Gottlieb. Let's check it out.
Nice.
Volcor are heating up because we have one very own Bryan Gottlieb here in the feature match area to walk through a Hunted sealed pool for the very first time. It's clearly, Bryan, you're most excited about the pre-release pack.
I'm just ripping this open. I can't wait anymore, Sam.
Let's dive in.
I haven't touched the Hunted in like approximately a year at this point. So not only am I extremely nervous about my ability to actually play it and represent it well on stream, but I just don't remember so much of this stuff, and I can't wait to see it. And of course, these pre-release packs, so clean. They just give you everything you need, and that 0 gauge Arakni slip through the cracks as well. A nice promo Obsidian Firebane. Got that binder capper with the pre-release packs that go around, but I know what you all are here for. You want to see these 8 packs opened up. Let's do it, Sam. Let's see what we're working with.
Dive in. There's 4 rounds today of the Hunted Seal that the players out there are busting into, and we have got our own pool here. You want to play Fang and CC? You're welcome to now. There's the Drakaya
I already
Blades.
picked up my adult. That'll be good.
But listen in, folks. I'm gonna kind of set the stage here for our own lead dev and designer. Talk to me about what you're looking for as you put these packs down.
Yeah, step 1 is to just get our sorting system working, and of course we have our 3 classes in this set. We also have kind of shared spaces just being revealed for the first time. Now we do have Draconic, of course, we've seen those cards around. We have our generics working, but also there's hybrid cards, Sam. For the first time, we're gonna go ahead and look at an Assassin Ninja card here, more Assassin Ninja stuff in the form of equipment. I'm gonna put my equipment to the side just as a whole, stack up more Assassin Ninja cards, Assassin Generic, and then we're ready to just keep moving. And there's going to be a fill-in here as well, as we have shared Assassin warrior cards as well in
Oh,
this set.
wow.
Yep.
If y'all remember from Outsiders, it was part of the hallmarks of what made that set so dang fun to play in the field and the limited formats. The optionality of getting to choose between these cards that lets you stay open a bit in draft, and it just allows for different play patterns to emerge. So we've got some of those here for this first pack. What else are we working with?
Yeah, here is our first Assassin Warrior attack reaction to the point. Crazy art on To the Point, by the way. A little bit more Assassin Warrior action. So there's a few things I'm kind of looking at broadly. Obviously, we'll do this, with a little bit more depth as we get everything sorted. Of course, equipment going to be so important. What classes do I have well represented for equipment? I really do want that full suite. Very, very important in this format, as it is in all formats, obviously. But then there's some specific things that all of these heroes are kind of looking for to function. When it comes to Fang, I'm really, really interested in particularly this class of cards, the Draconic Warrior attack reactions. You're going to need so many of them. And again, I think this is a first look as well. This card has not been revealed yet. Sisters of Fire there. There's sort of two sets of Draconic Warrior attack reactions here. There's ones that can be played on any chain link, defend for 2 typically. And then there's ones that can only be played on that second Draconic chain link. Really, really important. Another thing I think is really important for a hero like Fang are Draconic Instants. And Sam, the reason these are so important is because these Obsidian Fire veins, which I have somewhere, I've lost them already. Yeah, they're in this pile here. They will go ahead and trigger if you've played a Draconic card this chain link. They're not looking specifically for Draconic attack reactions. So I'm playing against you. I go ahead and attack with my Obsidian Fire vein, and you're already stressing about it. You're like, I need to load up. I know he's going to go ahead and attack react on this, pull 2 cards in front of it, maybe defend with those. And I just go, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and play Proclaim Vengeance and just sidestep this chain link in general and save all of my reactions to the next chain link. And that's so much of what Fang is based around. It's how he punishes you for misblocking in the way warriors so typically do.
Absolutely, and Proclaim Vengeance doing double D there. If you're playing against an Arakni, get a resource, but the marking, you get those fealty tokens. All of a sudden, if those daggers are coming in for free, that might provide or present some problems that the opponent just simply can't answer.
Yeah, Fang really changes at the moment where those 3 fealties come online. It's the point of the game you're really, really playing towards.
It's what I'm excited to see as this format develops in front of our very eyes. How much are you able to lean into marking as Cindra and Fang? I bet you're going to have some decks where it's like, listen, I don't care about the field tokens. My card quality is just so strong. I am going to be finding all of my Draconic cards literally just with the pieces of cardboard I get to play. I don't need to be playing all these fealty token generators if you open enough powerful Draconic equipment and pieces. I mean, you look at this Draconic attack reaction right here. That is something that I think is going to go so far in this format.
Yeah, there's a big range. There's a big range in how you build these decks. And I mentioned focusing in specifically on the Draconic attack reactions for a hero like Fang. When you get to a hero like Arakni, I think it gets a little harder. Arakni just looks for so many things. And it's not to say you need all of those things, but you really do want to present a cohesive plan. So you want marking, you want disruption, you want pumps for your daggers. There's so many different lanes to go down with Arakni. So I think there's kind of like the beginner options and then the expert options. Arakni very much on the expert side, Fang a little bit smoother, and then Cindra, which we'll talk about a little bit more, sits a little bit in between, I would say.
Yes, Searing Gaze, another Draconic Warrior attack reaction. And of course, a lot of these cards, Cindra and Fang, they're looking for that second Draconic chain link. But of course, whatever attack is the second chain link, even if it itself is looking for 2 chain links, it will see itself on the combat chain. You only need really that first one on the combat chain, then the second card. Even if it's like, I need 2 Draconic chain links, if it itself is Draconic, it will, of course, satisfy that clause.
Sam, I want to keep sorting just because we are on a bit of a clock here.
No, you're playing in the event.
Yeah.
They're not going to stop for us.
But there's a lot of new cards being shown.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to give you a moment to just go ahead and flip through those equipment, which we have not really had a look at.
Taking a look here, the starting point, attack reaction. This is Assassin and Warrior. Can give an attack go again, but only if you've already played a reaction on the chain link.
I think this card is so cool.
Sweet,
And
yeah.
I actually think it goes a little bit broader than the limited format. It's not a bad Azuri option either.
Dude, I mean, I know of another hero that really likes to be playing multiple attack reactions on a card. I mean, all the Assassins love that Bonds of Agony. Looking at also the Coat of Allegiance, a Draconic equipment, which is able to just, well, you know, it's kind of like a Blossom of Spring, grab a resource there. But, as we've seen with a Fantastic Sway, you got something good? Do you get something good?
I got something good.
I'm gonna shut the heck up. Talk to me, brother.
I'm about to blow the internet's mind with this one. Some people are going to be happy. Some are going to be angry. This was not revealed.
Ooh, no, it was not.
In preview season.
It was not.
It's Shelter from the Storm, Sam. 0/4 defense reaction. Hold on. Don't go anywhere. Stay. It'll be okay. There's more. Instant discard this. The next 3 times you would be dealt damage this turn. Prevent 1 of that damage.
Yeah.
Oh, we just had another card.
We got
sneak
a
in
card
from the
delivered to
side.
the feature match
Yeah,
area, but talk to me about this one
we'll
first.
talk about that one. Look, 0/4 defense reactions. They have a pedigree in the history of Flesh and Blood. They're so important. They have defined metagames for so long. But we kind of think there's more we can do with the space. We're
Clearly.
not done with it yet. And I think Shelter for the Storm, especially when you look at what these heroes are trying to do on the constructed side, this is going to be such an important part of the metagame going forward.
It is the
And I'm
card.
happy to have it in my sealed deck
Yeah,
as
you're
well.
stoked. I mean, that's going to do a lot of wonders for you. When I saw that card for the first time, I was like, oh boy, we are diving into uncharted territory. The storm may be coming, but we're looking to shelter from it. I love the prevention effects over the course of a long chain as well. That card, I mean, let me tell you one thing. The discourse, I'm sure, has begun.
It's already started. Do we want to talk about that card that just showed
I
up?
think let's go 3. Let's go
Okay,
3 deep.
okay, we can wait.
And then we've got an incredibly exciting little card here that was delivered to the feature match area, which we will give a shout out to in just a little bit.
Yep. That one's gonna blow some minds as well.
Yep.
A few good cards showing up here in our first open. Love to see that. But I think that was kind of one of the biggest majestic pieces left in the set.
Absolutely.
And it is, like I mentioned, a metagame defining piece. It's so important to understand how these heroes are going to deal with decks like Cindra, which can go extremely wide.
Flick knives, a lot of cards in the set, in the Draconic Ninja card pool, that allow you to have a flick knife style effect. Throwing the dagger, of course, Cindra's going to be bringing them back, much like her cousin Fi from the graveyard over the course of the game. But Shelter from the Storm, I mean, another 0/4. I literally didn't know if these guys were ever going to print another one of those cards ever in the game's history. And not only do we have a 0/4, we have one that also has this preventative
I want to point
effects.
another Draconic instant here. Again, another sidestep. And I'm just keeping track of these, excuse me, because I think it is very important for Fang to have access to these. And you see another really nice one, Draconic attacks getting +1 throughout the turn. It's just a really hard sidestep to play around when you're up against the Fang, and they can just go ahead and play instants and basically invalidate your blocking all over the place. Also a very powerful majestic showing up here in the form of Tarantula Toxin. Of course, you really want to make those Graphene Calicera, I believe. Now, I'll tell you, internally, we pronounce this Shalicera the entire time, but I've seen some dictionary-based evidence saying that maybe we were doing it wrong internally. So I'll try Calicera for a little while, and we'll see what sticks. But Tarantula Toxin, if you have a Calicera in play, really strong stuff.
So nice. I love what you're talking about with these Draconic instants as well, just being able to be played in both things. They're also not reactions, so when you look at a card like the Sidesteppers, or the starting point, right, that needs to look for the attack reactions, it has some deck building tension there. You want to be able to utilize your starting points, but you're also, these Draconic instants, good for Fang, good to keep some fealty tokens around.
Well, this one's been revealed earlier on in the preview season, but I think this is another one that has the potential to blow some minds. Just a 1 for 7.
Yeah.
Casual 1 for 7.
Block 3 as well. That's going to do so much work in this format.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
Danger Digits, the Assassin and Ninja Criminal. Well, that's like a Flick Knives, once for the game. But sometimes that's all you need in these 20 life formats. We're working on the second to last pack. What's initially coursing through your head? I know you're also talking about giving the cards, giving the audience a chance of understanding what they're looking at. When you're thinking about your deck, what's coming to your mind?
Yeah, I haven't really started actually honing in on exactly what I want to do with these cards yet. I'm kind of caught up in the moment and seeing all these cards in the flesh for the first time. I've called out all this Fang stuff, and I will just say I had some leanings towards Fang coming into this event, simply because I think it is the easiest hero to pick up, and it's been, like I said, a long time since I've been able to engage with this format, and I am kind of just looking for that easier option right now. Which, look, you head to your pre-release, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, take the simpler option, let yourself get comfortable with the set before you take on the more challenging heroes like Arakni. But we'll look through the card pool once we get this all sorted, and we'll figure out exactly where we want to be.
And what's nice is the Majestic you pulled, generic.
Yeah.
It's going to work in any of those
It's showing
heroes
up anywhere.
very nicely.
Yeah, and we'll have to take a look at our distribution of equipment as well to understand where we're well covered up. This is, I keep calling out these Draconic instants. I actually think this is the most important one. And again, a card that we have not seen yet. This is Tooth of the Dragon, Draconic instant, 0 cost. Your next Draconic attack this turn gets +3. Now this is both pumping for Fang and sidestepping. It's passing on to that next Obsidian Fire Vein while not actually going ahead and committing to the first one, because it is just your next Draconic attack.
And
will apply.
And the Firebane just gets the go again. You don't need to worry about
Correct.
the go again. So many other formats, so many other heroes. That is a piece of the puzzle you have to find with your reactions, with your cards, not with this bad boy.
Yeah, a lot of options available to us. So that is it. We have done it. We have made it through our 8 packs of the Hunted, loaded with options. And like I said, there's a bunch of things we have to cover. Let's just go to our equipment to kick things off. I see a bunch of Draconic pieces. I see Assassin Ninja, Draconic, Assassin Warrior, Assassin Ninja, Assassin Ninja, Draconic Chest, Assassin Warrior, and Assassin Warrior. So what I see is
3-3-3.
yeah, 3 types split here. I see legs in both these. We're covered. We can play any of these heroes, I believe, and be covered in all spots. Let's see if we actually have an Assassin Chest. I believe we do not. Okay. I mean, look, that's an important point of distinction right off the bat. There is no Assassin Chest available to us.
And the Draconic Chest works with either Draconic hero.
Correct.
Clearly very important.
Yep.
Before we get too far into the deck building process, I know people are going to be...
Sure, let's do it.
I know
Let's
people
do it.
need to see this card. I want to get through the openings, but we got a card here delivered to us from a friendly face out there actually playing in the event. This is a card in the expansion slot, folks.
I think
Brian,
I've seen that one before.
have you seen this one before? But you know what? It's looking a little different.
Yeah.
It's looking a little different.
Yeah, a new art treatment, a new rarity showing up on this card. Legendary Command and Conquer over in the expansion slot. Going to be able to be a lot of first Command and Conquer they get to add to their collection. Go to your Hunted pre-release. You might be taking home a Command and Conquer with you. Good stuff. This was a card that needed to come back around, be in packs again. I'm happy to say it's here in the Hunted.
I will say, maybe I'm most excited by the art. I love what it means for the game. I love the reprint. I love that it's going to become more accessible. And I love this. It's Federico Musetti, if I'm not mistaken, just coming in so clutch one more time with the art. Like, I need 3 of these post haste. But we got to move on to the deck build. But just want people got to know. People got to know.
They gotta
Get
know.
to your pre-release, folks. You want a CNC? I thought you might.
Yeah, so many more good things will be revealed over the course of this week. And of course, the Fabled still out there, available. There's another legendary that has not been shown.
Yes,
in the
my
course
favorite
of
in the set.
previews. Okay,
My favorite in the set.
A very powerful card. One more card I want to talk about before we
Yeah.
actually get into the meat and potatoes. Danger Digits. This is just a common piece of equipment. It's kind of like flick knives. We'll just simplify it. It's basically flick knives, but single-use flick knives.
Yeah.
I almost go as far to say I need one of these before I start thinking about Assassin and Ninja. I think it's that important. And maybe that's not an absolute rule and I'll never break from it if my pool is really, really good. But my starting point when I want to be considering them, do I have a Danger Digits? If the answer is yes, then I'm giving them all the credence in the world as a viable option. So important to unlock Cindra's best lines.
All of a sudden, you've got all the credence in the world as a viable option in front of you.
Yep.
You got your digits.
So-
All right, we've got probably 15 minutes-ish, 17 minutes.
Pretty tight.
Yeah, no,
Put
I
ourselves
think
on a tight schedule.
maybe more like 20, maybe more like 20 minutes. So let's work through the deck.
Yeah, so I think what I want to do is just look at my Draconic cards.
Yeah.
Let's start there, because I want to understand what I'm being offered in terms of Fang and Cindra options, whether they're leaning one direction or another. There are Draconic attack actions in this set as well. I think they lean a little bit better in Cindra, but I play them in Fang as well. I don't think you need to avoid attack actions. Oh, excuse me, I had another Draconic piece. I actually just have the full set of options here for the Draconic side. And this is a really neat wrinkle. This is Heart of Vengeance. Instant, your next attack this turn that targets Arakni costs 1 less to play or activate. So now a little bit of sideboarding option going on. If I get paired against Araknis, I can go ahead and upgrade to that Heart of Vengeance. So, like I mentioned, I think Tooth of the Dragon may be the most important card for Fang. I really like Blessing of Vincerikai in particularly Cindra Mirrors. I think it's really important there. It's fine other places, but that's really where I lean for this card's main purpose. And then I just have some good attack action options with nice defense values. We're covering the entire range. And when it's attacking a marked hero, these both will go ahead and make a fealty.
Yeah.
This, if you've played a red card this turn, marks the hero you're across from. We are going to want to go ahead and mark our opponents as Fang. We want to build up those fealties, get to the 3 fealty threshold. So I think these cards are important in that context as well. And then we have our instance, as I mentioned, our sidesteps, our really effective sidesteps. The Tooth of the Dragon, Pledge Fealty. About 4 sidesteps is what I'm looking for in my Fang decks. This one, obviously, a bit of a sideboard option, better against Arakni. But so far I'm seeing the pieces I need to go ahead and consider Fang as my hero. And since we're tight on time, and I mentioned I'm kind of looking for that simpler option, I'm going to look through that build first, and we'll just go there.
As you're looking, I do want to call out, you know, the cards that when they attack a marked hero create a fealty token are also have to be important. Not having to worry about hitting, not giving your opponent the option to deny you that fealty, just generating it on attack, so important as well.
Maybe we'll go ahead and just take a look at which of these generic cards we expect to make the deck. Sound the Alarm is a nice option as Fang when you're playing against defense reactions. Having that knowledge is, or excuse me, this is really good when you're playing against Fang, being able to go ahead and spot their attack reactions in hand, and then go get your own defense reactions. So maybe a mirror option for us, but not really what we're looking to build around. A little bit more marking, but on the yellow side for Public Bounty. Look, if you're desperate, you can go ahead and fill out your deck with Public Bounties. It's not my favorite place to start. Lay Low, a fine defense reaction. I think it's just good glue. Here we have Shelter from the Storm. I think it's just making our deck always. No reason not to play this card. 0 for 4 defense reaction. Extremely good in this format. And we also have some more ways to go ahead and mark our opponents. Again, just these 1 for 5 attacks with nice defense values on the back end. Really good. Another attack reaction. Again, blue, not the most important thing in Fang. You're really trying to play a lower pitch count and get to that end game state. But you do want a few blues in your deck to go ahead and power off more powerful turns. Love this card. Tip off, a way to do effective marking very, very quickly. Another defense reaction available to us. Maybe one of my favorite mark options in the set in Relentless Pursuit. And then plenty more tip-offs. We're just tip-off rich. So we're really well set up as far as our marking concerns go. So I think there's going to be a lot of options here. We need to now go ahead and get into our warrior cards.
Yeah, and just giving you, you're now just under 20 minutes. We do have some time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First thing I'm pulling out here are my Draconic warrior attack reactions, because that's what we need to keep chains going.
Yeah.
We need to go ahead and power up those Obsidian Fire Veins. The count of these is going to be very, very important for us to go ahead and do our thing. So it looks like we're looking at about 7 Draconic warrior attack reactions. And one thing that stands out to me is we have a lot of zeros. We have 5 of our 7 reactions here as zeros, which I really like. One problem though, Sisters of Fire only being able to be played on the second chain link. Look, I like having a Sisters of Fire in my deck, that higher damage threshold, because most of these 0 cost Draconic attack reactions are going to go ahead and pump for 2, whereas Sisters of Fire pumps for 3. Also, we mentioned 2 defense versus 3 defense. It's really good, but if you have too many of that, you could actually have a problem getting your chains going. I think with the instance we're covered, and we can go ahead and play those Sisters of Fire safely. We'll look at the rest of our attack reactions. +2, if you control 2 or more Draconic chain links, mark them. That's fine. Target dagger attack gets +X, where X is the number of Draconic chain links you control. This effect is interesting.
Yeah.
It's kind of on the weaker side, honestly, but I'm happy to play it. And then Brothers of Flame, so another one of these reactions leaning towards the second chain link.
Yeah.
Stabbing Pain, 1 cost, +3, mark them. And then Blistering Blade as the last one, +2. If you control 2 or more Draconic chain links, get +3.
This is fascinating because we've got a lot of cards here that are caring about that second chain link, and not a lot of natural go again on. We don't have a lot of Draconic actions that are going to get go again.
Typically, that's how things work. You're relying on your Obsidian Fire Veins to get there, but you need to go ahead and get to that chain link. So if we're looking at ways to do that, we're looking at about 8-ish options to move successfully to that second chain link. Now that is not considering using fealty to go ahead and power up maybe a generic attack reaction, something like a nip at the heels to go ahead and move us to that next chain link.
But it looks like an archetype is presenting itself for Fang, right? At least in terms of what players at home can build at their pre-release, right? You think about, like you're talking about, an instant on that first dagger, right? And then you're able to utilize these more powerful second chain links for their second dagger. But a lot of these reactions, at least in this pool, looking for that second link, but those instants need to be at home when you're playing in your pre-release, looking for maybe some of those cards for that first Fire Vein. Now that's an option as you're building one type of Fang deck.
Yeah, and we're going to have some other options for attack reactions when we get to the Assassin Warrior attack, or the Assassin Warrior map. These almost entirely lean towards the attack reaction side. There's also traps available to Warriors for the first time. You see something like Den of the Spider. When this defends an attack with power gradient in space, mark the attacking hero. So another way to mark not on our turn. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we want to go ahead and add to our deck here. I tend to prioritize the red attack reactions. This may shock nobody, but obviously you want to go ahead and play the most powerful options you have available. And again, all zeros. So setting up really well for this pitchless style of Fang. We're looking at a very low blue and yellow count we're trying to set up with the addition of these cards.
And some rife fealty targets here, a way to get that draconic talent on these cards for your Fire Veins. Another way that we can utilize those fealties, which that's what I'm really curious about for Limited and CC. Like, how much do these heroes lean into the fealty generation, or is the draconic card pool just strong enough that they don't need to worry about it?
Yeah, I'm going to point out some other cards here. I almost certainly will play something like a Scar Tissue. Again, marking the opponent, just so important to keep that fealty train rolling. So even yellow Scar Tissue merits some consideration from me. There is just a very vanilla, but 3-block available of the attack reactions as well to go ahead and pump a dagger. I think I might pass on that for the time being. We'll lean into this direction if we get desperate. But then again, it's yellows and blues, and we have a deck here that just is not super interested in yellows and blues. I want more powerful options. Let's go ahead and look at our base warrior set one more time. And the base warrior map tends to offer a bit more in the way of front pumps, where you just go ahead and lead with the card. You see something like Point of Engagement. Next dagger attack this turn gets +3. Until end of turn, your attacks get +1 while attacking a marked hero. Some trickery you can add there. Again, marking your opponent at instant speed, perhaps with something like a tip-off, can go ahead and change the math.
Yeah.
So I like that option a lot. Again, 0 cost, very important. Sworn Vengeance. This is just a very same front pump type deal. Next dagger attack it's +3. When this hits a hero, mark them. That's exactly what I'm about. Another 0 +3. All these 0 +3s, I think there's just this pitchless version of Fang we're getting access to by virtue of how our cost profile has just, honestly, fortunately, panned out for us. So really good options available
And when
there.
you say pitchless, you mean pitchless for the reactions, because we're going to need the cards for the daggers.
To start with,
Yeah.
like you need cards to kick off your chain. You
Yeah.
go ahead, activate the daggers,
Yeah.
but you're trying to get to that 3 fealty point.
Yeah,
So when
yeah.
I say pitchless, it's not that I'm trying to play the entire game pitchless. It's that when I get to that state of 3
Yeah.
fealty, I convert to entirely pitchless,
Yeah.
and my deck gets incredibly strong. at
Because
that
of
moment
course,
in time.
once you get to the 3 fealty tokens, Fang is going to discount the cost of these daggers,
Correct.
making them free. That's actually, it feels almost like decomposing, right? You're trying to get to the secondary game plan, establish your fealty tokens, and then once you have truly pledged your fealty, you are ready to exact the vengeance you desire.
Yeah, right now, just looking at what blues I can go ahead and consider. And again, it is just a priority towards the ones that are either 3-block, like this Cut Deep, this very vanilla effect, or something like a Sworn Vengeance, which has the capacity to create a mark. And that's where I want to be in my blue set of cards. That's how I get my utility cards into the deck. So these are kind of the, I would say, high priority cards I'm leaning towards playing right now. I think all of these are going to go ahead and make my deck. This is one. This defense reaction might be more of a sideboard option, but these are sideboard options as well. This targeted against Arakni. Blessing and Erika, probably not going to make the cut ever. As I said, I tend to play that more in just Cindra matchups. Let's do a count. Let's see how many cards we're working with here and see if we're starting to get a deck together. And then we'll start laying out, blues, yellows, all that stuff. And I'll be frank with you, I would love to do a full exploration of the other heroes. I just don't think we're going to have time. Like, kind of talking through this and doing the process really puts you under the gun. But I'm sure we'll see those heroes throughout the weekend. Maybe, when we do some deck builds later in the weekend, we can go ahead and explore what's going on the Cindra and Arakni side as well. So just quick count.
Yeah, you're good. Thank you so much, man. Look at Lemon.
Guess how many cards we have, Sim?
28?
30.
Oh!
Just naturally gifted.
Just a classic, just an easy 30?
Yeah, just an easy 30.
That's why you're the dev.
An easy 30, nice options. And now I want to go ahead and just think a little bit more about how we're laid out, what kind of cost profiles we're looking at. Think about
Maybe
whether
we do have time.
maybe we do. Maybe we do. Think about whether we want to get more blues and yellows into our deck, because we are extremely red heavy right now.
Yeah.
But let's just look at these costs as we lay this out. Like,
Zero.
Yeah. Here's a 1. There's some 1s floating for sure. But on the whole, we are very, very lean, very low need for a pitched card. And we have currently 5 blue cards and a yellow card. I think we're a little bit low. I think we're going to have to look for, like, maybe 2 to 3 more options we want to go ahead and add to the deck, just so we do have, in that early game where we still have to pay for our Obsidian Fire Veins, you don't want to just pull the pure red hand. That leaves you in a really, really bad spot. You're not able to threaten the larger defense or attack reactions down the chain. So let's see what options we do still have available to us in our card pool.
And are we looking here now, you think, are you looking at the defense value more than anything, really?
I really am. I'm leaning
Yeah.
towards defense value in this case. And I'm not really prejudiced against yellows. I think something like this Incision could make the cut because of its 3-block ability if I'm short on 3 blocks. And, you know, there is something like Knife Through Butter here. This is another front pump, an action speed pump. Your next dagger attack this turn gets +3. Whenever you attack a marked hero this turn, this attack gets go again. I'm fine with this card in red, but when I'm looking at yellows, I just think I'm going to get way more utility out of a 3 defense attack reaction than I am something like Knife Through Butter.
Interesting.
Have another blue option, defend 3 here and hunt a killer. This card's fine. Next dagger attack +2 and mark them.
Yeah.
You know, those marks are very, very important. Again, point of engagement gives an additional buff if you're attacking a marked hero. So this is basically 0 for 3 front pump, assuming you're doing your marking thing. It's fine. Blue Knife Through Butter again. This is an interesting card, Diced. This is one of the non-front pumps. This is just a warrior attack reaction, and it is available in Rainbow. The red is so strong. You actually look at the stats and you're thinking,
What?
like Blade Flurry type
Yeah.
stats, and it's a little bit of a different distribution, but a very powerful effect. I'm going to go against it in yellow form. If it was red, it would no doubt be the card I was using to go ahead and fill this out. Again, more front pumps here. So these are kind of not the cards I really want to consider in this case. I'm leaning much more in the direction of these blues and yellows that I've pulled out here. I think Incision can just make the cut. I think yellows are completely fine in our deck. Go ahead and get 2 Obsidian Fire Veins rolling. That's good. So that one's in for me. Next one up is interesting here. Yeah, Cut from the Same Cloth is a card I like quite a bit. Target opposing hero reveals their hand. If an attack reaction card is revealed this way, mark them. I do want to be up against the Fang, though, before I lean in that direction. Cindra not really dealing in attack reactions. You can be up against an Arakni as well. Those are both fine options. So again, I'm going to put this in my sideboard considerations. I think this will make the cut. But that's not going to be my default option to fill out this deck. And then the last of these, I do just prioritize the 3 blocks over the marking that something like Take a Stab or Scar Tissue can provide me here. So these are the 2 cards I really want to get into my deck. Now the question is, which 2 of these red cards am I going to go ahead and cut? I mentioned previously, I'm quite concerned about
2 Sisters of Fire.
Yeah, 2 Sisters of Fire, but even more so, there's the 1-cost version of Sisters of Fire in the deck here. And now this kind of has 2 strikes again. It's Brothers of Flame is the 1-cost version. So this is another one you play only if you control 2 or more Draconic Chain Links. Not only is this asking you to have 2 or more Draconic Chain Links, it also costs 1.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like a problem territory for me. It's not to say Brothers of Flame is not a good card. Certainly there are decks that make the cut, but when we're really trying to go hard pitchless, I'm going to lean against Brothers of Flame for the time being, put that in my sideboard considerations. And so we're looking for 1 more red card to remove here. I do have things like the 2 cost for the Realm that I could consider. When this attacks a marked hero, create a fealty token. However, I do just have nice setups where I go like Obsidian Fire Vein, 0-cost attack reaction into For the Realm.
Yeah.
And that's just clean.
You just like that.
Yeah, like 2 for 6 is good in this format, as it is in most formats.
Yeah.
So I'm not really trying to go that far with my quote-unquote pitchless strategy where I feel like I have to get these 2s out of my deck. I'm thinking about this last Sisters of Fire. Again, just not wanting to really get gummed up by these cards and not have my hands function. That is the biggest concern for me right now.
Looking, you also have those generics attack reactions.
Yeah, here's another one I can consider as well. This is Den of the Spider. When this defends an attack with power greater than its base, mark the attacking hero. It's a trap. I like this card a lot, but again, this kind of isn't going to be in my starting 30. This is a card,
maybe that's like a sideboard
yeah,
card,
it's exactly the same spot where I don't want to be up against the Cindra with this card in my deck, but I'm happy to have it against the Fang or an Arakni. So again, this feels like my sideboard card. And, you know, I'm calling this my like default 30. It's really not, though. Depending on what my opponent is, I am going to consider all of these cards, make some adjustments.
And then you have your Sisters of Fire as well. Or maybe that becomes this trap. Maybe
Could
that
be,
you know.
could be. That's the angle I take. But I think this is where we're leaning towards for our starting deck. Now we need to go ahead and actually decide which of these equipment options we want to play. We can talk about these red alert cards. So they read, if an attack reaction has been played or activated this chain link, this gets +1. Really good against Fang and Arakni again. So again, leaning in that direction. As far as chess, we have the option of Code of Allegiance or Heart of Vengeance. Heart of Vengeance is our sideboard option. Where against Arakni, we can go with that. There are some scenarios where I think you can actually just consider going ahead and playing Heart of Vengeance for the Blade
block
Break.
one, yeah, 100%.
Like that's not crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm going to start with my Code of Allegiance as my default option.
Especially because we've been talking about if there's ever a turn you don't draw one of your 8 real resource cards here. That might be the way to unlock a hand that is mostly red, but you just need to attack with maybe that first dagger to make the third fealty. Having a resource, as we know in Flesh and Blood, on demand from your chest zone, pretty important.
Really good. Red alert boots is our only boots option we have besides the starting point. Starting point I mentioned as a card I really like. I like it better in Assassin, and I like it better in Constructed, frankly, than I do in the space of Fang. In general, if you've played an attack reaction, you probably already have Go Again. Now, there are some builds where I would be very heavy on like the warrior attack reactions or the hybrid attack reactions and not feeling like I have enough Draconic starters where I would play starting point. This build's pretty close, honestly. Like, I can see a lot of value to just going ahead and having this in case I have to start with something like To the Point to go ahead and get Go Again, because it does apply to any attack. It's not like a typical Go Again type provider. So I'm going to start with Red Alert Boots, but I'm going to consider that throughout the day, and it wouldn't surprise me if I actually shift to starting point because my deck just requires it a little bit more. As far as gloves here, we have the option of Red Alert gloves that can potentially go to +2 on the attack reaction, or we get this one Blade Break base, but also an attack reaction that target attack that is attacking Arakni gets +1. Again, I think the default is Red Alert gloves, but we're going to go into our sideboard a lot, and you're going to do that a lot in this format depending on who you're playing against. If you're on the hunt, Sam, if you're really living that, that Draconic dream and trying to get Arakni and get retribution for what he did to the Emperor, you are going to want to go ahead and go to your sideboard and find these anti-Arakni options all over the place.
These are almost reminding me some of those heavy hitter suite of cards that cared about Vigor tokens, cared about Might tokens, cared about if you had a Vigor in or whatever, right?
Sure.
Because they play into the theme of the set. You want to be using them when you think your opponent's going to use an attack reaction. But then, of course, it's such an interesting question for your opponent. Do you play the attack reaction, give them the extra point of value on the block, on the arms? But if you don't play the attack reaction, do you just kind of hold an extra card in your hand?
Yeah.
Some good mind games with these Red Alert gloves.
I think especially against Fang, too. It's just like they lead with Obsidian Fire Vein.
Blop.
Put this out that they have to do something, right? Unless they're just passing their turn, you can almost be assured they're going to go ahead and play an attack reaction. Unless we talked a lot about sidesteps, and you can get punished by something like a Draconic Instant, and that's why these are so important, because your opponents are going to be looking to do things like Red Alert gloves against you.
So we've got just a couple minutes here until we're going to kick it on back to the booth and our illustrious casters. Just talk to me a little bit about, general philosophies with the deck, about maybe a couple of the individual matchups. Are you looking to go to second cycle to really set up that third fealty token? Like just some heuristics as we head into the game.
Look, games with Fang are very variable. You can just go ahead and things line up very well, and you have a stack of fealty tokens right off the bat, and you're rolling, and you're pitchless, and you're just more powerful than your opponents. That can happen very, very early in the game, or things can slow down. You have to play a little bit more patient. You have to go ahead and eke value out across turns until you get your opponent in the blender, as we like to say, where they have nothing but bad defending decisions to make because they're facing so many attack reactions. So I think it's best when you're playing Fang not to be prescriptive about the type of games you want to play. I think Fang is an aggressive hero. I think he's an aggro-leaning hero, but I'm not going in saying, I need to close this game before I get to the second cycle. I can absolutely go ahead and play comfortably into that space because that's when my fealty endgame is going to come online, and I get to do things that are just more powerful than my opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so the hunted is upon us. We've got players out there jamming with the decks. You feeling confident? You like this deck? Power level-wise?
Not confident whatsoever. It's just been too long, Sam.
I
just don't have memory about the play patterns, and it's going to take me a little while to warm up, but I'm feeling happy that I got to play Fang. There was a period, I play with some great players in development, and frankly, I get beat a lot, and I'm happy with that. I'm happy we have such talented developers, but every now and then I end up on a heater, and I kind of just take over a format. And there was a point during the Hunted with Fang where I was unbeatable. Now, granted, we've probably nerfed some things since that point, but there was a very hot run, and I really fell in love with this hero and the versatility and the ability to put your opponent in uncomfortable situations. So I'm happy to be returning to this hero. I'm hopeful that as I play, all these memories will flood back to me, and I'll remember all my play patterns, and I'll just be right in the thick of things, living that Hunted limited experience again.
And just for the people at home, as they're playing in their pre-release and stuff, you're looking at, like, just for the Fang, you open a Fang pool, you look at this deck. What do you think of this deck, strength-wise? Is this like, no, this is a strong Fang deck. This is a medium Fang deck, but I hope I can pilot it well. Like, just, as a frame of reference, because a lot of players at home are going to be playing for the first time just next week at their pre-release.
Yeah, I don't think this is the ceiling for what Fang can be. I think there is certainly a little bit of stickiness in the form of like these two Sisters of Fire that I'm a little bit concerned with. And if these were just other zero cost, if you trade these for 2 different zero cost starters, I'm over the moon about my deck. I think I'm just rolling, everything's all good. But there's powerful cards here. You know, no real majestic type bombs on the Fang side, but I do have something like a Shelter from the Storm to go ahead and cover up those Cindras I'm going to be playing against. So I would say like 6.57, but the thing I would really like about Fang,
6.57.
he can just go ahead, win every single match. It really doesn't matter. Like you can just go ahead and get explosive turns. You can put your opponent in difficult scenarios, and you can always leverage that to a win. Fang is never out of the picture.
Well, folks, the Hunted has been upon us for mere minutes, and we are going to give Bryan a chance to sleeve up this deck before he gets ready for his round 1 of the day. Thank you so much for joining us for this sealed deck build. I can't wait to see how you go out there, kick some butt. Players are almost done going ahead and finishing their build, so we're going to kick it on back to the booth before our round 1 in just a couple minutes.
Wow. What
a great start to the day, don't you think?
I knew the Dynasty was rising, but we have Arcane rising as well. Wow. I mean, Command and Conquer reprint?
I mean, it was so pretty. That was such a cool art. And when we saw it, we were jumping in our chairs, literally. That was so cool.
We're going to take a close look at that artwork. I want to study more about what this Command and Conquer looks like.
Same.
It's a brand new reprint coming to this set, an alternative artwork. Look at that legendary symbol in the bottom. And of course, Federico Massetti responsible for this incredible, stunning piece of art on one of the most iconic cards in all of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I want 3 pieces of these in my deck right now. I think this is so pretty, and I'm so excited to see Command & Conquer rising up again.
They haven't noticed, but I stole the one that Bryan opened. That's going home. That's going home with me.
Fair enough.
Incredible stuff. I can't wait to see this on the table opposite me, and hopefully on the table in front of me at some point in the future as well.
So it is a legendary, so you can't play it in your sealed pools. Maybe fortunate, maybe unfortunate. Depends on how you look at it.
I'm fortunate. I don't think I want to be staring down a CNC in a sealed format anytime soon, personally.
There's other cards that fills the slot for this, for sure, fills the bill. So, yeah, it's so cool.
Love to see this. Absolute haymaker, and it will be available as soon as your pre-release next week. The pool, however, Bryan's pool, a little bit all over the shop there. We definitely saw some... maybe a little bit of this, maybe a little bit of that. Questioning going on from Bryan. That Tarantula Toxin really stood out to me. It's a card I'm a huge fan of and would force myself to play Arakni to get, but not where we ended up, it looks like.
Yes, and also we saw the new defense reaction that I am so excited to see, especially playable in the set, but also for the classic constructed that is going to come after this. Not like... It's going to change so much, I think.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we've joked forever, right? You can't print any more block 4s. Defense reactions too good. Where was sync? No, another one, totally fine, absolutely. And more importantly, it's got implications in matchups that defense reactions are maybe a little bit awkward typically, preventing some arcane damage, maybe splitting up across breakpoints, soaking up boom grenades from someone like Dash.io. I'm really excited to see what Shot from the Storm can do.
Yes, so it opens up a lot of new play patterns, and it opens a lot in your deck construction as well. Like how many D-reacts can you comfortably fit into your seal or into your pools going forward? And also finding this in your sealed pool, we know the set has a lot of attack reactions. There's going to be a lot of tricks in this set. So having this 4 defense reaction available to you, I think is going to matter quite a lot.
Honestly, yeah, I think so too. Very excited to see the implications of those cards in Classic Constructed. More importantly, excited to see what they managed to do in the limited format this weekend. So to start with, I'm losing my words. This is I'm astounded to see a Command & Conquer reprint. It's absolutely made my day. Quite frankly, I can't wait for round 1, but we're going to have to wait just a little bit. Because the guys do have to get ready. They have some cards to sleeve. We ended up on Fang, by the looks of it, I think, is the general consensus there.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of dagger play, and there's going to be a lot of attack reactions that care about the daggers and the draconic chain links. So we're going to see how it decides to divide this up, how much attack reactions it's going to add into the pool, how many draconic attacks is going to be added to the pool, but it's going to be a lot of focus on those daggers for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. To me, I think Fang comes across as kind of the king of consistency. It feels like maybe Cindra can do some exceptionally powerful things, and Arakni doing some very flashy things in this set, but Fang knows what he likes. Fang's going to buff those daggers every turn without fail, keep them getting go again. The question's always going to be how big. Some of these reactions are +2, some of them are +3, some are +4 if you can meet the requirements of draconic chain links, maybe some fealty tokens and everything. What life total do you think people are going to be trying to stay on against a hero like Fang?
As high as possible. I mean, as soon as you're down to 4 or 5 life and you're facing a Fang that has 1 card remaining after he presents his dagger, you're going to be in for some tough choices to be able to stay alive. And depending on how many D-Reacts you have available, which is not a lot in this set overall, so it's quite a tough deal to tackle and try to stay as high as possible, I think, is going to be the plan for most of the opponents facing a Fang this weekend.
I'm very excited to see how this plays out. I imagine that we are likely going to be cutting. Probably going to be cutting to a very short break now. Let the guys sleep up their decks, get ready to play, and then we'll be back with that round 1 feature match featuring, of course, none other than Bryan Gottlieb.
So excited to see you back again soon.
Enjoy the break, guys. See you soon.
The hunt is on, my friends. The world premiere of The Hunted is upon us, and I am ready to see some games, to see some action. I can't wait to get into it. Sam O'Byrne, Scott Mines, how we doing, my friend?
Honestly, I'm buzzing. I'm vibrating in the weirdest ways, but all the best ways.
Yeah.
We're like maybe an hour into the day, right? And I've already seen 3 or 4 cards I didn't think would exist, let alone be in this set necessarily. Command & Conquer reprint is huge. The implications are incredible. Brand new D-Reacts, Draconic cards that reinvigorate old heroes and new. There's just so much going on with this set.
Yeah, I mean, for those at home, if you don't know, Scott is literally like TCG aficionado, mind supreme. Has been in this game for years and literally like eats, lives, and breathes this stuff, if I'm not mistaken. So what does it feel like for you to be here in the room as these cards are being opened for the very first time?
Right now, it feels like Sam wants me to cry on camera. That's what it feels like, because he knows I'm an emotional soul and he will get to me. It just feels like home. It feels better. Like, rooms like this have a certain magic to them that you can't really embody in any other way, and Flesh and Blood does it all right. People are having a great time. The noise is indicative of that. You hear screaming as fabled get opened. You see people realizing things for the first time and celebrating that together.
Yeah.
And that's just everything, in my opinion, that a card game should be. And there is currently nowhere else on the planet I would rather be than right here.
Love to hear it. And it's time to dive into the arena, folks, because we've got our first round of the day. There is no place we would rather be than here with you in the arena, because let's take a look here. We have got the man himself, Bryan Gottlieb, taking on Marcus Rosemin over there. Looks like we've got a Fang and a Cindra. They're rolling the dice. The decks are being presented. Scott, you ready to watch some Hunted, my man?
I cannot wait. Little bit of everything Draconic here. No die rolling, funnily enough. But happy to see Marcus here, the one lucky enough to be paired into this young upstart, up-and-comer Bryan Gottlieb. I look forward to seeing what both of these players are capable of. So, everything being kept a secret here, of course.
Yes.
They're keeping their equipment face down. There could be some really interesting choices there from what we saw in that seal pool. But we do see on full display already a beautiful rainbow foil kunai, which Marcus is rocking nice and early.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, probably got that in the pre-release pack here. You can be getting those pre-release packs, those rainbow foil heroes at your pre-release next weekend. We do hope you'll join us for those events. I love how Bryan's even keeping his weapons face down.
Oh, no, of course.
He has no options beyond the Obsidian Firevein, and yet he is rocking with them face down, just in case. You know, he's keeping his options open.
You can't give away any edges,
no.
Sam. You have to understand it. In an event like this, it's all about maximum performance, and we know that Bryan can't afford to be embarrassed live in front of everybody in the world here at the world premiere, right? So no edges given. Absolutely not.
What's nice about Bryan is he doesn't really have the capacity, I think, for embarrassment at this point. You know, he's been a punching bag for so long, but he is as committed, as passionate, as joyful about this game as they come. But the handshake has been extended. Here come the equipment presentation. You can see Bryan taking a look over there. Looks like we've got some leapfrog equipment, as well as an interesting piece in that headpiece as well that I'd love to talk about. But it's time to dive into our very first game here at the world premiere, coming to you live from Prague. Looks like we've got Fang on the play. Let's get down into it.
Well, I mean, we're starting off with some haymakers here. Really gorgeous, majestic, sitting in the hand of Marcus Rosemin is that Art of the Dragon Blood, threatening to decrease the costs on an entire Draconic chain going forward. That's certainly a card I'm happy to see in my opening hand.
Yeah, pretty nice. We saw, of course, Bryan did open that Shelter for the Storm on stream as well. That will be nice in this matchup, particularly to be able to discard and lose, to take care of some of those effects like Cindra likes to throw with those preventative features on that one there.
See the mastermind in action nice and early here. Looks like Bryan will be the one going first, deliberating those choices down to the wire. Gives us a feeling as to how complicated this set might be on a surface level. The masterminds behind the game taking a moment, breathing it in, and then just adding a big old pile of buffs to their daggers. Why not?
Yeah, coming in here with the Obsidian Firevein. I believe it's Point of Engagement is the name of that one. It's going to be coming in with those additional, I think they're +3 buffs. So coming in here, and of course, if the attacks were attacking a marked hero, we'll be getting +1 board. And it's just getting interesting seeing on this first turn 0 of the game, Bryan not letting Marcus just go ahead and not have to think about blocking on this first turn.
Absolutely. Really interesting here. This format, of course, a lot of block 2s, not always free necessarily to soak up all that damage on turn 0, but also not impossible. There's a sneaky instant speed way to mark Marcus here either, which could definitely cause this dagger to be a little bit bigger than they expect in the reaction window. Plenty to think about here, given that, one of their most powerful cards is currently in their hand.
Yeah, there is, of course, we saw Bryan open 3 tip-offs. I'm not sure how many he actually brought in, but that's a way to discard a card, instant speed, mark your hero in the generic slot. That would bump this thing up to an attack for 9 in the reaction step. Let's see how Marcus wants to deal with this here.
Something you got to remember about this format, there's so many tricks, but there's also tricks within the tricks. There's all these instant speed cards that I can hold in my hand as a bluff and make you think my dagger could be bigger, but instead, I'm happy to park it in my arsenal. I'm happy to mark you, maybe gain some incidental value. You truly never know what's around the corner when it comes to the hunted.
Oh, man. This is so awesome. There's nothing like a world premiere. There's nothing like seeing cards get played for the first time or be blocked with for the first time. Looks like blocks are going to be okay. No reactions, just 1 damage down to 19 goes Marcus. Final card for the Arsenal. So Bryan, they're committed a couple good red cards out of the hand, but they're front pumps. They're not those draconic attack reactions that are going to come at such a premium. Bryan, okay to just get a piece of value across, get a damage, and of course, establish that Arsenal for that first turn.
Yeah, a fair exchange. Some premium reds there from Marcus, also finding their way out of the hand. So more than happy to see that exchange taking place. Of course, both players refilling here. We do see that Art of the Dragon still kind of looming there. Definitely an omnipresent feeling. And Marcus taking the time to plan out. We're going to see this a lot this weekend. All these cards are brand new to these players. We're not 100% I'm not sure on what things cost anymore, how things should be sequenced. Do you care about Draconic Chain Links? So yeah, I expect to see a lot of this with players. How do I make this function in the best possible way? And that's one of the joys of Limited and one of the joys of a world premiere like this.
Turn over to our Cindra player here. Here comes the Kunai of Retribution, pitching a red, however. If you're Bryan, you're happy to see that. You have to imagine it's not going to be as efficient as possible on this turn. 1 damage accepted from our illustrious compatriot over there on the left side of your screen. That kunai is gone on this turn one way or the other. Either it's going to get flicked with an effect like these cards that we've seen be printed in this set, or it's going to be destroyed at the end of this combat chain. Here for a good time, not a long time. But it's going to be coming back again and again.
Absolutely what Marcus is looking for in this deck. If you've not had the pleasure of looking at Cindra, a lot of what we're hoping to see is ways to utilize these kunai before they disappear from the chain. We want to find ways to flick these daggers. We want to find ways to get incidental value from them before hopefully returning them on the same chain and attacking with them again, because they are a new object when they come back. So there's plenty of ways to sneak in, maybe up to 4 kunai attacks on any given turn when the resources allow.
Let's see what the follow-up is here from our Cindra player, having a real think. As you have to imagine is natural. First time any players are seeing these cards in the world outside of Auckland, New Zealand. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we might be all red here from our Cindra player. Exactly. No, looks like another red coming in for the other dagger. Bryan here, you can see just a nod of the head. He's happy to take the one here. This is really nice if you're sitting, your opponent able to go second, your opponent able to have the tempo, but with all reds in the hand, not nearly as efficient as it could be.
That big, powerful Majestic being used as a good old-fashioned 0 for 4 here. It is not Draconic in this case, so no go again, no flashy nonsense, but 4 damage, still very good as a 0-cost attack on rate. This is definitely not the hand that Marcus was hoping to see going second here. All reds, not great when you want to be establishing those Draconic Chain Links, but there is plenty of breathing room here. This isn't an embarrassing amount of damage, and we can see that Bryan is finally thinking about blocking as opposed to just snapping off those daggers.
Oh, you have to imagine being able to get 2 to 3 points of value on the defense. Much higher priority for Mr. Gottlieb. I just think he's feeling so good, sitting so pretty after this turn one. 3 cards used from the hand, 6 damage threatened, 2 damage per card utilized on this turn. Is not where you want to be really in any format, but this is what happens, just sometime in these limited games. You build the set, especially in these Draconic Heroes. You do still need to find a way to get your chain to go a little wider and to utilize some of these cards to find a little more damage. That's going to be just accepted from Bryan Gottlieb here, going down to 14, keeping 5 cards. You have to imagine, there was an attack for 4. He could have blocked. He's going to use all those cards on offense or keep another card for the arsenal.
There is some gasoline in the tank of Bryan Gottlieb. We're going to take a moment to breathe and consider our options. Now, the last thing you want to see if you're Marcus is this turn starting on Obsidian Fire Vein. You know full well that hand is full of cards, gas, puffs, everything. Reactions, marks, who knows? Anything could be in that hand for Bryan here. And it has to be something because, well, he didn't block your damage. So
exactly.
What's on the other side?
He's expecting to deal more than 6, given that he was happy to take it. So Marcus here has the life advantage, but let's see if the tempo flips to the other side of the table. 1 damage presented for now from our Draconic Warriors. Quickly moving up my internal ranks of honestly just coolness and fun to play. One of the ones I was not, as feeling like was more up my speed, but as I watched these cards get played and get opened more and more this weekend, I'm like, oh, dude, Fang is actually looking pretty sweet.
Fang is so unbelievably sweet. The idea to kind of build towards an end game, set up a big turn where you attack with your daggers multiple times, or just play a tempo game plan where these Obsidian Fire Veins get sneaky go again from playing Draconic cards on the chain link, maybe even using those fealty tokens to make some cards Draconic to give these daggers go again. There's all kinds of tricks up the sleeves of a deck like Fang, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what it does this weekend and also in Classic Constructed in the future.
No blocks means we're coming in with one of those attack reactions. Maybe a burning point, but coming down. Let's see what the pump up is here.
So importantly here, that go again is granted to that Obsidian Fire Vein. Easy to miss on first read of this card, but it does grant itself go again if you play a Draconic reaction.
That in the reaction step, all of a sudden 5 with go again. Now here comes the other Draconic chain link coming down in that Obsidian Fire Vein. The life totals immediately equalized. And remember, Bryan kept both of these cards for a reason. He's probably expecting to get to use them.
There's no jokes here. That Arsenal parked on turn 0 as well, likely to extend the range of Bryan Gottlieb's hand. Marcus taking a moment of careful consideration here. More information slowly becoming available about what this turn looks like, but a lot of hidden information still on the line. It is going to be that contract jumping in the way to soak up a little bit of damage. We'll see how much it actually prevents, though.
Yeah, 2 damage presented with this public bounty as a block here. In the reaction step, does Bryan have another card? Yes, he does. It is that yellow attack reaction he was happy to play. If it hits, it's going to mark. And then coming in with the Draconic one as well.
Sisters of Fire joining the chain link here as well. Big bonus damage on this second dagger. We're all the way up to 7. More importantly, this game's go again as well, so this might not be the end of the assault from Bryan Gottlieb.
And this is exactly what Bryan Gottlieb was talking about in the deck build. This Sisters of Fire a little harder to get across, but once you do find that first Draconic chain link, it's just so powerful, granting, of course, because it is Draconic, giving the Obsidian Fire Vein that +1 and the go again as well. So now all of a sudden we've gone from 5 to 7, and at the beginning of this turn it was 1 to 1 in the actual attacking stages. Now all of a sudden in reaction, 12 damage presented, and currently only 2 blocks for our Cindra player, so might be going down to 9 when all is said and done, though it's looking like maybe he has some defensive options up his sleeve.
Certainly does. We're taking a moment to think. That Arsenal smells like a defense reaction. No guarantees there, of course, but Bryan doing a fantastic job at demonstrating exactly what a hero like Fang is capable of doing. Sisters of Fire on display nice and early here. Really powerful common. Expect to see a lot of this one over the weekend. Those Draconic chain links not hard to come by, and 3 block buffs. Well, we're all about that. Finally, for the first time on camera this weekend, somebody is firmly marked.
And look at this. We've got the Code of Allegiance coming in to give that final resource because, like you said, the go again was so important to be able to continue the turn. Now, the rest of the turn can only play Draconic cards. We've only got 1 card left here. It's going to be coming in with that. I believe it's a 1 for 5 here. And, of course, going to make a fealty on attack because it is attacking a marked hero. So now Bryan Gottlieb coming in for an additional 5 points of damage and immediately creating that fealty token with the game plan. And if he hits the marked hero, he makes his second fealty token. Everything coming up Gottlieb on this first real attacking turn of the game.
1 card is all you need. The card aptly named. We're doing this for the Emperor. It's all about our loyalty to the state of Volcor. More fealty on the line. That's all we want when we're playing a game as Fang, because as soon as those 3 fealty tokens are online, those Obsidian Fire Veins get even more dangerous. It's an astonishing start from Bryan. Marcus figuring out the logistics in real time and maybe not happy about where they find themselves.
Yo, this is actually so sick. The Code of Allegiance here, I as a chain ender, finding, you think about the drawback, I can only play Draconic cards on my whole turn, but that's only if it's the first thing you do on your turn. Bryan Gottlieb here able to just utilize it for a big ol' 1 for 5 on just this huge turn. He went 5 into 7 into 5, 17 damage off of 5 cards in a limited format. Eat your heart out.
Marcus might well be considering just that. Definitely taking a moment to consider what is what here. Blocks not exactly easy on a turn that went this wide, as you say, already down to 9. Most importantly, those kunai currently missing in action as well. Burnt on the last turn, maybe a little hard to put together Draconic chain links this turn. An awful lot to consider here, given how aggressive this start has been.
Yeah, just like incredibly sick stuff from Bryan Gottlieb on this turn, showing out and showing off here in our arena, in our feature match area, and this just doing double duty, creating the fealty token on attack. It's something we were talking about in the deck build, so important you don't give your opponent the chance to even block and deny you that fealty token. No, has created the fealty token on attack, and of course, if it hits the marked hero, Fang's hero ability, going to generate that second one. Then all of a sudden, once you hit the third, that's when Bryan's game plan really opens up. He talked about building this pitchless style of deck. Once you hit that critical third fealty token, you don't have to pay anything for those daggers. Marcus here, he's just going to go ahead and take the 5 down to 4, trigger the mark, make the second fealty. Marcus says, you can have this back, buddy. I'm done with this one.
This is a brave statement from Marcus Rosemin here, to making a stand, and you have to. When you stare down a turn this powerful, you can't just sit there and block forever. We have 4 cards to work with, plenty of toys available. Can we see those life totals even up for a second turn in a row?
2 fealty tokens for Bryan, 14 life, but the attacks now come from our Cindra player on the offense. Coming in here, go again, going to be, I believe, a front pump.
Always a good place to start on these turns. Now, maybe not the best option. You'd prefer these reactions that can keep things secret, but pick up the point. Going to do a great job here at recurring those kunai. If you've not seen the retrieve keyword, it might have passed you by. Brand new way to buy back those daggers, including for heroes that aren't Cindra. You get to throw them away for value and then pay a resource to grab them back up. So pick up the point, quite literally doing that in this occasion, rebuying that kunai and hopefully letting Marcus go a little bit wider here.
Yeah, nice. It's a 0-3 go again in these classes. You know, especially like Assassin, I can see that it's dual class card. That might be really nice in these Arakni decks that are helping them go a little wider in a hero that isn't going to have as much access to go again unless that hero ability is online. And you do have to hit to get the go again with the Web of Deceit. So pick up the point, probably really nice in both of these decks here. Bryan's happy to give a block here. Going to go ahead and I think it's a Pursue to the Edge of Oblivion. Going to be committed to the block here for Bryan Gottlieb. But let's see if that dagger comes in now that Cindra has access to it. Going down. Going to go ahead and continue the combat chain here. Pursue to the Pits of Despair. Excuse me. There's the Edge of Oblivion. There's Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. There's a lot of hunting going on in this set.
We got some premium tourist locations in Wraith. If you're not familiar with the Pits of Despair, I highly recommend a visit on the way past. It's a lovely place to go. No public bounties, no assassins, nothing to worry. Just stop by the Pits of Despair today. However, we're doing more things for the Emperor. Both players interested in pledging their loyalty here. This one a little bit bigger than the last one. 8 points of damage coming across directly at Bryan Gottlieb's face.
Right, yeah, for the public bounty, of course, marking, and then for the Emperor, similarly like we saw the turn before, threatening that second fealty token, but much less important that Cindra generates the fealty tokens for her own hero ability to really be relevant, right? This is allowing her to create the chain links to be able to go wide enough for these daggers, but here, Bryan's once again just happy to take the damage, go down to 6 from 14. He put a block on that first chain link, knock on the second, because he smells blood in the water. His opponent's at 4, and he is an attack reaction heavy hero.
Make no mistake, these fealty tokens are important to Cindra. Being able to churn together those Draconic Chain Links is a really big deal with some of the cards that care about the previous card being Draconic, but that's not something that phases Bryan Gottlieb right now. We are pledging our fealty in the most literal of ways. The third token made, these daggers are free. No pitch cost anymore for these Obsidian Fire Veins. Who knows what might be lurking in hand?
Love these effects like this Draconic Instant here, the Pledge Fealty. Going to go ahead and make that Fealty token as you described. He talked about how important these instants start to sidestep the attack reaction expectation that you'd use on these Obsidian Fire Veins here. But now the pitchless game plan is in effect, folks, and with Cindra down to 4, Mark's is going to be having challenging blocking decisions for the whole turn. He looks like he's putting his hands up in the air, maybe considering just saying no blocks, but he's going to go ahead and put a card here from the chest zone, going to defend for 1, maybe threatening to go up to 2 if an attack reaction is played. I'm not sure if it's the red alert. Or is this is the one that if it's defending a weapon maybe goes up by 1? Let's see. What are we working with?
This was a very telling play by Bryan here. Actually, pledging fealty early, of course, made these Fire Veins free and available. This does get bigger when it's blocking a weapon, the blade breaking plating. But we didn't need that instant to give our dagger go again, apparently. We were more than happy to play it out, to give ourselves a fealty, make those daggers free. But you have to assume that means that something else is lurking in the wings here to give this Fire Vein go again and maybe put it over the top of this armor.
And a fealty going to be activated here to make this next card actually Draconic. Let's see what it's going to be. It's going to be one of those Assassin and Warrior attack reactions. It's going to be now coming over the top for 3 over, threatening to just end the game, or put Marcus down 2-1.
This is a huge bread and butter play from Bryan. We're jumping onto leapfrogging onto the chain here with our equipment. We see these new pieces of armor in full effect. Attack reaction played. No, no, no. I'm not losing the game that easily. We're going to make sure we're soaking that up. But love seeing these fealty used here to make these cards draconic. You don't need a density to make these fire veins work. You can play all the good buff effects in generic and otherwise and just use your loyalty to the Emperor to make them turn those blades on. Yeah,
and you can see why Bryan was having a real think because those leapfrog equipment pieces were available to Marcus. They were just on board face up. It's what allowed Marcus to be so confident just putting that 2 block in front of the fire vein. Now that Bryan has gotten his opponent to commit those leapfrog equipments, you know, the pathway forward might be a little cleaner, but now all of a sudden Bryan's only got 1 card in hand, is all the way down to 6, and Cindra's posturing to keep all 4 cards.
I love these leapfrog equipment. They're one of my favorite designs in recent memory. And in a set like this with so many attack reactions, it's so cool to have a piece of equipment that is retroactive, doesn't punish you for taking a risk, and in fact gives you that safety valve required to play some of these big, cool, flashy draconic hands.
Let's see how Bryan wants to utilize this last card, really giving this a think now that the leapfrog equipment has been presented. Looks like he's putting something forward onto the combat chain here. It's gonna be, looks to be the tip-off. He's just gonna go ahead and mark in the reaction step, looks like as a discard here, to go ahead and mark to create that fealty token once this attack would hit, because he's coming over 4-1, down to 3 goes our Cindra player. So now the fealty token being generated once again, meaning that the next turn those daggers will be free, but all of a sudden Bryan Gottlieb down to 6 life and is going to have to give some real thought here. But because the fealty token was generated, now the fire vein gets to come in for an additional point of value and damage, given that it is free. What a nice sequence here.
So unbelievably clever. Marking the opponent at instant speed. You don't mind if that mark doesn't last. The dagger attack can connect, make that fealty, re-pledge your loyalty to the Emperor, and suddenly your daggers cost nothing once again. That go again, paying off in spades on these Obsidian Fire Vades once again. And I'm not entirely sure this is an attack that Marcus was expecting. Maybe scrambling a bit to see what their hand looks like, and can they afford to go to 2?
Of course, on that next turn, Bryan would be able to present these daggers for free, and even if you keep only the 1 card, it could threaten the damage over the top. That's going to take a Blaze Headlong for the block. If you are Bryan, you are probably sending some thank yous up to the Volcorian gods, because that is such a powerful red attack that is now in the graveyard, used on defense. Not how you want to see it be used.
A huge sigh of relief. That powerful reprint from Uprising, of course. Blaze Headlong, a formative card for these Draconic heroes. Definitely worth building around and rewards you for being so heavily red focused. However, the turn going back to Marcus here is going to start off with those kunai. Thankfully, a blue being pitched this time, so a little less resource tight, and we can plan to go a little bit wider with these Draconic chain links.
1 damage over the top. Let's see if Bryan wants to give any blocks.
Now, this is where it starts getting painful. 6 life is certainly not safe. In fact, it's a bit of a magic number in this format. So many of these dagger buffs offer +4 in many occasions. For Fang, that means you're going to be presenting 6. Cindra, not so much. But we know this second kunai is lurking. It can be brought back with Cindra's effect. There's 2 cards remaining in hand. Who knows how many of them could be buffs. If 2 of them are buffs, the game could be over if you don't respect this kunai. And that's a real dangerous place to be.
Yeah, got the Red Alert gloves as a blocking piece of equipment as well. That could go up to 2 block if a reaction is presented, as well as the Helm of Vengeance. That's a way to mark in the attack reaction step. But the thing is, it's most likely going to be used for I have to imagine it's used for a block here. He's already got his 3 fealty tokens. He's probably happy enough to continue this turn to play them.
Yeah, the big pain piece with the headpiece, I believe it is Arakni only.
Yeah, you can mark Arakni. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. He's probably going to be blocking with it on this turn. Mine on him right now. Thanks, Bryan.
Under the bus it goes.
Yeah.
Bryan can, of course, hear us over here, knows what's good, making the most of that block value. And it goes to show you the flexibility of the cards in this set. Cards like this Vengeance set of equipment that are designed to push back against Arakni. Plenty of play against other heroes, too, off the back of that block value. It's cool to see.
I want to be very clear, Bryan cannot hear us. There are going to be some people out there are going to be like, he can hear you?
No.
That's not fair. No, of course not.
No, not only that, it wouldn't be much help either. He knows more about the set than we do. But no, Bryan, of course, cannot hear us as much as I wish he could. 5 damage coming over line. We're back to the Pits of Despair, Sam, my favorite place in all of Wraith. Coming across aggressively this time. 5 points of damage pinging its way at Bryan. Now, this isn't quite lethal, but there is that card lurking. in hand. There is still one resource floating, so all the threats still fairly face up. This could definitely end badly for Bryan if he chooses not to respect the attack.
Yeah, could also be making this Draconic for the purposes of grabbing back the dagger with that one floating. Of course, Cindra's ability now currently costing 1 because we have the 2 Draconic chain links. Thanks to that fealty token, the red alert gloves here are going to be committed to the blocks because if an attack reaction would be played, it would be buffed up. But look at that shelter for the storm. You can see Marcus just has to lean in and say, what, dude, you pulled that? Wait, dude, you guys designed that? Another 0 for 4 in our game, and this one currently blocking for a total of 5.
You saw the giggle there from Bryan on the side. Definitely a, hey, that's pretty good. From Marcos on the other side of the yeah, it's pretty good. I made it myself. Thanks for noticing.
Yeah.
Fantastic card here. Shelter from the Storm, likely to be a formative card of this format and also many another format, I imagine. Showing you exactly what it's made of here, soaking up all that damage and buying Bryan Gottlieb some breathing room.
All right, and now, of course, it was the fealty token was used on that turn to be able to utilize Cindra, grab that other dagger for another future turn, but Marcus has to get there. Bryan able to keep 3 cards. These daggers are free, and with Cindra down to 3, an attack reaction at the wrong time could spell the end of this game. 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Looked like it's going to be a Sworn Vengeance, the blue variety. We don't need to use that for pitch this turn. These things are free.
Beautiful flexibility of these blue buffs coming into effect here. Great for paying for your turn, great for making it bigger. Of course, if this dagger does connect, we'll be marking our opponent up once again. Only 2 points coming in thanks to this Swarm Vengeance so far, but you know it's never 2. That's just not how the Fire Vein works. And when you're where Marcus is, well, you're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no great way to feel about this. If there's a source of go again, you're going to have to respect the second dagger. If it's really big, you might not get the chance. So what are you supposed to do?
2 damage now on the combat chain is the offer from the Obsidian Fire Vein. 2 cards left in hand for Bryan. And a whole host of options. I love this. This is like a sparring match between young Fang and young Cindra. They're preparing to take on the hunt later in life. Seeing, you know, at this point, they're still in the gardens of the Imperial Palace trying to figure out who is actually reigning supreme as they move forward in their training. And Bryan Gottlieb trying to show off that Fang is truly the master of the Draconic talent, at least in our first round here at the World Tour in Prague, our world premiere of The Hunted.
I've been incredibly impressed by both of these heroes so far. Just very fluid play patterns. Loved watching these kunai do their work, using the fealty to rebuy them in strategic spots. And of course, Bryan utilizing those fealty to create very, very powerful turns that sneak in extra attacks at the end. Of course, the Cinderskin Devotion here, another lovely reprint from the Uprising days, on blocking duty. It will not be quite enough, though. Looks like we are going to be bolstering this one all the way up to 3.
Coming in with the go again because of its own effect, and the +1 because a Draconic attack reaction was going to be... I think this might actually just be the Draconic instant here. This is one of those favorite cards. Your next Draconic attack this turn, getting +3, the Tooth of the Dragon. He was saying this is maybe the most important card. Cinderskin Devotion getting all the block value. You love to see the 3 block in that bottom corner, but now we're coming in here because it just cares about Draconic attacks. This next attack is going to be buffed up as well. Look how big this one is, folks. Coming in 4-7. No pitch needed on this turn, presenting the 10 damage. How is Cindra going to get around this?
The March of Loyalty in full effect here. Fealty token, not so much relevant in this spot. No need for go again. We are ending this chain. But just impressive stuff to see here from Bryan Gottlieb. Once again, showing that we kind of all snapped onto how good attack reactions might be alongside these weapons. But it's the instance. It's really the instance that are showing off here. You care about playing a Draconic card. It doesn't need to be a way to buff the dagger. You can get all tricksy and trick your opponent into misassessing the wrong attack. And that definitely feels like where we are right now. That Fire Vein earning a card all by itself, 7 damage, staring down Marcus on the other side immediately afterwards. Incredible stuff.
7 damage on the combat chain. Bryan presenting some problems for his Cindra opponent here. Now the headpiece. A fascinating card as well that Cindra has access to. On block, you can block with an action card from your arsenal. That's an option that Marcus might be thinking about when he utilized that card for the arsenal on the last turn, thinking, I want to be able to block with this if I need to. Looks like we might be taking 2 cards for the block here. Let's see how much block is being presented.
is going to be activated. That beard putting mine to shame. Arsenal card going straight onto the combat chain, soaking up the rest of that damage. Very well navigated here from Marcus, utilizing that brand new piece of equipment, getting value of a card that might have otherwise been slightly somewhat awkwardly stuck in their arsenal, maybe opening up a spot for the one card they've got remaining in hand. Either way, not a lot of breathing room here for Marcus. Looking forward to seeing what they can do with this one card.
And if you're Bryan, you're happy to see that card hit the arsenal. Unfortunately, those fealty tokens not going to hang around because you have to either hit or play a draconic card on the turn. So those fealties are gone. Now here comes Bryan, 4 cards in hand, 3 fealty tokens, daggers that are as free as a bird. Let's see if he's able to close this game out here.
Game plan being enacted in full effect, and we continue to swear our allegiance as we make these obsidian fire veins into a massive threat. We're starting off with them being 4, swearing vengeance and threatening to mark our opponent once more. But you know how it is at this point, Sam. It's not 4 for long, is it?
Not 4 for long. 3 cards still in hand. Another Obsidian Fire Vein. Has Bryan found the ability either to give this go again with an actual Draconic card or utilize the fealty token? If this hits, it's going to mark, which could then refund the fealty token or provide the 4th, meaning using one for one of those Assassin, Warrior, or generic attack reactions wouldn't feel as painful. 4 damage, though, is the offer.
If anything's painful right now, it's the position Marcus finds himself in, kind of staring at their 4 cards, desperately hoping that somehow Bryan's deck is all cracked baubles. There's nothing on the other side. Maybe there's a chance to get our way out, because this dagger, unfortunately, probably earns 2 cards, some amount of respect to make sure the game doesn't end right now.
4 damage. If Cindra says no blocks, that would just be the end of the game. Have to imagine that's not going to be the choice that Marcus. This is why people come for the high-level commentary, right? If he says no blocks here, he just loses.
The game does end.
Yeah, it just ends and he loses.
At home. Yeah, no, and 4 is indeed higher than 3. That would be bad.
That would be.
Do not recommend.
That would be bad.
Tip for your pre-release. Don't do that. However, do this. Blocking 4 damage with multiple cards from Marcus here. Does earn both cards in this case. The follow-up, once again, pledging our allegiance. No, maybe not. Bryan changing their mind. Not so passionate, making that dagger a little wee bit bigger for the sake of giving it the go again and then throwing the attack, of course. Can't throw the attack without gaining go again. That would be a bit rude, wouldn't it?
Coming in now for 7. Does Cindra just give the next 2 cards here? Rake over the Colds, giving Draconic attacks +2, blocking 7. And no, it doesn't have enough block value. Probably only a couple 2 blocks, so 4 damage over the top. Bryan Gottlieb keeps his honor, keeps his job. He's moving on to 1-0. I just know what happened if he had lost this game. He would have just had to resign.
Absolutely,
you know?
no.
He just had to throw in the towel from
there. You can never
there.
live that down, no. Honestly, that was a masterclass in everything Fang from Bryan Gottlieb.
Yeah.
If you're interested in this hero, maybe if you're interested in playing your pre-release next week, you want to get a head up ahead of the competition, that's the match you want to watch. That was just the perfect showcase of how do I get myself into a position where I don't have to pitch. My daggers are free. All my cards are threats. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And I loved watching it. That was fantastic to learn from in real time.
Yeah, absolutely could not agree more. So fun to watch these heroes be played for the first time. Big shout out to Bryan Gottlieb. What a good sport. What a good sport coming up there on the feature match.
Hey, that was a high-stakes game.
Oh, no, I know. I know. I mean, listen, Bryan's a very confident dude. You know, he knows, what he brings to the game, I'm sure. But listen, people out there can be very mean. And we don't like that here. We're here only to spread joy and positivity. So we are glad that Bryan doesn't have to incur the wrath of anyone.
Commiserations to Marcus, of course, being the one who fell victim to Bryan in the first round. I wish I'd seen their face when the pairings were posted.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I wanted in life was Marcus staring at their phone and...
Well, this just can't be true.
Who? Excuse
This
me?
simply is not fair. Let's go ahead, folks, because we have got pre-release just around the corner. I wanna invite you all to join us at our pre-releases. We have got them starting next weekend, January 24th, in LGSs all over the world. 1,500 events. We're going to be seeing some incredible gameplay all weekend long, and I know you're thinking what I'm thinking. I'm counting down the moments until my pre-release because I want some of the swag. I want some of these. I want the kunai. I need to get my kunai. I'm a Cindra gamer. I want to grab that surge foil new Arakni, slip through the cracks. Of course, the heroes and the weapons, the cold foil thing. But let me be very clear. I think the thing that I'm most excited about, yes, swag is great. Swag is fun. I can't wait to play with this set, man. It just looks fun as hell.
This event's going to be really special for me. I've had the pleasure recently of teaching a load of people very local to me to play Flesh and Blood. They've been visiting pre-releases with me for the first time. It's their first exposure to that kind of level of event. And their excitement is just incredibly motivating for me. They can't wait. They're jealous that I'm here and I'm not even playing. And I'm sure many people around the world feel the same way. There are over 1,500 of these pre-releases worldwide, so there is bound to be one near you. Check out your local game stores. Use that locator. See if there's a pre-release. You can come and join us and become the hunter instead of the hunted.
All right, folks, we are going to go ahead and gear up to get ready for our next round of the day. Do you want to just point something out to you? Do you want to just go ahead and show something off? We've got some of these bad boys to open for the first time. We've got 3 gem packs here. We're going to be opening those at the end of our day today. It's 4 rounds, of course, of Sealed in this world premiere. We get a chance to go ahead and check out what's in the gem packs for the first time. So please hang around with us. We've got so much more fun throughout the day. We might even get our other illustrious casters to throw down for you all later. We'll see if we can get them.
Excuse me?
We might be throwing you into the arena. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. But let's cut to break before he gets mad at me. We're going to go ahead and check out once again how we got here. Dive into the trailer for The Hunted, and we'll see you for our next round in just a couple seconds.
I'm in danger.
They tore Emperor from the heart of Volcor. This grievous regicide shall be punished. We burn with shame. Now the land burns for vengeance. The guilty cannot hide from us. The children of the dragon will scorch the corruption from this great dynasty. Volcor trembles as the thousands march forth. Strongholds crushed, cities reduced to ash. No one is beyond our reach. We shall strike with our sharpest blades. The hunter becomes the hunted.
And welcome back, everybody, to the World Tour stop here in Prague. We are neck deep in our world premiere. We've had our first round of action, a beautiful deck build, and well, a bit of a spoiler of a game from Bryan Gottlieb.
Yeah, such an exciting day, or start of the day rather. We have so much to unpack and unravel to kick or continue to kick the day.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't wait to see what everybody else is up to. I know you had a bit of a small bit of downtime in that last round. Did you go and watch any games on the floor? Were you peeking and nosying and seeing what's going on?
I did. I got a little chat with Yuki Lee Bender. She's playing Cindra in this world premiere today, and she was facing an Arakni, feeling really good. She's 1-0 right now.
Nice.
And she's very excited to play Cindra, both in Classic Constructed and in Seal. So getting her first dips in the water, so to say, with Cindra in Seal today is very exciting.
Certainly can't argue with a taste of the Draconic, but Yuki isn't the only one. Folks already at home have been sharing their experiences of the Hunted with us so far. So we've got a couple of posts to look at that have been tweeted at us on social media. So we're starting here with Dylan over on Blue Sky. Please tell me we are going to see Pirates in 2025. Now, this smells like DM Armada's alt account somehow. I feel like this is a demand I've heard before, but needless to say, Shelter from the Storm, that's a heck of a card.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this card, I directly thought about DM Armada and how he is loving the pirate theme so much. And I thought he's going to love this card, for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Dylan, I would love to be able to confirm or deny those allegations, but first of all, I don't know. Second of all, if I did, it would get me fired. So I'm not going to be telling you about upcoming Pirates, but I also hope for your sake and for Stephen's sake that they are on the horizon. But Dylan's not the only one joining us on social media, of course. Our resident fan favourite, Brody Spurlock, cracked their first pack of the day. And would you know what was waiting for them inside the one, the only Spurlock?
Oh, that's insane. His lovely little bonus card that he got from the last, or not the last world premiere, the first world premiere of last year, that he was the one who won, and the extra cats he won was this little card here that we got spoiled in this set.
Absolutely. It looked a little bit different at the time. There's been some cleaning up, make it a little less confusing. But that invitational win did, of course, earn Brody that card. And I'm very happy to see that a copy has made its way into his hands. But these aren't the only people that could join us. If you want to get involved, see your tweets and posts on screen, it's really easy to do that. Just tag the hashtag FabHunted on any social media channel of your choice, and we might be showing your posts as well. Michael Fang, of course, joining us as well. Look at all these goodies on the table. Just very excited for the premiere today, and some gorgeous promo packs alongside all this stuff.
Yeah, the extra bonus for coming to the world premiere or making the time to travel all the way to Prague is to get your hands on these beautiful foils, and the extended arts are just looking so pretty.
Beautiful packs, beautiful stuff. Happy to see Michael Fang joining us here in Prague for this stuff. Now, if you're only just joining us, you might have missed the breakout news of the day. The Hunted's really cool. There's some great new heroes, there's some shiny new stuff, but there's also some shiny old stuff. Command and Conquer sees a reprint in The Hunted with gorgeous new artwork from Federico Massetti.
Yeah, the art is just absolutely stunning on this new little reprint. It's a legendary, for sure, and it's going to be a great reprint. As we know, it's one of the most powerful cards in the Classic Constructed as we know it, and yeah, just having it revamped with new art is just absolutely stunning.
This is definitely a card I think has been cried out for by the community. Lots of people joining the game in the last few years, looking for a pack they can open to get their hands on what is undeniably one of the most important and foundational cards in Flesh and Blood. And I'm just ecstatic to see it finding a reprint here with, as I say, gorgeous new artwork. Look at that thing. It's incredible. It won't be the only haymaker we see here this weekend, but Command & Conquer will be available as early as your pre-release next weekend at game stores around the world. Now, Erika, not every card can be Command & Conquer, obviously.
No.
But I'm going to assume it's not your favorite card in the set either, because it's not brand new. So, from what we've seen so far, what stands out to you? What's got you the most excited?
So for me, the most exciting part so far is, of course, some of the expansion slot cards. We have the Cull that I got to spoil, of course. I'm a little bit biased. But also as a Runeblade main, so to say, it's absolutely a stunning card, and I love to watch how Vincent is gonna perform with this card in her arsenal to basically push her a little bit further into the classic constructed meta is what I'm hoping. So it's going to be super exciting to see as soon as this becomes available what it's going to do to Vincent moving forward.
Yeah, I'm also really excited about Cull, actually. I had the pleasure of talking about it a little bit on my day-to-day a little while ago. Obviously saw you spoil the card a long time ago. I've been dipping my toes in Vincent as well. Very popular hero in the UK. And yeah, it just fills a lot of holes. It does a lot of things that you wanted the deck to do, paying some life, some shadow actions. I'm very excited to see what comes of that one. But not the only expansion slot card, of course. We've got a myriad of goodies coming this way. I'm really impressed by the War Cries, truthfully. We have the one for Prism, obviously War Cry of Temis, and of course the one for Boltwin as well.
Right.
Mostly Boltwin. I'm a bit of a Boltwin believer. I do love Boltwin, as they love to say on the internet. And I'm very, very happy to have a card that's just great on rate, but also maybe gives us a little bit of breathing room into those pesky illusionists.
Definitely. It looks like such a strong card, and I'm also excited to see what this is going to make of Bolt Index, both part of the deck building, but also part of the construction in the Classic one when we get there. So there's a lot of spice in the Classic, or in the expansion slots now coming in for this set moving forward.
We'll ignore the expansion slot for a second. You've seen plenty of cards for the very first time this weekend. Which of those are you most excited to try out for the first time?
Oh, the new D-React. we already talked about it, but the 0 for 4 D-React, we always know about the sinks, we always know about the fates. It has been a lot of debates lately, absolutely, regarding the place and stay for the D-Reacts because they are so powerful and they are so impactful. But now we have a stab at another majestic.
Oh yeah, there's a wide selection of defensive options out there now. I can't wait to see whether Shuttle from the Storm kind of overtakes any of the existing options. Is it better than a yellow root-bound Carapace, maybe? Haunting Rendition somewhere in that kind of ballpark. I really can't wait to see exactly where that one lands for me. I'm honestly kind of in love with Cindra. The hero really appeals to me. I love the idea of tricksy flick knives tricks, especially with the beloved arm piece there. So I'm obsessed with Blood Runs Deep. The Majestic that was spoiled nice and early for that card. Go again, throws both daggers immediately. It's a Draconic Chain Link itself, so you get to pull your daggers back immediately as well. And, well, I'm all about that. That's very much my speed.
And it's also very scary facing up a Cindra now with these capabilities that you basically, when you go down to those life totals of 1 and 2, previously when we have faced the Katsus, you don't want to go down to the classic Kodashi locks that we are all known about. But now it's Cindra. You can just get a dagger in your face and there's nothing you can do about it.
Absolutely false. It's terrifying to think you might be starting the game on like 30 life, somewhere in that ballpark the majority of the time. And that's kind of the power of Cindra. I'm very excited to see what she can do in the format. If you guys have cards you've been seeing on the broadcast or even in your little spoiler channels at home, by all means tag them on social media, #FabHunted. I want to see what you're excited about and what cards you'll bring into your first armories following on from pre-release. So we are still waiting for folks to get themselves tidy and ready to go for the next match. These things taking time. People are reading cards. Arakni has 6 different heroes. But it won't be long now. So we don't get to play in this event as much as I wish that we did. But there's a good chance that you're going to a pre-release, I imagine.
Like one of the 1,500
yeah,
that is around the world.
Approximately 1 million, as it says.
It's an insane amount.
So just one? Just one pre-release?
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2?
Maybe
okay.
3.
So from what you've seen so far, which hero do you hope you find yourself on in that pre-release?
Arakni looks very enticing with his attack reactions and the way that he can play with the marks on his opposing heroes, getting those power-ups and all of those spicy cards. I'm very, very excited to try that. The Tarantula Toxins is really exciting.
Tarantula Toxin, what a card.
Yes. If I open that, I'm going to be stoked.
Yeah. I can believe that. Definitely an Arakni main for life, in which case, yeah.
Are you?
You know, I was an Arakni enjoyer. I really wanted to be there, and Bryan has blown my mind with Fang.
Yes.
Like, that looked
amazing.
Terrifying and also very fun. Obsidian Firevein is such a cool card. I think I underestimated how powerful these instants were going to be able to keep this daggers like trucking along, and I'm very excited for that. But we no need to be waiting any longer. No need to stifle that excitement. We have another feature match for you for the second round of this world premiere. It is going to be a Cindra mirror, but we have more than 2 heroes in this feature match area. Our current world champion, Gregor Kowalski, joining us down in the air, down at the table. Can't wait to see the master of the game playing with a brand new set.
Yeah, such an exciting kick of the second game. Of course, he was also 1-0 going into the second game, so a really, really great start here for Gregorz.
Simone Pagani on the other side here. Lovely, lovely hat. Stands out from a mile away. Won't be losing them in the room today, will you? All mic'd up, ready to go. Definitely a fearsome opponent on the other side. Both of these opponents on Cindra here. What do you expect this mirror match to be like?
I expect fires and blazing galore. I expect this match to go really, really quick, and I expect them both to put up their offensive game really, really tall. And so for whatever reason they might want to block, I don't think there's going to be a lot of that today.
Safe to say we'll be flicking knives and taking lives all the way through this feature match area. Very excited to see what this new hero can do in the hands of two fantastic players. Gregorz, of course, coming fresh off that World Championship win over in Japan not so long ago, back in November. Now in all the lovely flush marketing we see for Flesh and Blood across the world, but they are also kicking us off here. So no huge surprises here. So actually really cool ones to analyze in the equipment. A little bit of leapfrog equipment on both sides, but I'm mostly interested in those deadly digits that we see Simone rocking.
Deadly digits indeed.
If you're unfamiliar with the digits, they are flick knives at home, if you like. Danger digits. They're not quite as repeatable, per se, as a flick knives would be in Constructed, but it does give you that freedom to fire off a dagger at will as an attack reaction and make sure it connects with your opponent's face, which is exactly what you want in these situations.
Yeah, we can't really allow flick flags to enter the scene in sealed. That would
No,
be
no, no.
too much.
No flick knives there. Love to see the show of respect from both players as we kick this game off, drawing up our hands and no doubt reading our cards and making sure we remember what any of these things do. It's the best part of a world premiere.
Yeah, that's the most exciting thing. Like, everyone coming here together, everyone is on the same page with how much knowledge is out there. So there's going to be, yeah, we see Gregorz already identifying his cards. What are the possible play lines that we have? What cards care about draconic chain links? How many chain links can we get up to? How much go again can we produce? Yeah, there's going to be a lot of reading here today.
The facial expressions are bringing me joy. Just watching people turning cards sideways. I think that blocks 3. I think that's draconic. It's a lovely moment. It's just, I love card games. Card games rock. I'm very, very happy to see people just enjoying them for everything they are in the heat of the moment here. So it is going to be Gregorz kicking us off. It is going to be pitching away that blue and starting, well, something I expect to be seeing a lot of over the course of this mirror match. Those kunai of retribution finding their way onto the combat chain. Now, these are the kind of bread and butter of Cindra, and we can expect to see most of her turns revolving around this powerful weapon.
Yeah, having the automatic go again really opens up a lot of play patterns for Cindra. So a lot of her cards care about those draconic chain links, and since the kunais are draconic, they add to the chain links as a draconic card. So yeah, as you mentioned, they are really the bread and butter that kicks the Cindra playlines really beautifully.
A public bounty finding its way in front of a dagger, nice and early. Very interesting dilemma in this format. A lot of block 2s, a lot of hesitation to leak damage on that first turn of the game, but also a hard 30-card limit like we've seen in the last few sealed formats. I don't expect this game to go to a fatigue state, given how aggressive that Cindra might be, but you do have to be a little bit cautious about how many cards you're using on the first turn, and we see that here in full effect. Simone choosing to leak this second kunai, take a point of damage in the process.
Exactly. So it's a really awkward thing to block a 1 damage coming your way, with most of your cards is blocking either 2 or 3. You want to maximize the value you get out of those, of course. So it's not really happy to block or put your 2 or 3 blocks in front of a kunai.
The second game in a row here, we see a player leveraging the early starts, not passing on turn 0, growing claws even, and gaining a little bit of a bonus on that powerful blue, earning another card out of the hand of Simone Pagani. Super intriguing to see these players willing to attack on the first turn of the game, regardless of the fact they're going first. Curious stuff.
Indeed. Like getting cards out of your opponent's hand on your first turn, but as you mentioned, there's a 30-card hand limit, or deck limit. So the more cards you get out of your opponent's hand, the more positive you are going into the late game with the amount of cards that you have available.
Do stop us if you've seen this one before. Kunai making its way onto the combat chain. Point of damage leaking in Gregor's direction. Yeah, we're going to be seeing this a fair amount. Blocking 1 is just so fundamentally difficult to do and get value out of your cards, especially in such an aggressively slanted hero. So we're going to see these very quickly whittle down the life totals of both players into what I'll lovingly refer to as danger range. And we'll go from there. Some great follow-ups here, of course, for Simone. We're going to be throwing some knives immediately. That burning blade dance hitting the combat chain.
Yes, indeed. If you have 2 or more active chain links, this is go again. And if you hit the hero, you can deal 1 damage to them with one of your daggers.
That's exactly the kind of card you want if you're in Cindra. We're looking to get value from those kunai before they make their way into the yard from breaking the combat chain. So trying to squeeze in a hit and chuck an extra point of damage across. Definitely some incredible value on display. Incredible card, Burning Blade Dance. Expect to see plenty of it when it's opened.
Yeah, respecting that 3 attack there. not want to deal with those daggers this early on.
Indeed. The aggression does not slow down. However, the really powerful turn here from Simone. We are hunting the hunter. When it's attacking a hero, if you've played another red card, they are immediately marked. Now, this is really kind of a cool effect because you're threatening to make a fealty if the opponent doesn't respect this attack.
Indeed, and it's a really, really beautiful start here for Mr. Simone. We have a beautiful chain link ender here with a 5. Not the easiest to block when you're Cindra.
No, the most beautiful part of Ninja, right? These kind of difficult to interact with numbers. We're less interested in breakpoints. We just want to make things really difficult, 1s and 2s and 5s, which makes it really hard to get adequate value out of those cards from your hand. And we see once again Gregorz biting the bullet here, indeed becoming hunted. That mark going to be going away in short order. Fealty made for Cindra, but Gregorz sacrificing their life total early even to keep access to cards in hand.
Absolutely. Seems to be a question about payment here.
Yeah, just rebuying those daggers here. Of course, pitching a blue anyway, so the fact the combat chain is closed, not a massively relevant deal here.
We're
Blue
very
card
lenient
on the,
on the
yeah,
rules
of
here
course,
on
a
the
world
world premiere
premiere.
day. We're still learning. We're still trying to understand how all the mechanics work, and there is some iffy mechanics that is hard to get your head around sometimes.
Really sweet one. Unfortunately, going into the pitch zone here for Gregor Kowalski. Rotten
Oh, have
remains.
you seen that?
A really, really sweet, majestic card that I expect to see maybe eating some kunai in the future if we might find our way back to that pitch stack. But a very, very cool generic. Sadly, it's the kunai on the combat chain instead, but maybe that's not so sad for Gregorz here.
Yeah, so Rotten remains. Whenever this attacks, you may banish cards with 1 attack from each hero's graveyard. If you do, this gets +1, then repeat the process, and this can actually target the daggers.
Anything with 1 power, much like looking for a scrap. Get those pesky Phoenix Flames out of the graveyard from the opposing Phi. Really powerful blue. Probably slots very neatly into a deck like Ira, and I'm very excited to see what it can do in Classic Constructed. For now, it is paying for this potent turn that Gregorz kept and sacrificed life total to achieve. That kunai, of course, does connect, but we find ourselves in the tank shortly afterwards. And I think this is going to be a big learning curve for a lot of our players this weekend. Sequencing in these Draconic heroes is incredibly important. You constantly care about how many Draconic chain links you have, reducing costs like we see here with the blood-centered attacks. Sometimes you care about creating a fealty, having a number of chain links, and playing your cards in the right order just feels like it's more important than ever.
Yeah, and Cindra doesn't really care as much about the fealty tokens as Fang does, because that is something that powers his hero ability so greatly. But it can really help out with those ninja-only attacks to help feed those into Draconic attacks, and again, feed those Draconic chain links that we also care about. So it's also a very neat ability that Fealty is the first token that has an activated ability. Like most of the tokens we've seen so far has some sort of like activation point where something happens in the game and they will be activated. But this is something that you activate yourself. So it's a very interesting mechanic.
Speaking of those styles of attacks that would really benefit from a fealty, Art of the Dragon Fire, kind of perfect example for that. 1 cost, 5 power attack, but threatens to deal a lovely 7 damage if it happens to be Draconic. And there's a really nice, clean way of making that happen in the form of a fealty token. No dice in this case. Going to be just smacking with good old damage. In this case, Simone making their way down to 11 life, keeping hold of that hand. I expect to see quite the follow-up here, and we're starting with the chess piece to lock us into Draconic cards.
So until end of turn, you may play only cards that are Draconic, but you gain a resource that might be what Simone needs to power up this turn.
Now, this is an incredibly heads-up play and something you should be looking for at your pre-release. Just because you can only play Draconic cards doesn't mean you can't use your fealty tokens to make your cards Draconic. You have to circumvent that condition, maybe change their allegiance, and make sure you can play them on your big, powerful turn. And that's exactly what we see here from Simone. Lovely stuff.
Exactly. So even if you have an only ninja card and only warrior card, the fealty token will relapse that into a Draconic when you play it. So it actually falls within the frame of only playing Draconic attacks.
Trap and release, being a loyal supporter of Volcor on this combat chain, does threaten to mark a hero on hit. Another 1 for 4, lovely bread and butter card we expect to see from Cindra in this format. Gregorz considering the implications of being marked and how dangerous that might be in the future. In the end, stomachs the hit. Looks like they'll be falling down to 9.
Yeah, still keeping all of his equipment suite available for when he gets to the lower life total, so he can still preserve cards in his hand. So really heads up player from Gregorz, not giving up those equipment early on.
That blood drop showing you exactly its worth for a second turn in a row. One less to play thanks to a Draconic Chain Link. 2 go again. Nice and punchy red. I wonder what the follow-up here is going to be from Simone. Looks like we have a Mark with Magma lurking in the hand, which could certainly threaten to mark Gregor once again. Maybe add some bonus damage to an attack as we go. But Gregor seems fairly content on, well, taking the brunt of this turn and throwing back their damage. We cash in our fealty once again. Looks like we're interested in throwing some more knives here. This ninja attack, another great example of this. If it's Draconic, you get to just chuck one of your kunai directly at your opponent's face, free of charge, no questions asked. Silver Talons here, really putting the screws to Gregor Kowalski.
Yeah, Simone really showing how powerful these fealty tokens are, activating those before play and making these ninja cards into Draconic ninja cards and enabling some really powerful attacks.
Silver Talons here, fantastic chain, and looks like that Mark with Magma might be lurking in the arsenal for the future. Gregorz, considering if they're willing to go down to 2, now that's not somewhere I would feel particularly comfortable in the Cindra mirror, but if the hand is there, maybe it's time to start cashing in this equipment to keep our cards available. Looks like that's what we're going to be seeing from our world champion here. Big old block with all of the available armor, soaking up what we can of that hit. And then, of course, rebuying our dagger, free of charge, courtesy of 3. Very Draconic. They were always Draconic. Don't question their loyalty chain links.
Amazing kick here from Simone. Really pushing the boundaries of Gregor's life totals right now. And we really need to see a big chain they have now from Gregor to come back and try to threaten Simone's life total a little bit.
The tempo absolutely has to be taken. Those danger digits lurking in the background as well, throwing another point of damage in the future. Kunai going to start the turn here for Gregorz. Certainly won't be the end. Blue pitched, 5 cards available to start the turn. Unsurprisingly, that Kunai, the least of our worries, taking that one on the chin.
Has 1 kunai in his graveyard, so only has 1 kunai available at this point in time. But if we get some more Draconic Chain Links on the chain, then maybe we can rebuy that and attack with it this turn as well. So we'll see here.
Gregor's continuing to grow claws here. One of my favorite ninja cards from this set. If it's a Draconic attack that came before it, it gets 1 bigger, turns this into a 1/4/5 with Go Again in red if you're able to line up that kunai beforehand. That's a heck of a beating. 1 resource still flowing here. Plenty of cards available for Gregor's. You can see why they were interested in keeping this hand.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we need to get that tempo back in our side court here. So really threatening some life totals is really, really crucial on this turn. And we'll see if we can get there with all these cards remaining.
Similar story across the board here. Simone pretty clearly interested in keeping all the cards they hand, but the assault is not stopping. We are blazing headlong down the highway with this retro card from Uprising.
Yeah, I love this card. If you played another red card this turn, this gets Go Again. It's a classic from our old Fi. You remember Fi? So
somewhat unfortunately, yes. I've not always been on the right side of Fi, but happy to see him receiving some support this set. And of course, some of his most emblematic cards making their way into this limited format as well. Here, Blaze Headlong, definitely going to be chasing down Simone. 4 more points of damage coming their way, and they do indeed respect it. That Devotion used on defense to suck up some of this damage. But I fear Gregor's turn isn't over.
no, we still have 1 card in arsenal and 1 card in hand, and he's just gonna send this.
The ultimate chain ender we've seen multiple times so far today
For
the Emperor. It is all about your allegiance. If you're attacking a marked hero, you'll show a little more loyalty with a fealty token, but for the most part, it's just a 1/5 again. Some fantastic numbers on these Draconic attacks.
Definitely, we're gonna kick back Cindra and buy back our daggers and be happy.
Well, that was quite the turn for Gregorz. Definitely took the tempo back, earned some cards from Simone. 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, and those all-important digits lurking on the fingers. Let's see what we can do with 3 cards to pressure that 5 remaining life.
Yeah, they have the 2 kunais available as well to be able to extend the chain if we want to or need to. We're just gonna start it kicking easy with a Go Again attack here.
Absolutely. Just going to set ourselves off looking to hit the target nice and early. Tag the target, in fact. Little childhood game, but maybe not quite as friendly with all the knives involved. Simple stuff. Hits a hero, give him a mark for the trouble. Friendly game of tag, I promise. But 3 Go Again here. All that's important. Definitely earns a little bit of respect from Gregorz.
Yeah, I think he's going to respect this one for sure. there are so many tricks that can happen if you're under the mark, and you don't want to play into that.
Indeed it is. The spare blue being pitched sends us up with our kunai. Now the question here is, what is lurking in the arsenal? If it's just the 2 kunai, Gregorz is going to be feeling fairly comfortable about what they're able to achieve on the way back. If it's not, well, we might be in a little bit more danger.
Another kunai making its way. Making 2 draconic chain links on this one at least.
And this is a very scary dagger. We kind of alluded to it a few times. The biggest buffs in this format, they are +4. So that kunai was threatening to end the game if it just so happened to be lurking in the arsenal in that case. In this case, no, we are looking to fire off that mark with magma that we kept from before as a chain ender here. Does threaten lethal damage, will earn a card one way or the other.
Yeah, Gregorz again reading his card here, making sure that he understands the capability that he is working with before committing to any blocks here.
Mark with magma, another fantastic 1-cost draconic attack. 2 or more draconic chain links, it's got go again, and it will threaten to mark the hero when it connects, once again fueling those powerful mark abilities and those fealty tokens in the process. None of that matters here though. Gregorz on a dangerous 4, staring down lethal damage, must do something to keep themselves in this game.
You also want to keep some cards to be able to threaten lethal on your turn, so don't want to give up too much. The question is if Gregorz is going to accept the mark here.
I'm very carefully watching the chess piece for Gregorz here. We kind of saw it doing some heavy lifting for Simone earlier in the game. That extra resource could definitely come in huge to enable a hand that maybe has a fewer cards than you were expecting. We are going to be seeing those danger digits getting cashed in, knife being thrown, adding a little bit of damage alongside that point being leaked. Gregorz down to 2, and we get to rebuy that dagger for free, courtesy of Cindra's ability here. Lovely little synergy with our favorite little arm piece.
Yeah, Gregorz going down to 2. It's a very, very scary place to be, facing a Cindra, of course. Flicking those daggers at your way.
At my way? I didn't sign up for that. More games of tag coming up. Nice and central for both these players. Tag the target, super bread and butter card for this format. Nice clean head jab with a little bit of bonus mark on the side. In this case, that's lethal damage. We should probably do something about it.
Yeah, and we don't have any equipment at our disposal, so this is going to require some cards from hand, definitely. So Gregorz is off to a great start here.
Oh, very powerful, majestic, lurking in the hand of Simone. That is blood runs deep on the left-hand side. That all-important card I talked about earlier to throw 2 daggers. Sadly, this time, it's on defense value. It's on defense mode? That's not what it... Yeah, that's right, Gregorz. Read it. Read what you just got away with. This powerful, powerful attack being used to keep Simone alive. That's a huge blow for their prospects in future turns.
Yeah, making sure that they don't get hit with the mark there, so really dodging the on-hit effect here. So making sure to commit those 3 blocks when available, as Cindra doesn't really kick a lot of 3 blocks in their set.
No, definitely a little bit light on the blocking side outside of draconic cards like this one. Hunt the Hunter coming down off that chess piece for Gregor Kowalski. If you've played another red card, that a hero's getting marked. Doesn't matter if you stopped it beforehand, but most importantly, this is 5 damage. Again, the pressure here off of a very small hand from Gregorz. Very impressive.
And this is something I love about this set. There are some cards that cares about the on-hit effect, and some cards you just play them and your opponent is suddenly marked. There are some instants that can mark your hero at instant speed, of course, and so you need to be really, really careful if your opponent is sitting on those extra cards, if they are lurking with something that might mark you, and if they're threatening you with something that cares about the mark, then you should be really, really careful.
You can never know what might be in the opposing hand and what might be waiting for you around the corner when playing a game of the Hunted, and it's been great to see that in full effect. Nice and early from all these players so far today at the world premiere. Simone taking their time, realizing they are in the blender per se. 2 cards given up to keep the game alive, working with 1 card on the way back. Only 2 damage needs to be done, however. This is certainly up for grabs.
Yeah, but with only 1 card, I'm not sure if there is much damage that can be threatened. There's, of course, the 0 for force that can be sent over, but apart from that, it's just the daggers, I think.
Yeah, this is not what you wanted to see. Blue being pitched for a kunai of retribution. 1 point, unlikely to be enough by itself. But of course, Gregorz, the champion he is, taking a moment to consider, can
His
I use all
lines.
my cards?
Yeah.
What does this do? Why did I put this in my deck? And many other questions you'll find on a regular basis here at the world premiere.
But it's also such a great start. Like, we're facing up the calling tomorrow. Like, today is a great preparation for all of the players that are hopefully playing in the calling again tomorrow to play another sealed pool and rock that again. So today is just a warm-up day for what's to come.
I agree. I'm ecstatic to see this, frankly. If players were sitting down and knew what all the cards did already, that would be a bit of a red light, honestly. Very happy to see players very clearly of Gregor's caliber taking the time, learning, and hopefully informing their experience tomorrow in the calling. All we're going to be learning right now is what card was in Gregor's arsenal. We start the turn swinging big pressure once again on Simone here, earning multiple cards from that hand. This is not looking great.
Yeah, Gregorz is in the driver's seat here coming into the lower life totals, and this Poison Blade is going to require some cards indeed.
This is a card that definitely has a little bit of innocuous flavor text on it, especially with Simone at 2 life. Whenever a dagger you own hits a hero this chain, they're going to lose a bonus point of life. Now, my math isn't as sharp as maybe it once was, but 1 + 1, probably 2. That does seem slightly detrimental for Simone Pagani.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, these daggers now have an on-hit effect, effectively. So you would really need to require some more cards out of your opponents to not be hit with that.
My favorite on-hit die. Definitely up there in terms of best ones in the game.
It's very powerful.
And it is going to be a all but guaranteed flick of the kunai. Thanks to those silver talons, extra bonus point of damage coming in courtesy of the Poison Blade. Last 2 life for Simone Pagani, not enough to hold their own. It is our world champion moving to 2-0 in this world premiere.
Such a good showing here from Gregorz. Looked a little bit rough there in the beginning, but then when he saw that golden hand, or what we want to call it, to turn the tables around a little bit, find the speed that he needed, threatening some cards out of their opponent's hand, and making a little bit of a comeback there in the late game.
I think that was honestly a fantastic display from both players. I'm very impressed by what we saw from Cindra there. I think these mirror matches are going to be quite popular when it comes to pre-releases and sealed and draft in the future. So getting a taste of what's required to navigate those board states, how much do you respect the kunai? Does Poison Blade exist? What life totals can I safely fall onto? Those are all lessons that we're learning together, and that's been really cool.
Yeah, how many blues do you need? Like, all of these red-heavy decks also require some kind of pitching, so you probably want a good neck of blues into your disposal when you draft your cards. But also, how many starters do you have? How many go-against do you have? How many requirements do you have on those Draconic, and can you satisfy them? There's a lot of puzzling going on this weekend that the players need to figure out.
There is indeed an awful lot of factors, permutations to consider in this format. And I think that's what makes it so exciting. I can't wait to get my teeth stuck into the hunting for myself, because there's just so much to discover, even though we've seen so much we didn't know before.
And there are so many events going on this weekend. We have more sealed events coming up after the world premiere here today. So I expect a lot of players just knocking out those sealed events as much as they can before they head into the calling tomorrow.
Now, as much as we love the hunted, it isn't the only thing we've got to talk about this weekend. In fact, we've got quite a lot of exciting announcements coming up over the course of the world premiere and the calling. But I'll be starting with what I think is my personal favorite, these gem packs. Now, if you've been living under a rock, spelled R-O-K, of course, you might have missed that these are coming to Armory events near you in February 2025. These packs replacing the stereotypical Armory kits we've seen before with flashy new cold foil promos, marvels, extended art cards. Most importantly, they'll be available at the majority of stores just for playing.
And we're going to open some of them this very weekend.
We certainly are. So, no spoilers yet. Don't want to give away anything. But, of course, there are some little tidbits, some tastes on the Flesh and Blood website if you'd like to go and take a look at what's in the packs and has been revealed so far. But we do know a few that we're willing to share with you today, right now. If you're a fan of the Black Widow, don't panic. That Mark of the Black Widow comes in a beautiful extended art, really showcases all those vibrant purples. That's the one I'm going to be looking for. How about you?
Yeah, so a lot of thematics coming around for the hunted into these gem packs moving into the February season. So we also have the Kunai Retribution in cold foil. That is going to be a bit of a chase card, I believe, going into next month.
Really big selling point for those kunai, if you've missed it. Both directions will be available inside of these gem packs, and that will be the case for every single weapon. So if you're looking to bling out your hero from the hunted, fear not about organization or aesthetics. You'll find both daggers you're looking for inside these gem packs. Of course, in Dear Devotion here, again, just gorgeous artwork. Look at the flames ripping off of this. A card that stands to see plenty of play in Fang in the classic constructed format and well further beyond. And this is just a small taste of what we'll be seeing inside of those gem packs a little later on this weekend.
Yeah, some very exciting cards here, and I am just stoked to get my hands on those first gem packs in my local armories. And of course, I hope you do too, coming around in February next month.
Perfect. Well, that was an exciting match. I have to imagine most of the Araknis are still lurking, as they tend to do.
Yeah.
We haven't seen one on stream so far. I'm wondering if they're being kept a secret deliberately. But when we do see an Arakni, do you think they're going to play the same in the sealed format as we maybe think they will in constructed? Or is there going to be any startling differences in your opinion?
I think we're going to see a lot of primers, at least, a little bit of a taste of how it's going to look like when we get into Classic Constructed. Of course, there's more Araknis coming out in Classic Constructed with the marionette version that we know about. And so with this new Araknis, it's going to be very exciting to see what are the tricks that they have up their sleeve.
Okay, well, I have been made aware in my ear that we get to have plenty of fun between rounds. We're the beneficiaries of some long, drawn-out games, so we're going to open some packs of the Hunted. Now, there's plenty of cards you folks at home haven't seen so far that maybe haven't made their way onto the social media airwaves, so hopefully we get to crack some of those. But we're going to show you the contents live and in real time and break down some of these boosters. And I will not be keeping the contents. You can't prove anything.
Yeah, so...
Okay. Oh. Maybe we have a small delay on the pack opening.
That's not it. Let's see if we can
I lied.
Get that
No
sorted.
packs for you. Technology is deemed you don't get to know what's inside this set. You'll never know.
Any day.
So that's fine. We can open them up and show them to you. Why not? We're more than happy to do it the hard way. So, do you want to go first?
You go first.
Are you sure? Okay. In which case, you're going to have to read these cards because I'm going to show them to the camera and I won't be able to see them. Are you up for that?
Sure.
Okay, let's give it a go.
We have a token.
We do. Obsidian Fire Vein. Good start.
We have a token.
Most importantly, I have both of my kunai, which were lurking on the back of
So
those
nothing
tokens.
in the expansion slot.
Nothing in the expansion slot because I am terrible at opening packs, but... Trap and release. We'll start things off as commons. Sizzling Steel. This is a good one. I've actually really enjoyed this card for Limited. Another one of those dagger buffs. It's one of the important ones. Gives you +4 if you have enough draconic chain links. A very, very cool card.
Reaper's Call.
This is one that got a lot of hype when it was spoiled. People love the idea of marking instant speed, doing some shenanigans all around. Big fan.
Yep.
Duskrunner Outlaw. This is a cool reprint. This is a nice
We haven't
one.
seen this one yet, did we?
No, I don't think we have. This is another Outsiders. Uprising staple.
Yes.
Too many sets. One of those iconic draconic ninja cards that was really, really good in that limited format, actually. Great way of getting cheap, efficient go again. So very cool to see that one back in this
Shank
set.
starters are quite few and far between, so getting one additional in here is a good addition.
Very, very happy to see that. Oh, Hunter Killer. This is another one of those big dagger buffs. We'll get it up on the camera there. Another one of those +4 buffs. When you hit a hero, you mark them with it. This is another one of those premium front-end ones to go with, which is fantastic. There we go, the Mark of the Black Widow. Not the extended art version, of course. That might come later.
Of course.
But for now, we'll deal with that. Tooth of Dragon. This is one we saw from Bryan on camera earlier on today. Another one of those great instants that lets you buff the next attack. So you're not just punking them by giving go again to the blade, you're also making the next attack bigger as well, which is fantastic. Pick up the point. The most aptly named retrieve card in the set. You will indeed be picking up the point. Take a stab. If you'd like to take a stab at what that does, feel free. Otherwise, I'll tell you. +3 on the daggers. Obviously, it hits marked heroes. You get to attack an additional time this turn. Now, we've not seen too much of that so far from Fang, but there's an awful lot of ways in this set for Fang to attack with their weapons additional times, right?
Yeah, definitely. And that's something that you really want to look forward to do. One thing I would like to note is that we have these mix cards. So we have Assassin Warrior cards.
True,
we also have Ninja Warrior cards. And so adding those to the pool, especially when we go into the draft section later, is going to create some spicy interesting
I
takes.
agree. I think that's fantastic for draft because it lets you kind of just pick a lane and maybe move and ebb and flow if things don't quite go your way. So these hybrid cards
Help you
making a
stay
return
open. Yeah.
from outsiders. Get it right this time. Really happy to see them back in the pool.
For sure.
Vow of Vengeance, another one we've kind of seen on camera a few times this weekend. It's like primarily an anti-Arakni piece of equipment, but it blocks. Don't need to do an awful lot more in Limited, really. Having a block value on your helmet is definitely worth its value. We're getting to the exciting part. Public Bounty Yellow, not what I would call exciting, but it does indeed mean it's there. Stains of the Red back. Now, this is a great reaction. We haven't seen too much of this on camera so far. Stains of the Red back, great for cost reduction, should it be attacking marked heroes, but it's emulating the spider that it comes from. So +3, go again, all things you want to be doing in Arakni, right, which is fantastic. So we are...
Two cards left.
2 cards left. Up sticks and run, rather not. Decent rare, though. Very cool card. You get to retrieve daggers here, make your dagger 4 bigger. This thing is a haymaker in Limited, and I expect to see it all over the table. Our foil...
It's a rare.
Cut from the same cloth. Target opposing hero reveals their hand. If you reveal an attack reaction, mark them, then the dagger gets +4 afterwards. These +4s are terrifying.
With
The
0
fact that-
cost? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's insane.
There are so many... This is Assassin Warrior, too. So this is
So
hybrids. You
can
can have
see
this in
them in
Arakni,
both.
too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, there are so many ways to buff daggers by 4 in this set that I will never feel safe for dropping below 6. That was a very cool first pack. I've had my go. Hopefully you get to have yours now.
Let's try and see if we can get the camera
Let's
rolling on the
cut
board
back to
again.
the top down, and hopefully Erika's pack is a bit better than mine. Fingers crossed.
And hopefully you get...
There we go. Look at those nails, by the way. Show them off while we got your hands on. I want to see the mark. Look at that. She's marked, everybody, and you. It was planned. That's why she's opening the packs. Chalicera. Bless you. Don't worry, mine's terrible as well. Ooh, fruity. I love this one. We saw it in the feature match a minute ago. I love this attack. It's a great way to flick those daggers around. Most importantly, a block 3, which is actually kind of rare for Cindra. Absolutely. This one's a very cool kind of front buff. Not only are you getting something immediately, but you kind of get the ability to threaten more on the chains where you might attack multiple times. We kind of alluded to it earlier on, and the more dagger swings you get, the better a card like Point of Engagement becomes.
Also, nice to see some actions, not only attacks that can buff some things along the line. So, very interesting addition.
Absolutely.
Hunted or Hunter. When this defense with the attacking hero has played or activated an attack reaction, this chain link, they lose a life.
Yeah, we haven't seen this one so far, but this is one of the common traps you expect to see from Arakni Web of Deceit. And finding a trap in your pool is somewhat important because you can, of course, flip into that trapdoor spider and pick yourself up a defense reaction. So this is a block 4 in a roundabout way if you can make it work, which seems like a really valuable one to grab from that trapdoor.
Yeah, so a lot of these traps are super, super interesting. So I hope to see more of that being played later. We have Grow Some Wings. I love the art on this card.
Gorgeous, gorgeous card. Bright, vibrant oranges. Go again if you have a Draconic attack before it. And again, blocking 3, which is actually worth a premium in these Ninja decks. Love this card.
For sure. Really look out for these 3 blocks when you go out to hunt with Cindra this weekend. Knife Through Butter.
I love Knife Through Butter. It's one of the best card names on the market. I won't be taking any questions.
For sure. Comes in all colors.
Mm-hmm.
We have Mark of the Funnel Web.
Yep, this one's another haymaker. It's another one of those attacker marked hero. Do something you would really rather not have done to you. And
It's a
those
CNC on a stick.
Absolutely.
It's really that.
One of my favorite types of effects. Happy to see this one in the set too.
Love those effects where it threatens an arsenal or threatens a card from your hand. All of those goodies. Leapfrog leggings.
Let's go. Snazzy pants. Love me some leapfrog leggings. These have looked great on camera so far. I love this equipment cycle that could just leap to your safety if your opponent tries to punk you out with an attack reaction. They feel like they're going to make this format very vibrant. Like normally, if your opponent doesn't respect your attack, it's ha ha ha, game's over. No such nonsense in this case. Leapfrog leggings coming to your safety.
I also love the addition to have this capability at your disposal because there are so many attack reactions. So having this available to you really helps out a lot.
Very happy to see it.
Pick up the point. When this attacks, you may retrieve a dagger. So another way to recurse those daggers back to your disposal.
Absolutely. Seeing a lot of this in this set, retrieve, a very popular keyword. And it's really cool to see people that aren't Cindra have the ability to kind of rebuy those daggers, especially for Arakni, who might want to be breaking them to be able to mark the opponent and then hopefully buy them back at a later date. So really sweet card. Pulls the room together.
And a 2-block, but
Hey,
all of these mixed cards are typically 2-block, so...
you can't have it all. You got to pick a
can't
lane.
have it all.
If you want flexibility, you've got to block like crap. That's how it works.
Another one, we have Assassin Warrior. It's Scar Tissue.
Yep.
Target dagger gets +1, and when this hits a hero, mark them.
I'm a bit of a sneaky fan of these blue buffs. Like, they're mostly resource cards. They're going to pay for your turn, but every now and then you'll draw a hand with too many blues, and your opponent's still going to die anyway. And that's exactly what I want from my attack reactions. So, great hybrid card here. Not like super flashy, but a great role player.
Oh, Lay Low. We haven't seen that one yet, I think.
So this was revealed officially before the stream, so it was out there. Lay Low is a really cool card, and it's super indicative of what this format is about. If you're marked, you don't get to play this. You're very bad at laying low, unsurprisingly. But if the attacking hero is marked, their next stack is smaller. So it kind of lets you get that 4 value again across the defense reaction, which is very powerful. The question is, can you remain unseen long enough to be able to do it?
So it's effectively -4.
Yeah,
or blocking
absolutely.
4, which is really, really premium,
Yeah.
I would say, in this format.
Just don't get marked, which I'm sure is very easy and not at all difficult in this format.
Oh, the red alert gloves. I love these.
Another piece of equipment that we're all kind of falling in love with slowly. These are equipment that are better if attack reaction has been played in the chain link. Very similar to the leapfrog. Just gives you counterplay to that, what is ultimately the game-ending aspect of play for these Draconic heroes. There's just ways to move, breathe, navigate, and that's really cool. It has a lot of diversity to the format, and I love that.
Definitely, and it really puts the finger on, are you really sure you want to attack react me this turn? It's not going to be as effective.
It's still there.
It's
You can
still
see
there.
it. Like,
Exactly.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
The first rare, twist and turn. Your next dagger attack this turn gets +2 on a blue. Interesting. When this hits, you may attack with an additional time this turn.
Now, I don't know if this one was out there before, but this is a rainbow cycle. So the red is +4, which is obviously exceptionally powerful in this case. And yet another one of those effects that offers Fang another swing of the weapon. And from what we've seen so far, those weapon hits, they aren't small, they aren't messing around. That's really powerful.
Can be really, really scary. So excited to see this come around and see some more play. We have another rare. Hunt to the Ends of Wraith. Love this name.
Yeah, the name's awesome. The artwork is awesome. This card, maybe one of the ones you might side in if you're playing against an Arakni in this format, because when this attacks Arakni is a rather deliberate line of text. But of course, attacking a marked hero would still make this a 0 for 4 with Go Again, and that's pretty good, last I heard.
So going into the last card, it's going to be the Rainbow Foil. Imperial Intent. It's a common. This costs 1 less to play for each Draconic chain link you control. Target dagger attack gets +2.
Yeah, really simple, very snazzy, but we'll see a lot of this in this set. Draconic attack reactions to give some kind of bonus. They get cheaper if you're willing to play Draconic chain links for... God dang, look at that foil.
It fits really, really well with the rainbow foils on these Draconic cards especially. I think it looks so, so pretty.
Oh, wow.
But yeah.
You want to open another one?
Are we looking to extend some more time?
Do we have to? We certainly do.
Can I do more? Can I do more?
More booster packs. Let's see some more cards from the 100. I'm not done. The audience at home isn't done. I want
put
cardboard.
those out of frame.
And I'm taking those. No one will ever see those again.
So let's see. Can we pull some spice? What card would you be most excited to see?
I mean, the Fable, of course. I'm not sure if we've talked about it yet, but maybe we can show it in real time.
Seen a few of these Chaos Tarantulas or Chaos Spiders. So some of these you need to pack if you want to play Arakni.
Yeah, I think they're available in token form, right? So it does make sense. They're in the pre-release kit, so you'll have them available for you at pre-release, but they're available in the token slot as well.
We have Grow Wings. If a Draconic attack was the last attack this combat chain, this gets Go Again.
Beautiful artwork once again. Happy to see this one in a rainbow cycle.
We saw this one in the last pack, so nothing new here.
Chat, do let us know what you're hoping to see in these packs. Pop those messages in chat. I wanna hear from you.
Brothers of Flame. Haven't seen this one yet, I don't think.
Yeah, this is one of, in my opinion, the best commons in Fang. I kind of read this card maybe 4 or 5 times to make sure I didn't read it wrong. I was like, oh, okay.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Really easy condition to meet here. 2 Draconic chain links to make this thing function. No questions asked of a block 3 +4 costs 0.
Cost 1.
0 if I squint.
squint.
If I squint and look really, okay, it costs 1. It's not maybe this is why I had to read it twice.
It's a little bit blurry on camera, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, so I'll read it again. Maybe I'll get it right on the 3rd time around. But +4, block 3, I mean, those are just all the magic numbers you're looking for from a red buff. So Brothers of Flame, pretty great one.
But it can really help you find your ways around how you want to block, because if they have 1 floating, it should tell you maybe there's something big coming your way. If there's just 1 or 0 floating, then there might be something less. So can be good to know. Scuttle the canal.
Yeah, lovely go again attack on marked heroes here. It's a very snazzy stealth attack. Gives you the ability to go a little bit wider if you're willing to mark the opponents. That's not something that Assassin is typically great at outside of the daggers. So go again, always welcome.
We have tag the target. This is pretty common. Coming back again. It's such a good starter. It's such a good card for Cindra.
Exactly what you want, yeah. Something to start the turn, something that plays very well with those fealty tokens if you want to make it draconic. Just a really solid bread and butter role player in this format.
Yeah, make sure to get some of those into your deck to make sure that things move smoothly. Sworn Vengeance. I'm not sure we've seen this one.
No, Sworn Vengeance has popped up on the stream a few times. We've seen it in the feature match area. But this artwork, and more importantly, this flavor text, absolutely ring through the bones. When they murdered my Emperor, they killed my destiny. Do you think Lieutenant Yamada is having a good time? I don't.
Who is Lieutenant Yamada?
Anyway, Vengeance has been sworn, and you will obviously mark many a hero in the process. Yamada does pop up in tons of the... actually, we've had some lore very recently. If you guys haven't checked it out, the fab.com website has had all kinds of new installments for all these heroes, of which you'll learn more about their backstories and some of the other characters that you'll see in the Hunted. So, well worth reading, especially if you're interested in Lieutenant Yamada.
Make sure to get your eyes on that. We have Reaper's Call Red. This card we've seen quite a bit, and the instant on this one is just so good.
Absolutely, yeah. Artwork's very killer. I love the ability to be able to discard at instant speed to mark our opponents. We've said it numerous times this weekend, but that's really snazzy, so love to see it.
We have Blessing of Vincerakai, and then, again, I love this name. Gets me back
I don't.
to draw my...
I've not missed Vincerakai at all. You can keep that one away from me. I'm not interested in staring down that Dragon more anytime soon. But lovely to see another Draconic buff coming in. There's another great way of gaining +3. This one really solid on turn 0. You can play it out ahead of time, buff up that next turn. That's very, very cool.
Yeah, but it's a very powerful aura to kickstart your turn. Lair of the Spider. We have when this defense and attack with go again, mark the attacking hero.
Yeah, new one here. Another one of these traps that plays very well with the same trapdoor you see on the screen. Likely to see a lot of play in Limited.
Danger Digits.
It's it, Danger Digits. My favorite equipment in the set. I will be buying a cold foil for the name alone.
We have Den of the Spider.
Very cool common here. Defense and attack with greater than its base. Gets that mark on again. You're kind of seeing this in all of our attacks. Very easy to mark. Very easy to get yourself unmarked.
So many traps in this set.
Love it.
Put in context. Love this art.
Yeah, I can put this one in context for you by no problem at all. This can only defend if something is really small. Harkens back to Belittle. Love to see it.
We have Affirm Loyalty. Another rare.
First rare here. Lovely to see. What have we got behind it?
We have Long Whisker Loyalty. We haven't seen this one yet.
Incredible Majestic, spoiled nice and early in this spoiler season. Probably the build-around card of Fang. Lets you use all those chain links for bonus damage, extra attacks, or even marking the opponent if you want.
Can we top this one? We have a common. The foil is a Lair of the Spider. We've seen you before. Nothing new here. So that is going to wrap us up here, I think.
Yeah, doubling up, looking real pretty. Nice to see some foils. I'm sure, if we're lucky, we'll have some more booster packs coming over the course of the day. We'll no doubt get some downtime as we go. But we do have more exciting Flesh and Blood coming up. We're heading into round 3 of the world premiere. Are we going to be seeing an Arakni? Maybe? Perhaps?
Let's see. I'm very excited to see some Arakni action going.
Well, welcome back from that very short reprieve while we packed away our cards and got ready for round 3 of the world premiere here in Prague. We have been missing the spider so much that maybe it's time for a double dose.
How do you say? Are we having a mirror match?
2 Araknis coming up for you in this feature match area this time. If you're looking for your first taste of everything the Web of Deceit has available to them, this will be our first chance to do so. So, for anyone at home that's unfamiliar with this brand new assassin hero, what are we expecting to see?
So Arakni, especially the mirror, I think it's going to be a very much of a slow grind, burn, and compared to the Cindra mirror, that was really, really quick. It was over really like 5-6 turns. At the Arakni, we might see a cycle happening where we're going to see a bit of a strategy where the players are going to try to stack up their deck to find those power cards at the end of their cycle in order to come up with something big to finish things off.
Okay.
But it's going to be very, very important to keep the cards in deck and make sure that they have all the power they need to move forward.
So we're looking for something very slow, very deliberate, very methodic. Michael Lemerie, I'm going to go with. Summer Giles here on either side of the table, both rocking our newest resident of the Assassin class. Have to wonder, which of the Agents of Chaos do you think you want to become in this matchup?
Oh, that's a really good question. I mean, some of them are just so powerful. And it's going to be such an interesting game to see, like who is going to take the tempo, who is going to be playing to their outs in the best way possible. These players have already had 2 games to warm themselves up a little bit, understand exactly what cards on their deck are doing, and the synergies that they might have found during their first 2 games. So we'll see if they have a plan moving into this game.
Love to see it. Show of respect from both competitors here. Daggers flicked over. Happy to see a nice rainbow foil one for Summer. I'm sure she's in love with that. We do see some powerful all-star commons in both of these hands early. That Mark of the Black Widow, one that we've definitely been writing home on, but there's a Mark of the Funnel Web in there, even a Reaver's Call. There's plenty of goodies for both of our players here.
Yeah, let's see who is getting the opportunity to start. I think as you get your heads first into this game, you want to make sure that you get some cards out of your opponent's hand in order for, as we mentioned, this probably will go into fatigue, so keeping your cards in deck is going to be very, very important.
It's definitely going to be a battle of attrition. Mark of the Huntsman, the dagger, we're going to be seeing plenty here. Really simple stuff. If it's attacking a marked hero, it gets +1, so it can secretly be bigger than it looks. More importantly, if it hits a hero, you can choose to break it to mark the opponent, which of course will trigger that rather powerful game-warping shift of chaos we expect from Arakni.
Already pulling the trigger here, and we already see the actions of the attack reactions and defense reaction coming here on the starting turn already.
No playing around. Summer firmly putting that decision in context for us. Incision was the play coming in nice and early there for Michael. Blown out by put into context, keeping that dagger at bay. No mark, do not pass go, do not collect any currency. No one turning into Agents of Chaos so far. And we make our way over to Summer Giles. See if she could do the same thing. Starting on that Mark of the Huntsman, threatening that all-important mark effect.
Yeah, again, this is such an annoying attack to deal with because it's coming in for 1, and as we mentioned, your cards typically block for 2 or 3. You don't typically want to commit one of those 2 or 3 blocks on these smaller attacks. It doesn't create that much value to you.
That is a banger in the hand of Summer Giles. Tarantula Toxin lurking on the side of the hand. Now this one, an incredible Majestic, has the ability to do some nasty dagger math, but also make blocking a stealth attack particularly painful. That looks to be a haymaker here. That dagger up to 4 points of power and likely connecting with Michael here if there's no shelter from the storm lurking in the wings.
Indeed, we don't see a lot here, but
it will be Lair of the Spider,
that
lovely foil you cracked just moments ago coming in here from the Arsenal, soaking up some of that damage. But we are going to connect by the looks of it. Looks like maybe... So, yeah, we have Summer being marked here, courtesy of the Lair of the Spider. Of course, defends and attack with Go Again. They are getting marked, so that's now prime and in place. The question is if this dagger is being broken to mark Mikhail, or whether or not we are just continuing on with our turn. We are. Okay, first dagger break of the game. We are marked. The question is, do we continue to apply pressure, or do we want to transform into one of these Agents of Chaos?
Yeah, that's the question, because if you attack with one of your attacks and the opponent is marked and they hit, then the mark is going to disappear. So the chaos is not going to enable at the end of your turn. So it's a really good double here. But Summer, of course, deciding to put all gas, no brakes here, making sure to be on the offensive.
Bite, an exceptionally potent rare here coming on in. Of course, extra bonus point of damage courtesy of Arakni's other hero ability. Attacking a marked hero will give those stealth attacks a healthy bonus, and on hit go again, which is very terrifying if you're unsure about another zero-cost attack in the hand. More importantly, Bite, very capable of throwing the other dagger, should you wish, upon connecting, and remarking, Michael, if that's something we're interested in.
Yeah, question is how many recursion items that Summer has available to her. Is she really interested to nick another dagger into the graveyard for the course of this Bite effect? But we'll see. We have a really, really strong 4 being presented here, and it's not typically something that you'd like to block easily.
Does look like we're eating the damage from that Bite, the mark token being promptly removed as a direct result. That does mean this attack has go again, though, so this turn isn't necessarily over for Summer, depending on what the card in hand was. Alas, it's making its way into the arsenal, setting up for a bigger turn, and we are yet to see our first chaotic transformation. And that makes me very sad.
Yeah, we're probably gonna at least find one in the course of this game. It wouldn't surprise me. There's gonna be a lot of turns in this game moving on.
Absolutely. So, Michael chose to keep their hand as best possible that last turn, leveraging the defense reaction they parked in their arsenal at the beginning of the game. So let's see what they're capable of doing with a full 4-card hand. Unsurprisingly, this format, dagger-centric, stabby-stabby. It's going to be that Mark of the Huntsman onto the combat chain once again, threatening that all-important mark. More importantly, it's already there in this case. So Mark of the Huntsman coming in for 2.
Yeah, so that trap is really proving itself powerful here. But if Summer decides to take this one, she of course loses the mark target, which might be a strat. But we're actually looking to commit some equipment here.
Yeah, those Bladebreaker gauntlets showing you what they're made of here. Getting an additional bonus buff when blocking a weapon, which means you can soak up the on-hit. However, we are bumping... Oh my god, it's back and forth.
It's trap galore.
Non-stop with these players. Attack reactions to buff the knife. Defense reaction to keep us safe. No one is taking an unexpected hit in the battle of the unknown. Incision once again fails to find its mark. 2 red copies of that. Very impactful for Mikkel, though. Look, oh, we might not be done. Okay, plunge. It starts with a P. Why can't I remember? Another stealth attack coming in here. 5 points of power. This one, if attacking a marked hero, has an extra point of plunge the prospect. I knew it was a P. God damn.
We'll learn, we'll learn.
So, most importantly here, 5 power from this attack. 1 from the plunge itself, 1 from Arakni, because your opponent is marked. So this thing is just huge.
Indeed, like I mentioned previously, like sometimes it can be really, really good to get rid of your mark and it allows some of those damage to come in, or come through rather. So a really, really good follow-up here for Mikkel.
Great turn here on both cases. Go again, obviously fantastic on this one as well. Should have hit, of course, which it looks like it's going to. Summer taking the hit.
Finally
She's happy
losing
to
the
go
mark,
down
yeah.
to 15, lose that mark. A follow-up. Sound the alarm. This might be my favorite card in all of the Hunted. Take a peek at the opposing hand. If you find an attack reaction lurking, you can sound the alarm. You'll be prepared on the following turn by parking a defense reaction straight on top of your deck.
Such a good card, and really, really sets you up to play to your best defenses, and especially when you don't have any cards left in your hand, you have that perfect arsenal to go with it.
Great rates on this one as well. 5 power, blocks for 3, only cost 1 to play. And of course, this means we have successfully scored a trigger here, courtesy of that 2 sides of the blade lurking in the hand for Summer. So we're going to go and find ourselves a trap, park it on top, and prepare ourselves
Oh
for
yeah, it goes on top. I thought it
those
goes into hand.
reactions. No,
My bad.
That would be insane.
That would be insane.
No, instead
I mean,
you
we've
have to...
seen Codex, that's
Yeah,
too far,
true.
too far.
But we have to prepare for the attack. That doesn't mean we're ready right now. That means we're ready on the following turn, so we park it on top of the deck instead, and that's where it will go in this case for Mikkel.
But it's also an attack for 5, so it's quite a good chain ender here. This turn turned out so beautiful here for Mikkel, being able to utilize his whole hand to such a great effect with all the costs available to him.
Phenomenal rate here all around. Really interesting mental games going on here. Both players familiar with the contents of Summer's hand, but she's also familiar with that defense reaction on top of Michael's deck. So Do you extend your attack reaction? Do you force them to hold on to that D-react for later? There's a lot of mind games going on there, and I kind of love that.
Definitely all mind games all around, and also like the poker faces that you have to establish in order to like, okay, do I have the D-react or do I have the attack action to go with the cards that I'm presenting or not, and how do I play around it? So far, it has been very, very even in terms of like the amount of attack actions versus the defense reactions, so it's been very on par so far.
You're so right. We're in that weird spot where you know that they know, but you also know that they know that you know, and suddenly all of the mind games just kind of compound on themselves and create interesting dilemmas for both of these players. That's exactly what I want to see from my limited games. The dagger scores a hit in this case, and we are going to discard as an instant this lovely Reaper's Call, looking to mark, I believe.
Or are we attacking?
Oh, maybe we are. Okay, the lack
Looks
of
like
damage
we're
dice kind
attacking.
of threw me off a moment there. I thought we were looking to mark our opponent, but
Yeah.
Reaper's Call, it's a stealth attack. You can just throw it at them if you prefer.
Indeed, it's such an interesting proposition.
That mind game playing out in full effect there. Summer staring at the two sides of the blade in their hand and going, is that an exchange I want to make? I'm not sure if I want to let you use your D-react profitably here or if I should save this for later.
Yeah.
The knowing look from Michael, like, yeah, do it. Go on. Why don't you? And I'd love to see it.
Just knowing that your opponent has a defense reaction, you can also telegraph a little bit on what else they have available to them. So if they've stuck with one card left in hand, you know that's a D-react waiting, so you don't even need to be so afraid of it.
Blue Whittle the Bone being pitched away for later. That one's kind of cool. We might see some of those graphite chaliceras coming up later on, being attached to Arakni once their daggers have disappeared. For now, it is yet another mark of the Huntsman's Swing. We're going to be seeing plenty of this over the course of the game. Again, that mark just very impactful should you choose to connect. Breaking the dagger this time. It is going to be Summer marked. She's under pressure. That same question as before. Do we accept our transformation or do we keep the pressure going? It's a difficult choice.
Indeed, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and present another stealth card.
This one's very cool. This Skull the Canals. It's a go again on a marked attack. So this time round, he's going to have go again regardless of whether it hits Arakni or no Arakni.
Right.
But if you're attacking a marked hero, nice and flush. It does, of course, get that bonus point of power from Arakni's hero ability. So we are presenting a break point again. That might not work out particularly well. There is a certain protection from a certain storm lurking in the hand of Summer, Giles. And might just cover this up nice and cleanly. Pirates for everyone. No hit for you.
Love to see this Majestic coming into play here. Shelter of the Storm, the Pirates galore coming into fray and beautifully covering up this 4 attack.
So most importantly, it is time to turn the table, spin the wheel, roll the dice. We are seeing our first Agent of Chaos of the weekend. And which one will it be? Numero uno. It is time for the Black Widow.
Yeah, first Chaos we see here on stream. We have Black Widow. She has an attack reaction. Discard an assassin's card. Target assassin attack gets +3. If it has stealth, it gets, when this hits a hero, they banish a card from their hand. So this is effectively a pummel.
Absolutely. So always good all the time. You can cash in an assassin card of your choice on any assassin attack you like. Make it a little bit bigger. You get that extra bonus buff if it happens to be a stealth attack in the process. And this one, as you say, really potent, threatening to rip cards out of the hand if you choose not to respect it.
Yeah, and also the additional mind games here of debating whether you would like to stay marked or not, like taking a little bit of damage in order to avoid getting that marked removed from your side of the table. It's all of those mind games coming into fray, like how much do I care about being marked, not being marked? Will I give my opponent the opportunity to go chaos mode or not? So many mind games going on here.
There's so many moving pieces, which is incredible to see. Arakni on full display in this game so far. Love to see one of the agents finally making their way onto the table. The dagger does connect in this case for Summer. She chooses not to break it and mark the opponent. Maybe reconsidering that at this moment in time. Looks like we're following up with a backstab, however, which is another lovely reprint, actually. This one seems like it could be really good in this matchup with the amount of defense reactions we've seen.
Yeah, an additional text on this one is that you can't play defense reactions on top of this. So it's a really, really fun addition to this set from outsiders, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see this. Summer being rewarded for holding on to that 2 sides of the blade. We saw them park in the arsenal earlier on. No defense reaction value for you. I know you have it. You sounded the alarm. So instead, I can backstab and sneak in all that bonus damage without you contesting me. And that's very cool. Great play from her.
So question is, do we want to commit some cards onto these? There's no on-hit really threatening here, but of course, there are some tricks that could happen, and we have one floating, so could essentially be an existential threat.
Michael having a bit of a rough time with this one, definitely debating their options. I think they were very much hoping to leverage that defense reaction to soak up some damage this turn, maybe keep their hand. Instead, find themselves in a bit of a pickle. They also, of course, know those blades are lurking in the arsenal, so this isn't just any small stealth attack. This could be quite problematic. Michael's taking a moment to consider how low they're willing to go this early in the mirror match.
And also, how are they able to utilize their hand to their full extent? Like maybe there is 2 cards that can be committed here because they can't properly utilize the whole hand instead. So
Does look like a spare blue going. It is going to be that 2 sides of the blades that we know about, paid for in full, knocking this up to 6 on backstab. You won't be seeing any D-reacts coming to save Michael here. 3 points of damage making its way over on this combat chain, bringing them down to 9. We're going to be popping our feet here, getting ourselves a little bit of extra gasoline.
A last-minute addition just to get in there. Again, we are playing with very generous rules here today, so we have a lot of generosity in terms of like timers and such when we are learning about this new set today.
Well, thankfully, they could have been activated any earlier there for Summer either. She had to wait until she played a reaction during the reaction step itself to be able to use those shiny shoes to give go again. We'll be following up with Mark the Prey. Nice and simple. I bet you can't guess what that card does, Erika. What do you think Mark the Prey does? Mark's a hero when it hits, of course. Fantastic. Brilliant assassin attack here. Just finishing up the combat chain. And of course, we see once again that marked symbol coming into effect. This stealth attack, now a breakpoint that's really pesky to block.
Indeed, and we are already marked, so the thing is that no matter if you take this or not, you're going to stay marked. So it's a very interesting proposition here for Michael to consider.
No way to avoid the impending transformation this time for Michael. They are considering instead how much health they would like to have should they hold an extra card so they can activate Black Widow. Some are taking a moment to read Black Widow themselves, make sure they understand what they're about to be staring down.
Could be good to understand what might happen on your opponent's turn, to make sure to read and process everything. There's so many things that you need to learn because there has been so many commons and so many cards that we haven't seen yet. So all of these players are doing right now is trying to figure out, okay, what are the propositions, what are the possibilities, what are the counterattacks, what is everything that is going on that can possibly happen that I need to consider.
Michael continues to looking for a way to make this just feel good. This is not a great position, doesn't feel fantastic knowing that you're going to be marked heading into the next turn, but we do find ourselves with some spare cards. That public bounty on blocking duty, remarking you, courtesy of Mark the Prey, and it's time to spin the wheel. It's a 6. We are going to be trapdooring it up this time around. Shall we see what traps are lurking for Summer?
So this has actually an activated effect on when you become. So you may search your deck for a card, banish it face down, then shuffle. If it's a trap, you may play it until the start of your next turn. So this is a really, really interesting proposition here because you can basically banish any card. It doesn't have to be a trap necessarily. So you could just completely fool your opponent into thinking that there might be a trap in there.
You could. There's some real mind games there to banishing a card and accepting you have one less to work with, but your opponent will then have to assume that you have a trap lurking in the wings on the following turn. In this case, very real trap being picked up from Summer, lurking in the banish zone there, and she will have the benefit of using that for some additional punchy block value on this following turn. Michael may be regretting that they kept the ability to react here with Black Widow. Might be walking straight into a trap.
Indeed. But it's going to be interesting to see how Michael is going to show us how this Black Widow performs in action, basically.
Is that another Tarantula Toxin?
Are you kidding me?
So I believe that's a second copy in the hand for Summer. That is a absolute hammer. I look forward to seeing what they're able to do with it over the course of the next turn. We start as we mean to carry on. Both players firmly marked here means these Huntsman daggers are going to be swinging for 2 a time.
Now, Michael being down to 7 life, Summer is up at 12. So a little bit more healthy on Summer's side, but Michael has a little bit more at his disposal on the equipment side of things. So we definitely can't count any of them out at this point in time. I think the game state right now is quite even for both of them.
Absolutely, this is super back and forth. Both players with a lot of wiggle room to give, depending on how the rest of their turns play out. Looks like we're considering going on red alert, courtesy of our chess piece here, soaking up some damage, courtesy of Mark of the Huntsman. It will, of course, be both sides of the blade being blunted by the Den of the Spider, the trap we knew was lurking thanks to that trapdoor transformation. No damage through.
Great defense here, but that means that Summers is still marked. Now, at the end of the turn, the Arakni is going to transform back into its original form, but they will not transform again on their turn. But on the end of their next turn, that is the next time that they will be able to transform.
Absolutely. Assuming Summer is still marked, there is plenty going on there, of course. Yeah. The red back there is an attack react, so I don't think we can start on that one. So little bit of a small slip from Summer. But information is good.
Again, we're here to learn.
Of course.
We're here
Cards
to
are
have
brand
fun.
new. No one had seen them before today. Like, expecting us to know what card types are is a bit dramatic, don't you think?
I believe there's only tickets on the line here for the players today.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
at the end of the day, we're just here to have some fun, understand what this new set is all about, and enjoy just learning how everything goes.
Instead, we will plunge the prospect straight into the combat chain. Stealth attack here. If it's attacking a marked hero, it does get ever so slightly bigger. Of course, no bonus damage, courtesy of the Web of Deceit. They're not here right now, so you'll have to leave a message. That equipment going to be finding its way in front for Michael here. They have definitely been saving that so far this game. Makes sense to finally cash it in if they've got a hand they're interested in keeping.
Definitely, and he really needs to find a way to threaten some more life totals here on Summer's side. And so with this proposition, Summer is sitting on 3 cards in hand. He's going to have a really tough time to make sure that he stays healthy, keep some cards in hand in order to threaten something back.
A little bit of jiggery pokery here, soaking up the hits potentially. Of course, both players knowing that this red back is looming.
Spoilers.
Spoilers indeed. Staying to the red black, really powerful attack reaction here. One rare attack with stealth will get +3 and go again, which obviously in this case is very impactful for how wide Summer is able to go. She takes a hearty chuckle. Love to see it. Makes me very happy that both players seem to be enjoying this game so much.
Yeah, that's why we're all here, to have some fun. And I really, as you mentioned, it's so fun to see the players enjoying themselves here today.
Michael taking the time to consider if there's anything they would like to do in response to this rather sickening attack react.
Do we have anything at our disposal? I think he's still sitting on a trap in his arsenal from a lot of turns ago.
Potentially. This is a very dangerous hand, I think, for Summer here. She's holding on to Mark of the Black Widow and that Tarantula Toxin we discussed earlier. Right now, Michael is still marked. The question is whether that's about to still be the case. We're going to be diving in with the Toxin. Michael can't believe what he's seeing. I'd like to -3 one of the cards that is blocking my stealth attack. Turn your card into lukewarm soup and push some additional damage in the process. Now, you've got to be awfully glad you put some equipment in front of this, or the game would have been over.
Indeed. So Michael drawing a breath of relief as he's being able to survive. But we also have the leapfrog equipment available that can help us soak some damage.
Absolutely. Looks like that might be jumping to our safety in a brief moment. Of course, that Den of the Spider lurking in the arsenal once more for Michael as well. So definitely some counterplay here if they'd liked. But this Tarantula Toxin, no doubt backbreaking. You had assumed that some of this damage was being prevented. Instead, it looks like we might end up with as many as 4 cards on the combat chain here just to soak up this plunder. That's not a great place to be.
So Den of the Spider is going to absolutely soak up some damage here, but Summer is already marked, so the own hit is not, or the effect on this is not going to matter that much, but damage is still going to come through at the end of the day.
So will be a dagger to follow, courtesy of that Mark of the Black Widow. Not marked anymore. So a small 1 extra point of damage, but every little helps. Small dagger attacks will add up here. It will be the armor being used in this spot to soak up a hit. Love to see that from the chess piece. Looks like we get most of a hand to work with here from Michael. Hopefully stealing some tempo back.
Yeah, let's see if Summer can continue the onslaught that she's on. She's absolutely pulling onwards with her deck right now, and it's so fun to see how she is handling everything with this deck that she has built.
Absolutely. Michael taking a moment to consider his options, flicking through that graveyard. What have I got left? What have I used?
We have passed half the deck at this point, so we are probably looking at the last few turns of power cards left in their deck at this point in time.
Certainly heading towards those pitch stacks. A little bit away from that just yet, but definitely an eye to the future. Some are kindly reminding Michael they are marked.
Yes.
The dagger is ever so slightly bigger.
Some of these small things that you need to keep track of. There are so many little things that are on the cards that you need to make sure to remember. So, of course, as we're still learning.
So we are cashing in that mark of the Huntsman to score that mark once again. So really pivotal moment here for Michael, accepting that right now they've got no daggers. That's a big risk to take if you find yourself in a mirror match like this one, as weapons can certainly matter as we get towards the end of the deck. Instead, that mark feels important right now. 2 cards remaining in hand for Michael. What do we think the follow-up is going to be?
Yeah, I really hope for Michael's sake that he has some way to recursion these daggers back.
Oh, this is an incredible piece of cardboard. Have you ever seen a dagger attack, Erika? This is one of my favorite cards spoiled by the lovely Max Ferocity. Kiss of Death. A stealth attack that threatens to drain away extra points of life should it connect. But most importantly, it's a dagger itself. All those sneaky tricks you use to buff your dagger, well, they're all online to make this one a whole lot more painful.
Yeah, such an interesting Majestic. We've seen so many great Majestics this game. This is such an amazing game so far.
Some are giving maximum respect where possible to this Kiss of Death, not wanting to fall victim to that on-hit.
But they're marked.
They are indeed marked. It's time to roll the dice. Let's see which Agent of Chaos is joining us today. Numero 4. I want to say that's Redback, but we're all checking at the same time. It certainly is. Redback, not one of the heaviest hitters of the brood, but still able to give those attacks and attacks an extra bonus buff. Great when life totals are starting to get low. More importantly, it can give your stealth attacks go again. So you're very capable of doing an impression of the other Arakni if you're looking to go wide.
Indeed. And I mean, it's such a good way to remove one of your worse cards, lesser good cards, not as good cards, and trade them in for basically a +3 and go again. So, I mean, it's such a powerful exchange if you manage to keep a card around that you maybe don't want to play offensively otherwise.
Sure, one of the big draws to playing Arakni in this format, just your card quality can only ever be so bad. If you're switching into these Agents of Chaos, all of your cards are +3s at the worst, right? Which is certainly a good place to be. Speaking of good place to be, have you ever been to the Edge of Oblivion? I hear it's nice this time of year. We're going to make our pursuit over in that direction and try and mark an opposing hero on the way. 4 power attack, nothing to play, 3 to block with. Really cool little generic.
So there begs the question, do we have a hand that we can go all out on, or should we preserve some life here?
It's definitely more of a tense moment for Michael here. 6 is not a lot to work with. Those +4 dagger buffs certainly do lurk in Arakni, much like they do in Fang, and that does mean that daggers can threaten lethal in the future. You do not want to be falling too low. Does it look like we're considering which of our cards we can best expend here to soak up some of the damage from Pursue to the Edge of Oblivion?
7 minutes remaining in the round. Players need to make sure that they are within the time, because as we mentioned in the start, this is probably one of those mirror matches that is going to drag out a little bit, and we're going to probably see a second cycle happening. So, but again, we want to make sure that we understand the cards and to probably take another second to read the card and understand the synergies that we are playing with and what our options are looking like.
Plenty of time available for these players for the rest of this game. Deck's looking a little thin as we go as well. Great to see. Michael wrapping his head around the situation. Does not want to fall into dagger range, but clearly has a hand that would be exceptionally impactful if they were able to keep it. Science got to give. The question is, what?
What indeed? What can we construct?
All right. Does look like we are giving this the maximum required respect. D-React in addition to a nice clean block. No Edge of Oblivion found. This time, no marking of Michael. Instead, we'll move back over to them, see what they can achieve on a 3-card hand. We're going to be starting things off nice and punchy with a little bit of go again.
Just a great start of the chain here. Now, Michael doesn't have any daggers at his disposal, so he really needs to rely on pushing some damage with only his cards alone, unless he has some way to recur those daggers back into his disposal.
Definitely some powerful options there, of course. Retrieve cards at their best in Arakni. Having to break those Mark of the Huntsman to enable your hero ability on numerous occasions means the retrieve cards do a great job of picking them back up and keeping that end game alive. But as you say, here, really awkward spot for Michael. Doesn't have a great number of options for going wide with those daggers missing. Instead, relying on outed here to put pressure on the opponent.
And Summer is finally getting rid of that marked, as it seems, as we take this outed.
Not a bad way to continue here. Michael doing the best they can with the limited number of cards they have left remaining. That mark token does finally disappear. Yeah, of course. One of my favorite things about this, keeping track of whether or not you are marked. Cut through coming in, of course. Not at its best when you have no daggers to enable it, but a vanilla head jab going to do the job here just fine at pressuring Summer's life total, threatening to put them down to 3. They are going to be discarding the reaction to give this go again.
Or +3.
You're right. There we go. Slip of the
So he's
brain.
hitting for 6 exactly.
Yeah. No D-React in sight here for Summer. Those Chaos agents, they're sneaky, they're fickle, and more importantly, they provide you with 3 bonus points of damage. That will, of course, knock this attack up to 6.
And that is going to be lethal.
Going to be lethal damage leaking over the line for Summer. Congratulations to Michael. Leveraging those agents of chaos to the best of their ability, especially that red back there at the end, to show exactly what the Brood is capable of doing.
Such an interesting game, and finding the first Arakni versus Arakni mirror match of the day, of the weekend. Hopefully going to see a lot more of this in the week to come, or weekend to come. We saw some really interesting play here with the Chaos. I want to say Chaos Monkeys, but it's Chaos Spiders all over.
All the chaotic spiders. It just goes to show just how diverse and complicated those agents are. There's just so many things to consider. As we mentioned over the course of that game, things slip through the cracks and, of course, fall by the wayside as the game goes on. But beautifully played by both players there. A great first exposure to what Arakni is capable of on both sides of the table.
So many traps. I did not expect to see that many traps on both players' disposal. So that tells me that these traps are going to be a lot more readily available. And if you're looking to play Arakni this weekend, it's probably something you're going to look out for. Like, how many traps do you have available so you can protect yourself against the menaces that are with these attack reactions to stay alive?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I was pleasantly surprised by how many D-reacts we saw from both players in that game. I kind of expected people to be focusing more on the buffs and trying to get aggressive. But evidently, Arakni's the one with all the defensive tools in this format, and it shows. And we saw some real cool back and forth throughout that game, especially with Sound the Alarm. As the mind games of, I know you've got it, but you know I've got it, so what do we do? And that's a really, really great little dilemma.
Definitely. So many good mind games, and hope to see even more of that moving on this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure we don't have too long to wait until the start of round 4. But we are going to take a short break in the meantime, just to kind of let our players get themselves ready for that final round of the World Premiere today. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more action from the World Premiere here for The Hunted. Welcome back to our World Tour stop here in Prague. We are in the dying embers of our world premiere, the showcase of everything the Hunted has to offer. We've got one more round to enjoy today, and I don't know about you, Erika, but I cannot wait.
I'm so excited to see more of these games and see more of these cards being played and put into action to see how things are moving on with our players as we are progressing into the calling tomorrow. It's going to be the last game that we'll see live on stream, at least from the world premiere, and it's been such a good start of the weekend.
Absolutely. I look forward to seeing what kinds of Strandy cards and superstars we see over the course of the weekend moving forward. But don't go anywhere if you are joining us this weekend. This might be the last round of the world premiere, but we've got all kinds of exciting stuff coming up for you on today's stream before we wrap things up, including these lovely three over here, which I'm not going to tell you anything about just yet, but you'll know what's inside these gem packs and get some spoilers and stuff at the end of this match. Hopefully everything going to plan. So don't go anywhere. When we wrap things up, we'll be cracking open some boosters and showing you what's inside. But more importantly, it's not just about the world premiere. There is 1,000,001 ways to play with the Hunted, and most of them involve you, the audience at home. The biggest of which, of course, is your pre-releases. They're coming up next weekend at your stores across the world. January 24th kicks things off if you're looking for a taste of the Hunted back home.
Indeed, it's going to be so exciting to see you all play these games all around the world in 1,500 plus locations and events across the world. It's going to be such an exciting time for everyone involved.
More importantly, there's plenty of goodies up for grabs if you're the type of person who wants to go home with some shinies. Don't you worry, that new foil-styled Arakni available to everybody for the very first time if you're looking for a chance to slip through the cracks. There are, of course, some rainbow foil weapons available for you in your pre-release kit, and that big old pile of tokens, everything you'll need to play, and that lovely cold foil Hunted placard card to stick on the outside of your binder. So all kinds of goodies up for grabs next weekend.
So a great starter pack for everyone who loves to play sealed. I love to put these into sleeves immediately and then put them into a deck box where I then use to craft my decks for moving on into the season to come. So a great way to start your sealed journey with these premium cards.
Love it. All kinds of variety, something beautiful for every hero. There is something for everyone at the Hunted pre-release this season, so make sure you swing by your local game store and get a taste of the action. Speaking of action, of course, Erika, we've seen plenty of it today. What's your highlight from the stream so far?
Ooh, the Cindra mirror, I think.
Really?
Such a hot display on how you can enable your going wide turns and display a lot of damage, like enabling yourself to go wide and present so much damage. And I love playing aggro myself, so of course it hits my heart right home.
Yeah, it's just everyone's got a thing, right? The beautiful part of card games, we can all play it in a different way, we all enjoy different things, and you found what you love inside Cindra. Me, I love that Agent of Chaos going on that.
It was such a good game.
I have a small soft spot for rolling my Scabskin Leathers, playing Brew, and it gives me very emblematic vibes of that. I'm like, yeah, I do get to spin the wheel. This is great. I can't wait. And hopefully we get a little bit more of Arakni before the day is out, but I can't know just yet. That being said, we might have a little more of something else before the day is out. I think we've got a little bit of time. Yeah, why not? We've got a little bit of time before the last round, so why don't we crack a little bit more of the Hunted today, crack a booster or two, show you some of the cards inside, and maybe you'll see some things we haven't seen so far. Okay, we get one boosting. We get one.
We get one.
So we got to make it count.
We only get one.
Only get the one. So let's open up some good stuff, Erika. Let's show the people at home what they're missing out on.
Let's see if I can ramp up my luck a little bit. We have... Ooh, we haven't seen this one on the display so far, but we love the split tokens and these little baby tokens to go with them.
Tiny tokens are my favorite. Love being able to break them apart and do a little bit of everything.
It's very, very shiny.
So let's get into the contents of the pack.
Let's see if we can get this on screen perfectly. We have Trap and Release.
Good favorite of mine.
We have Cut Deep. We haven't seen that one yet.
No, +4 once again. Another really big dagger buff. This one blocking 3 as well. Just an absolute haymaker in this limited format.
Love that for Warriors. We have Plunge the Prospect. Seen this one a plenty. Grow Wings. Again, love this art. Imperial Intent. This costs 1 less for each Draconic Chain you control. Target gets +2.
Yeah, snazzy foil of that one earlier on. Love to see it.
Mark the Prey. Another cell card in all the colors available. Lava Vein Loyalty. Another reprint here from Uprising.
Yeah,
Unify staple.
I don't know if we knew this one was in the set so far, but we've been seeing a few of these kind of sneaking into the set over the course of the day. Some really kind of iconic cards from Uprising making their way back into this set and showing you a little bit of everything Volcor can do. Love to see Lava Vein Loyalty.
I love this little mark here at the bottom of the text as well, giving it a little bit more flavor as well.
Absolutely.
Red Alert boots. We've seen this plenty today, coming in clutch.
Absolutely.
There's so much equipment in this set. I love it.
So much. You can suit and boot yourself however you wish, depending on your opponent, and that's fantastic. Speaking of fantastic.
Proclaim Vengeance. Mark target opposing hero. It's an instant. You can't
Yeah.
do anything about it.
If that hero happens to be an Arakni, you get a bonus resource for your trouble as well, which is really cool. We kind of saw this on display in Bryan's feature match in round 1 earlier on. Those Draconic Instants just way better than they look at turning those Obsidian Fire Veins into quite the menace.
Definitely. So love to see that. Poison Blade. We've seen this one a lot over the weekend as well.
Might be my favorite card of the day, watching a little bit of a flick from Poison Blade Incision. A similar story.
We have Rake over the goals. Draconic gets +1 this turn. Also an instant. Love that. Calming Breeze is our first rare.
Awfully therapeutic, some more damage prevention.
Also lovely art. We have Public Beauty, which is the common. Oh, I missed the rare on the
missed
other
out.
one.
Unbelievable.
A Rake of the Gold was the other rare.
You
I
will
just
be
missed
raked
the
over
rare
the coals.
gold
How
on
dare you
bottom.
miss a rare?
Yeah.
Unacceptable behavior.
But another beautiful
That
rainbow
public
foil
bounty's
there.
gorgeous.
Definitely.
Love to see that.
So
Lovely
yeah.
to see another shiny rainbow foil. This set's done a really fantastic job on these foils, you know. I've seen a few in person so far today, and they just pop, and that makes me very happy. I'm a bit of a cold foil snob at times, to put it bluntly. So I'm super down to see some more rainbow foils that I want to chase and go out my way to acquire, and there's definitely some sitting on our table right now.
We're still waiting to see some of those marvels to be opened as well. So it's
All
going to be
in
very
good
exciting
time.
to see
Well,
if we can find
speaking
anyone.
of exciting, wait no more. It is time for the final round of action for the world premiere today. Who gets the honor of being undefeated on the greatest stage? Will it be Simon Klein or the Spanish submarine himself, Pablo Pintor?
Another famous name here in the Extraordinaire, as we call Flesh and Blood. 3-0 going into the world premiere. Pablo showing his strength in the sealed pool creation and also execution in the sealed format as well.
So this isn't a matchup we've had the pleasure of seeing today. A little dance between Arakni and our favorite friend, Fang. How do you think this one's going to pan out when the cards hit the table?
Oh, this is going to be really interesting to see. Depends, I think, a lot on how many defense reactions Fang has at his disposal. As we saw earlier, we think Arakni can maybe find a lot of those good traps available to them. So going to be interesting to see if Fang can keep up, basically, with the amounts of threats that Arakni can present.
Love to see it. Shuffling up on both players' sides here. Double checking they understand how each hero works. I have to wonder what the spread was in today's world premiere. I feel like maybe some of these players have only played Arakni mirrors, only seen Cindras, and maybe haven't had the experience playing against every hero the set has to offer. So just taking a breather and making sure that we understand not only what Fang does, but also what agents of chaos might be lurking in the wings.
Simon actually checked out the text on those daggers. That might tell us that he might not maybe have faced a Fang so far today. You never know. And that's what we all are here for. We want to figure out how does these cards play out and how does everything work, making sure that we have full understanding going into this so we can do our best.
We get to enjoy that snazzy learning experience in real time. Really cool little corner note there. We just saw Pablo evaluating the situation and changing their headpiece before revealing what they've got. That's a huge testament to where we are with this set. There's so many sets to have cards, you know, that are great universally. But in this case, we've got a little bit of Arakni flavor. We got a little bit of leapfrogging. We got some things to jump all over, some equipment that's better against weapons. There's just all kinds of things going on. And we love to see so far just a mixture of heroes at these top tables. Again, these players are 3-0. Doesn't matter who they've played against. Every single hero in this set is putting up a fight and showing you exactly what they're made of.
Yeah, it's not the classical, everyone is just forcing the same hero. Everyone is just as excited for each and every single hero available to them in this set, the 3 of them that is. So, yeah, very exciting to see the range that we get to display.
Okay, looks like Simon is going to be doing plenty of leaping this game. Plenty of frog-based equipment on their side of the table. A much more balanced menagerie for Pablo Pintor. Some red alert equipment, those lovely vengeance-inducing boots. Plenty of things to pay attention to as this game goes on.
Definitely, and those equipment that now has a bonus effect as you block against Arakni is going to come into fray.
That might be the quickest block on a Mark of the Huntsman I've seen so far today. Pablo, having none of this dagger's nonsense, does not want to be marked and doesn't want to see what Arakni is capable of, throwing those cards away post-haste. We'll see what the follow-up here is from Simon. Looks like we're going to be taking a very brief and impactful trip to the Pits of Despair. Lovely 5 power attack here coming in early. Pursue all the way. An on-hit mark, of course, threatening that very early, very potent transformation.
Yeah, getting 2 cards here from Pablo, 3 cards in total on the starting turn, only committing 1 card of himself, really going himself plus on the amount of cards in deck and the deck damage available.
So we will see both players drawing up, passing the turn. Pablo refilling and getting his first shot at putting together one of those infamous Fang turns we saw early on today.
It's going to be an action to kick things off.
It is going to be that +4 up front. Pablo not taking any shortcuts here. We're not hiding the information. We are cutting deep. That obsidian fire vein even. Going to be the first one over the line here. And this is gigantic.
This is probably the biggest dagger we've seen today. A full-on 9 coming on display here from Pablo Pintor.
And again, the ever-looming concern that this might not be the end of the turn. If there's a draconic card to play in Pablo's hand, this might secretly be a 10. It might have go again. Who knows? Either which way, a huge fire vein here to start the turn, earning an early trap from Simon.
Indeed, so it's going to beautifully cover everything up here. So even though it looks quite scary, Simon just knows exactly how to cover things up.
Lovely stuff. 2 cards to work with on the way back. Now we see a really cool one in the hand of Simon here. It's maybe not going to be starting the turn, but we have Fang the Dragon. The contract effect that is rather Fang specific, would you believe, and lets you draw bonus cards if it manages to connect. That one could prove to be a real pain in the backside for Pablo Pintor here, but of course, starting off with that iconic Mark of the Huntsman to bring in the turn.
Yeah, depends on how Pablo can construct his hand here, if there's something that he would like to keep in order to make full use of his hand, or if he cannot, then maybe use that to block a little bit at least. But again, we're seeing the players reading the cards carefully, understanding all the synergies going on before committing to anything going on.
Definitely the biggest indicator of a high-level player is taking a moment to breathe, consider their options, and inevitably taking the damage anyway, because blocking is for losers. 1 damage coming through for Pablo Pintor. The question remains, will the dagger be broken to mark him?
We'll see if it goes to graveyard.
It
does.
will. Okay. Early marked, which means this Fang the Dragon is online and active. We are attacking a marked hero named Fang if we fulfill this contract. Oh, is this Extinguish the Flame? I apologize. Okay, never mind. Extinguish the Flames is the other one.
Close enough.
Close enough. This one, maybe a little less impactful given that we are a Fang. So never mind. Never mind at all. Extinguish the Flames just being a reasonably stealth-flavored head jab here. The other variation of that powerful effect.
But interesting of Simon to keep this in the deck against Fang, since it's not really doing a whole lot, but it's at least a 3 power attack in the reds, so, and it blocks 3, so
yep.
maybe not have that
4
much
as well if they're marked. So, you know, sometimes you make do with what you've got. It's fine.
Exactly. So sometimes you only got so many cards to change with, so...
Love to see this from Pablo here, strategically taking that extra point of damage from the attack. Make sure that mark hastily goes away before we end the turn, so no transformation on the horizon. However, Obsidian Fire Vein will be what starts this turn for Pablo, and who knows what's in the future.
Oh, this is looking really scary. Just 1 plain dagger being presented here. 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, 2 floating. This could be bumped into any astronomical figure at this point.
These fire veins proving time and again that they are a whim of nobody. They are absolutely huge at every possible occasion, and we do see the draconic attack reactions making their way in to give them a little bit of juice once again. Knocking this one all the way up to 5. Dynastic Dedication costing 1 less, as we do have 1 draconic chain link in this case, giving that +3. The dagger giving itself an extra +1. It's a sizable wallop when all is said and done.
Yeah, and we need to have this Draconic on the Chain Link in order to power up our dragon and give it go again to extend our return. And so finishing up with a bit of a chain ender here.
Indeed, for the Drakai, I believe, making its way across the combat chain to wrap things up for Pablo's turn here. It's another one of those very powerful cards. We've seen plenty of for the Emperor today. This one doesn't cost you any resources, but does still make that frailty token if it's hitting a hero you've marked. That could be a really big deal for Fang, and some level of respect required if they were already marked.
A nice turn here for Pablo, taking the life lead comfortably here, but Simon, on the other hand, keeping 3 cards at his disposal.
Once again, sending in that timely mark of the Huntsman here. Sadly, going to have to mark itself if it wants the job to be done. Only 1 point of damage coming across. But time and again, we have seen these daggers kind of being very tricky to block from every hero. 1 is a very small and inconvenient number to not cover up with armor. That looks like where we might be leaning on the side of Pablo Pintor, not interested in becoming prey and making sure that mark does not land squarely on their forehead.
Indeed. At least it doesn't have piercing, so at least we can cover things up
now,
with
why
our
would you
equipment.
say a thing like that? All right, follow up here. Super reasonable once again from Simon, pushing 4 points of damage. Pablo, less conducive of this scar tissue, a little less worried. Knucks the dagger up, does get that mark, takes a bit of damage in the process, and this is a fantastic follow-up. That's what I get for being a funnel web spider. Mark of the funnel web spider is coming. Oh, that one's one for history books. Never mind. Okay, threatening the arsenal in this case, super relevant on Pablo's side. Mark of the funnel web, attacking a marked hero, courtesy of that little bonus buff. And this is very pressing on him.
Definitely, and with the way that this turn shaped up, he got the marked done with the dagger on the first attack reaction there, and so this is now proving to be a CNC on a stick.
This was exceptionally well sequenced from Simon Klein on this side, utilizing the bluff potential of Mark of the Huntsman, baiting out some armor, going over the top anyway, and getting full value from their follow-up stealth attack. Pablo, unsurprisingly, in the tank about this one.
Yeah, blocking 4 is not really convenient. I mean, you need to basically commit a card and some piece of equipment, or you just give it up.
That's a big loss. Brothers of Flame in the arsenal disappearing into the banished zone. That's a huge +4 that's not going to be landing on one of those Obsidian Fire Veins, courtesy of that on-hit. Fantastic stuff from Simon, and a huge blow to Pablo Pintor.
Indeed, Pablo deciding that the cards in his hand are much more valuable, that he wants to keep a tap on this turn.
Simultaneously terrifying. You got the arsenal, but what does that mean you didn't block with? And of course, cut deep, the immediate starter here. We've seen this one twice from Pablo now. +4 on the next dagger attack. No questions asked, no refunds required. 5 is a pretty good place to be when starting this turn with a couple of cards and a few resources to work with.
Definitely. I completely understand why Pablo decided to go with Fang. Having so many of those 0 for 4s available to you is a really, really good primer for going into this hero.
Ooh, that's a snazzy reprint. Not sure we've seen Razor's Edge on the table so
there you
far
go.
today, making its way back in from outsiders as well. A little bit of a searing gaze. Gaze? I almost said glaze. It's not a donut, it's a card. Searing gaze hitting the table for you as an attack reaction this time, bolstering that go again that we're also fond of. A little bit of bonus damage.
And when this hits a hero, you mark them.
Yeah, super
so
potent
turning
again.
the tables a little bit here.
We love to see some fealty tokens. We also love to see 8 points of power on our daggers. And that is not going to be all. Pablo up to 11, dialing it all the way to the top of the scale.
New daily record.
Yeah, 11's a record. We'll take that. Thankfully for Simon, a little less health than they have required, but we are going to be leapfrogging our way into less of a hazardous place. That armor doing its best impression of me and jumping straight onto the combat chain, soaking up some damage in the process.
And we also have the go again, so we're all going to threaten a little bit more before we end the chain here.
Sneaky point of damage from that second Obsidian Fire Vein on the way through. Incredible turn there for Pablo Pintor. Well navigated and getting full value out of everything available to them. However, 3 cards left for Simon Klein. Definitely all kinds of options available to them. That iconic Mark of the Huntsman kicking off the turn once more and threatening to mark its target.
Yeah, let's see if we can get some mark action going so we can see some more chaos. We want to see some more rolling dices and see what we can establish here on Simon's end of things. Just a dagger being presented here going first.
I'll never be satisfied if we don't get to spin the wheel. It's just part of the experience I signed up for.
Definitely.
Pablo in a bit of a blend here. Obviously has the tempo. Doesn't really want to give up cards in that spot. At the same time, doesn't really want to be staring down a horribly chaotic abomination in the near future either. Does put you in a bit of a bind.
And the daggers does have go again.
Certainly does. Mark of the Huntsman always go again. Very impactful, as unlike the Obsidian Fire Vein, so never at any risk of that going horribly wrong.
Exactly, so you need to really keep tabs on things moving either broad or above, as they can either pump the dagger or go wide with them.
Okay, it is time to cash it all in for Simon. We're down to nil point, no daggers remaining in exchange for 4 points of outed damage. Of course, one bigger, courtesy of that marked, which is a huge deal. This also has go again, which is something that, well, means this turn might not be over as a result. Very well sequenced here, but once again, Pablo showing you the power, leaking that point of damage from the bonus, getting that mark away from themselves. They do not want to be staring down any agents of chaos, and they are playing perfectly to make sure that happens.
Indeed, as we talked about earlier, sometimes you really want to get some of those damage through so you can get rid of those marks to basically deny Arakni the possibility to go into chaos mode. So very good heads up play here from Pablo, showing why he is where he's at. With
Absolutely.
His deck.
Doubling down on that statement, using the equipment here to soak up that sneaky backstab, making sure they are never marked. There is no transformation on the horizon for Simon. Instead, the follow-up, Hunt to the Ends of Wraith, coming in from Pablo Pintor. You are an Arakni, and so I will be marking you immediately and smacking you for 4 as a little bit of a bonus.
Hunt to the End of Wraith. Such a great name. Hunt to the End of the World would have been another one, but we all know the World of Wraith.
That artwork is incredible. Both of those
Indeed.
heroes front and center, showing you what they're all about, and they might be showing Simon Klein what they're all about too. Skull the Canal in the way does indeed eat up some of the damage, knocks them down to 6, and a fealty token made in the process. Fang getting ever closer to those no-cost daggers we all know and fear.
We haven't seen any of those token daggers yet.
No one has made any Chelicera today,
Chelicera.
which is somewhat unfortunate. I was definitely hoping for a little bit of orb weaving, but alas, no dice in every way, including literally. Plunder the Prospect, making its way onto the combat chain again. One that gets a little bit bigger if you're attacking a marked hero, but Pablo has been very deliberate to make sure that is not happening. You can tell they've learned some lessons over the course of today. Letting Arakni transform, probably not where you want to be, so making sure that we keep all of those marked triggers firmly off, and that's a fantastic spot for Pablo to be in.
Yeah, and sitting at that life total, it's very, very comfortable to also take some little bit of damage to make sure that you can do exactly that, like avoid the being marked, as you can take some damage to get rid of it.
Simon taking a moment to glance those cards in hand. We do earn a block on this Plunge the Prospect. Do we have any reactions from Simon? No, instead it will be Smoke Out, marking, defending a red card. Really gimmicky, very cute way of doing that here. Block 3 defense reaction. Score a mark in the process if you put it on your opponent's best attack. That was a great exchange for Pablo. Arsenal parked for Simon, but not a lot of pressure on the way through. All that tempo kept. Full hand to work with, but not a lot of resources by the looks of things.
No, it looked like he was pitching a red, which tells us that he probably doesn't have a blue available, so full red hand going into this turn number 5 here for Pablo.
I think this is my favorite thing about Fang so far. You just never know where you are. It's so hard to get a feel for where this turn is going to go. They all start on these fire veins. How big are they going to be? Are they going to get go again? Are these fealty tokens going to enable shenanigans with cards that just shouldn't be there? And they certainly are. We're juicing up the dagger once more and keeping that combat chain going for Fang. Leaking damage through that equipment. 5 coming through, courtesy of Scar Tissue. And Arakni finds themselves marked once again.
Oh, I really love these combat tricks, making sure that Fealty Token creates a draconic card on your next card that you play. So that activates the dagger for Fang to move things along, as you mentioned. So a really, really good utilization of the Fealty here.
Those leapfrog leggings jumping in to prevent 1 extra point of damage, courtesy of that big, powerful reaction. But Pablo's turn, by no means done here. That Obsidian Fire Vein gets go again, and we've now played a red, so we are blazing headlong down the highway. We'll keep that iconic staple on the table. 4 more damage. That's threatening lethal damage here for Simon Klein. This is a awkward spot to be in.
Really putting on the pedal to the metal here for Pablo Pintor, blazing along with his blazing headlock and packing a lot of those fealty tokens soon up on those Fearful 3 that is going to enable his hero power eventually.
Scoring that hit once again, more fealty pledged to the Emperor, but Simon Klein not out of this by any stretch. 3 cards to work with in hand. We see a Relentless Pursuit lurking at the front. 1 unknown card in Arsenal. All kinds of shenanigans up the assassin's sleeve. And it's that Orb Weaver Spinneret landing on the table. We'll finally see our first Graphene Chalicera hitting the table. No, we didn't know that. Definitely couldn't know that. If you're not familiar with the beautiful token dagger, this one has stealth baked in. And of course, gets a swing away for 1 resource. Will gain Go Again if your opponent is marked. A strict upgrade on the Mark of the Huntsman as far as many would be lead you to believe. And definitely stands to leverage some damage here as the game continues. Love to see that one finally here in the table.
Indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see what else we can come up with here.
Cut from the same cloth. Lovely
There
cut.
you
See, we
go.
opened this one in a pack earlier on. Lovely foil one we saw on the table. Target opposing hero will reveal their hand. If you see an attack reaction, bang, they're marked. Big old cross right on the forehead. And your next dagger attack will be 4 points bigger. These are 4 power buffs, definitely the kind of marquee ones of the format, showing you exactly how big all these weapons can be.
And also getting full information on what Pablo is sitting and holding on his side of the table. So it's such a powerful card in terms of getting information and try to construct your turn accordingly.
Cut deep available in the hand for Pablo there. Again, one we're going to have to watch out for as their next turn begins. For now, they are marked. They are the prey of the original Huntsman of Flesh and Blood. And we'll see how Simon is able to capitalize on that benefit. One thing's for sure, that Chalicera is going to be rather large dagger this turn. There's already 7 points of extra buff on the side there.
But a very, very small stealth attack to go with it. To begin with.
Okay, so plunge the prospect here. Attacking a marked hero is going to be slightly larger as a result. I believe that the stealth bonuses will apply to this. So
Indeed.
the Orb Weaver will port forward onto this.
Yeah.
So we should be looking at 6, I believe.
Okay, it's not so small.
Nope. No.
I'll take that back.
Blues are an illusion. It gets much bigger if we slap a pile of combat tricks on it in exchange.
Blues
So
are an illusion, sure.
big, huge 6-ball coming directly at Pablo Pintor here with the fear of a Chalicera to follow if it is allowed to connect. We definitely see them pause for the first time this game, breathe it in, realize that, hey, maybe I'm not doing quite as well as I'd thought over the course of this game.
Still got some equipment at his disposal.
That Go Again, of course, on hit is the big threat here.
Yeah.
Not guaranteed by any stretch, but would allow that Chalicera to come in and benefit from that bonus. Would not be shocked to see Pablo attempting to keep this plunge, the prospect, at bay. That's a hard price to pay on a stealthy blue.
Indeed, so we're going to pack up some armor here to try and cover everything up. Pablo's doing some math, making sure that he understands the implications. And math.
Math. Pablo here. This is, again, one of those really interesting mind game scenarios. Thanks to that cut from the same cloth, both players know the contents of Pablo's hand. We all know what's up and what the illusion is, and we are trying our best to make sure this Go Again does not connect. It is not a reaction. There is no punk. There is no panic. And this seems to be Simon realizing the attack has to hit. No dice, I'm afraid. No Go Again on that Chalicera. Well done for Pablo over just dedicating their hand, putting their armor in front, making sure that big, powerful stealth attack does not connect and there is no damage to follow. Instead, 3 cards to work with here and plenty of health. We're starting things off as we expect. Public Bounty, not one we've seen hitting the table very often. We're marking up Arakni for the weapon swings to come.
Indeed. Now, one of the few ways to just mark your hero and they can't do anything about it. So buffing up the dagger here, coming up for 4.
Bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy with this one, immediately marking the opposing hero, but of course gaining a benefit for doing so, that extra +3 in the process. Wow, really powerful Majestic in the hand of Simon here, hoping it doesn't get used on block. Take up the Mantle, a card we haven't seen so far this weekend, duplicating stealth attacks out of the bin. Would love to see it get some use. Instead, we are defending aggressively on this Fire Vein.
I think we missed the... Pablo was marked at the end of Simon's turn here, so he should have been rolling for the Chaos.
Easy fix. We would like to see an Agent of Chaos, please. We can make you become whoever it is you want to be, but only randomly, of course.
Is that the Tarantula we got?
All right. Arakni Tarantula, agent number 5, the dagger aficionado of the bunch. Whenever a dagger you own hits a hero, they will take an extra life in the process, and you're able to use that powerful reaction to jump up your daggers more than you do any of your assassin attacks. Great way to utilize that Chelicera next turn if that is what we're expecting to see.
And we're continuing Pablo's turn here.
We might have missed a step, but we aren't going back. We are jumping up the reactions all the way up to 7 here, making that Fire Vein all important. Most importantly, creating that third fealty token here. So this second Fire Vein is coming in free of charge, spending no resources, and we are rocking and rolling on never pitching a card ever again. Simon down at 2. The pressure is on. This dagger represents half of their remaining life. If they want to keep the cards they have, it is a tall price to pay in a position like this.
For sure. And this dagger, even though it's just for 1, it's going to put them in a lethal prospect here, going down to 1. As Pablo sits comfortably, I would say, at a 10 life total.
Simon here, eager to keep the hand, keeping both of those cards, take up the mantle. Public bounty lurking there in the hand as well. Unknown card in the arsenal. We will be pitching the take up the mantle. No use for that one this time. No one's marked, no bonuses. Instead, we will mark you now and send the Chelicera across the combat chain for a nice healthy heap of damage.
Now the Tarantula helping out quite a bit with his dagger attack.
Certainly threatens a little bit of extra damage. Of course, no cards in hand here, so this Graphene Chelicera isn't suddenly going to jump its way up to being much larger, so no fear there, but definitely representing a little bit of extra damage, courtesy of that ability of Arakni Tarantula. Pablo, of course, more than happy to pay the piper at this point. Protecting their life total aggressively and early means they can soak up this hit comfortably and keep their hand to try and put a nail in the coffin of Simon Klein.
Definitely. I would not be happy to sit on Simon's side of the table right now. He has a full component with full 4-card hands available to him. And 3 fealty tokens to go with them. This could be huge for Pablo.
Relentless Pursuit here, back on the bottom of the deck, remarks Pablo, but we won't be seeing an additional transformation at the end of this turn. We un-Tarantula ourselves. We're back to being in the Web of Deceit for now. Of course, if Pablo remains marked, that may well change in the near future. For now, Pablo Pintor, 4 cards to work with and only 1 point of life standing in the way of becoming an undefeated player at the world premiere here in Prague. Let's see if they have all the tools required to turn these Fire Veins into a lethal threat.
Yeah, and all of these attack reactions that they have after disposal as Fang players like, the prospect of having some traps available is so crucial at this turning point of the game.
We do see a trap or 2 lurking in the hand of Simon Klein. But only 4 cards to work with, so trickery will be required to make it over the other side of this turn. Pablo, of course, doing as all good players do, taking a moment to breathe, considering how they want to sequence this turn. Maybe a bit of a surprising one here. Blue buff to start as we send in our Fire Vein.
For free.
For free.
Estate.
Love it being free with a big old pile of fealty tokens to keep them costing 0. For now, 1 point of damage coming across the line. Unsurprisingly, does earn a block from Simon Klein. Would be a bit disastrous should they not. We'll be cashing in that fealty token in order to turn one of our cards into a draconic one.
Damage.
I would like to make this dagger slightly larger. Knife through butter. Follow-up dagger, no need to pitch.
Send the bill.
9. Would you like to stay alive, my friend? Trap indeed will. So I believe this is blocking 9 on 9 at a peak.
Yep.
Hanging on by a razor's edge is Simon Klein. Does not want to let go of this game. Trying to blunt the assault of Fang. Waiting for them to find that turn that does not manage to send multiple reactions. We do get to transform. Our opponent is still marked. No cards in hand. Doesn't matter at all. We're spinning the wheel and rolling the dice. It is time to become an agent of chaos. We are the Black Widow this time around. Okay. Agent number 1, threatening hands as the game goes on. I look forward to seeing whether or not Simon can keep enough cards to make that come together.
Really interesting transition with everything that is going on right now, but Simon still at 1 life, looking down at Pablo's 6. He is marked though, so if he can make sure to stay alive for 1 more turn, there might be some trickery that he can do here, but Pablo sitting firmly here with 4 cards is going to be a very, very tough ask here for Simon.
It's a never-ending march of the Volcorian Empire. These obsidian fire veins, unrelenting. They want to continue turn after turn to pressure Simon Klein. They're doing a marvelous job at doing just that. Pablo, considering which of the cards they'd like to play from their hand to give this dagger go again, it will be a sharpened steel, I believe. There's too many orange cards. It says so orange. Sizzling steel. It's orange. Come on, Scott. You know better than
Close
that.
enough.
Sizzling steel. Going to give this dagger a nice little bonus. It will be enough.
That's going to be it.
No extra line of defenses for our opponent there. Pablo Pintor will be the one walking away with an undefeated record at this world premiere here in Prague. Yet another accolade to add to the trophy case of one of Spain's biggest names.
Definitely. Pablo just making us aware that he is still king of the hill a little bit in this sealed format, and I am super excited to see where we're going to find him on the ladder tomorrow as we go in to the beautiful calling of this world premiere tomorrow.
Absolutely. If you're a gambling person, there's fewer safer bets than Pablo Pintor. Has definitely got the pedigree and the quality, as we saw live there on camera, to run away with any calling they might play. That was a fantastic game. I really enjoyed watching Fang and Arakni kind of do their dance and figure out who is supposed to be using what on who. Expertly played by both players there.
Definitely a very good showcase on how Arakni and the Fang matchup plays out in the real time here. We're probably going to see this transform a little bit as we go in over the weekend, as players learn more about how to utilize their decks at the full extension, and we're going to see some more exciting games with that.
Absolutely, yeah. Very excited to see more of that matchup as the weekend goes on. We kind of got a little bit of a taste of everything today. A little bit of Arakni, a little bit of Cindra, a little bit of matches, but there's plenty more to see tomorrow, and that makes me very excited to kind of wake up and just run at the format fresh and see what people have learnt from today to inform their calling decision tomorrow. So,
exactly.
All right, ladies and gents, it is time. We won't slow roll you any longer. We know most of you at home are waiting to find out a little bit more about the contents of these. The gem packs that will be making their way to your local armory as of February. So we're going to open them.
Yay!
And I think Erika should be the one to do so first.
Thank you so much.
So the very first gem pack outside of LSS. It is time to reveal what you may find inside at your local weekly events. Let's take a glance.
At world's first.
At a world's first gem pack 1.
Ooh, we see a little bit of a glimpse of something shiny.
Something shiny lurk in the background. I should hope so.
Ooh,
Okay,
see.
so we.
Oh, it's part of
have
an art
we have
card.
An art
It looks like a leg.
card. Lovely. I think is that a Zuri?
Is that a
I
Zuri?
think that's a Zuri's leg.
Let's see if we.
I
can get
shouldn't
this in
know
the
that.
frame.
No one clipped that. That's unfortunate.
How do we do this? Is this the backside of the card? Oh, there's 2 cards behind there. Okay.
Okay.
Let's go. Okay. We're doing the flip apparently.
Okay. That is a flesh and blood card.
Yes.
Okay.
There's 2 cards in here, so I'm gonna flip and see what's on the bottom first.
Card number 1. Skull Canal, the go again attack we've seen on
Extended
camera. EA. Is that non-foil?
It looks non-foil.
Okay,
Yep.
EA non-foils available for folks that do not like a bit of bling.
Beautiful indeed. And we're gonna see. Let's roll it from the bottom.
What do we find underneath?
There's a Draconic Warrior attack reaction.
Okay.
It's the extended R.
A firm loyalty. Look at the rainbow foiling on that.
That is absolutely beautiful. And the extended art just goes so well with the foiling here.
Oh, wow. That is a gorgeous piece of cardboard.
Love to see it. So that is what you can expect. Some art cards to go with it to complete.
Is that
For those of
double-sided?
you who like to chase it. Yep.
Ooh. Okay, so multiple heroes up for grabs on the art cards to collect.
Anyone
You'd love to see
recognize
that.
this one in the chat?
I'm keeping my
Maybe?
mouth shut now.
Maybe?
I've
Let us
All
know
right.
what you think, chat. If that looks good to
Do you want another one, chat? Do you want to see what's inside of another gem pack? I think you do. I think it's no need to
Another
spoil
one.
the results.
Another one.
I'm not sure I can lean over quite far enough. Erika might have to do this on my behalf because this is and I am short.
You
Like,
can do it.
Like very
I
short.
believe in you.
But we'll give it a go.
You have to be very careful with these few cards in the pack.
We certainly do. Hey, it's more Azuri. I feel like I'm
And Arakni.
getting a. Yeah, I mean, it's still Azuri's artwork. It's the same thing. Okay. Indeed. More draconic goodness on the back.
Indeed. Starting with
Okay,
the foil.
Smoke Out is the foil one in this pack. Look at that.
The draconic defense reaction.
That smoke looks gorgeous.
It's very beautiful.
Big fan. The other card. Pick up the point. EA available for you there as well. If you want to be retrieving your daggers in any other hero, pick up the point. Will be available for you.
Are we doing the last one?
All right.
Are we doing the
We
last
have
one?
been given the thumbs up. There is one more gem pack to open for today. Let's find out what is lurking inside.
Because there are some cards in here that we haven't seen yet, and we
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know
Some
what
very
could
unknown
possibly
goodies.
be inside of these cards. That looks very dark to me. What could
These
this be?
are gorgeous.
Yeah, it's still the Emperor probably in his foot there, as we can see.
Emperor's Foot Spide, chat.
I'm just gonna flip it, see if I can. There we go. Calming Breeze.
That's another gorgeous card. Look at this art all extended out. Just a full experience of everything there. It is calming. I agree.
See if you can get a good look at that, chat. And for the foil, it's a Draconic Instant. It's a Touch of the Dragon. Oh my god, these look so beautiful.
These foil extended art cards are a marvel to behold. They're very beautiful. These are going to find a home in so many decks across the world, and I cannot wait to see
Oh, but we have
where
back
they
on
end
this.
up.
Some more art for you all to galore about. So there you have it. I love the extended art that we get to see on these
Absolutely.
cards. We
These are
started seeing them a
gorgeous.
lot more with the Rosetta armory kits.
We did,
and
yeah.
I
These
love that
are
they are extending that
like
into
micro
these
treatments,
gamness.
yeah.
Yes.
So rest assured, folks, if you didn't see anything that gets your heart pumping, don't panic. Most of the rest of the card list for the gem packs will be available by the end of the weekend, from what I understand. But we have to take a short break. I believe we have somewhere we've got to be. But hopefully you guys don't want to leave. There's plenty more exciting to come on the broadcasts. We're going to be cutting to a very quick interview with the lovely Pablo Pintor in a moment. And
Very exciting.
showing you about what they thought of the event. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Some more Pablo Pintor coming
Stay
up very
tuned.
soon. Thanks.
our world premiere has concluded, but we have here in the booth a titan of our game, a man who I would hazard to say perhaps needs no introduction. We do, of course, have Mr. Pablo Pintor, 4-0.
So glad to be here with you again.
Dude, so always just a pleasure to see you. What's great is I was hoping to chat with you regardless of how you did in the event. I was like, Pablo, you're one of our most recent calling champions that we have in the building here in Europe, calling Lyon just recently. A couple other accolades to your name. I don't know if people are aware.
Not much.
You've done pretty well in this game. So I was like, we should talk to Pablo. It's been a minute. And then you just went ahead and 4-0'd the dang event anyway. So it made it very easy to, have a nice segue to bring you on. But talk to me about the day, dude.
You always say this afterwards to your guests. I wanted to talk to you, but as you made a 4-0.
No, you figured me out. I am just all lies. I'm just all lies and deceit. Arakni and I, just best friends. No, talk to me about the day. I was first just like, when you sat down, first thoughts as you were getting ready to open these packs.
I was extremely excited because we have been having these whole new spoilers this week, and I was like, every new card was more exciting than the last one, right? And I was like, I've got to figure out these heroes in a single day, right, to play into the calling tomorrow. And I saw all the people buzzing around me, opening their packs. Someone opened the legendary reprint of the Command and Conquer, and everyone was like, "Oh!" And I was like, "Okay, I'm getting heated up, right?" And I got so surprised because coming here, I was analyzing all of the cards that we have seen so far. And I was like, it seems like Fang might not actually be at the power level of the other two heroes, right? Like, Cindra seems very good with her kunais and recovering them and whatever. And the transformations of Arakni are really cool. But Fang seems not to have the numbers to him to compete with these heroes. And then I started up opening my packs, and it was like, 0+4 to your dagger. 0+4 to your dagger. +1+4 to your dagger. Get a mark. And okay. I believe I'm going to play Fang at this tournament and see how well he does. Yeah. I activated my Guardian Brain and just went numbers.
Yeah. And it went out pretty well for you. The day.
And I had a blast.
Yeah.
I was able to play against all three heroes. Also, Cindra, Fang, and Arakni on this last game. And I really like this set. I was chatting with Bryan Gottlieb just a moment ago, and I was talking to him. This set really reminds me of heavy hitters. Like it feels easy to play. It has depth to it, of course, but it feels like you can grab the cards and just have a lot of fun with them and figure out what your hero is supposed to be doing pretty quickly. And I believe that's a really big win.
Yeah, important, especially as more and more players join our great game, to be able to give them a format, to give them something that they can dive into, be like, okay, +3? Seems good. Yeah. So you got to play against all heroes. I know, every single hero was represented going undefeated. Clearly, there's a lot of depth to the hero pool, to the format, and we're going to really kind of see that all start to come together starting tomorrow as we start to see just how, it actually goes over multiple rounds of sealed at, again, a little bit of a higher stakes. What's fun about the World Premiere Day, the vibes are just great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the vibes are good in every calling, even the Pro Tour, even Worlds. It's pretty amazing how much the community, just brings the good energy to the proceedings. But at the World Premiere, where it's really everybody's here strictly for vibes, like strictly to just get to play, win some tickets, pretty fun day. Now, as you look ahead to the calling, do you think it's the type of thing where you're going to be like, that was so good, I got to play Fang no matter what? Or you saw so many decks that could do well that you're like, I just got to see what cards I open?
I need to sit down and read all of the cards properly because the people have been throwing cards at me today, and I was like, sorry, wait for a second. What does this do? Okay.
Yeah.
So I need to properly sit down and read all of the cards, but I do think all three heroes are really good, really good in different ways, which is great, right? Like Fang has this go tall kind of energy to him. He can surprise you with some attack reactions or whatever. Arakni feels like the one that can fatigue out the others. Even if this feels like a high power set, this kind of reminds me on the power level, right? To Uprising, right? When we had like Fai doing his things and whatever, these heroes pull out very big numbers, right? This is not like other sets we have had recently. So I expect all three of them to perform well tomorrow. I don't think people can figure out this set that quickly. And even then, maybe there's like no best, sealed hero.
Sure, yeah. And then now, eventually, maybe for your event, you'll be drafting on day 2, but eventually players are going to be drafting at home after the pre-releases, maybe even, getting ready to get into this. What are your just like initial early thoughts as a draft format? Where do you start to see some of the complexities, some of the tensions? Where are these cards going to start to be a little more, back and forth?
I believe it will be very interesting as a draft format because it takes a really good idea from outsiders, which is the dual class cards.
Yeah.
Right? That makes the draft much more harder to read, and it gives you options to switch between heroes. You can start picking cards that are dual to some classes or draconic cards, and then decide if you're playing Cindra, if you're playing Fang. Right? I believe there's a lot of decisions to be made in the draft, and I believe that is really good because something that has happened other times is that you have to force your hero early on the draft, right? Or you were incentivized to do that. And I like when you have a lot of room to make mistakes.
Yeah, and a pretty
Right?
healthy healthy generic pool as well, right? Like some
really powerful.
like a really powerful, healthy generic tool, and a lot. What's cool is all 3 of the heroes.
a new 0/4 defense reaction
Oh yeah, well that's
with pirates on it, by the way.
yeah. Hey, I got nothing to say there. But in terms of the yes, that majestic, incredibly powerful. But in the generic pool for a draft format in particular, like you talk about. Dealing with these multi-class cards, being able to be like, oh, my assassin or my warrior, I don't know. But man, here's a good generic card that cares about marking. Here's a good, either hero is going to care about that, right? This is an interesting format in that, yes, it's only 3 heroes, but because of the dual class cards and this generic pool that cares about marking, all of the heroes care about marking, right? So I actually do, in hearing you say, I'm like, oh yeah, and all these generic cards might make it so you can stay open a little longer packs 1, maybe even pack 2.
It is also important that these generic cards that you're mentioning they have a lot of 3 blocks, right? And as draconic cards take up a lot of red spaces on your deck, most of them only come in the red version, you need to rely on these generic cards to get your 3 blocks and your blues.
Yeah.
Most of these heroes have a lot of cards that block for 2. So you have to play with the generic pool as well. You have to interact with it, and I really like it.
Yeah. Okay, so finally, we've touched on, sealed. We've touched on a draft. We'll touch on Blitz later. But in terms of Classic Constructed, our premier format in this game as we look forward to its impacts on that metagame, which of these heroes, I guess, has your eye? Which of these heroes you're like, oh, I'm curious, just give me some thoughts. You got a big brain up there.
So I was pretty sure Cindra was going to be a pretty important part of the metagame once she released because she seems to be really good against Enigma. And we might find ourselves in a metagame where Enigma is good. She seems to both have the tools to fight against Enigma with all of her pings, flick knives, send you daggers, and whatever. And she's also a really good Mask of Momentum user, which makes her really good on aggro mirrors, right? And maybe she could have been, or she's still, I don't know, a really good answer to one of the boogeymans of this metagame that is Sen, right? Still not sure. There's a lot to be seen in her. She has a lot of combo potential in Classic Constructed. Spirit in Flames is a hell of a powerhouse in her. But I must say that I have been really surprised today with Fang. Warrior enjoyers out there,
Fang
there
gang.
might be something there. There might be something there.
Yeah, I think our own Mr. Bryan Gottlieb, pretty big fan of Fang. Pretty big fan. He was watching, I think, your game. He was like, look at this, Fang gang. Fang gang. I was like, yeah, dude, Fang gang indeed. All right, so looking ahead, right? We are in the World Tour. Flesh and Blood's 2025 competitive season is upon us. What are some things that you're most excited about looking forward to this year?
I want to travel as much as possible.
Hey.
The same as always. I'm having a blast with Flesh and Blood, and using it to travel all around the world with my friends and meeting new people has been huge. I was pretty sad because I was not going to be able to come to this tournament up until last week.
Oh my gosh.
But I was able to make it here, and I'm having a blast, and I'm ready to play in Barcelona next month. We have a Battle Hardened in there.
Nice.
If you're from outside of Spain and you haven't been here, it's take your chance. It is worth.
Well, and also I don't know if you got to see, but these new gem packs coming to these armories. We opened 3 of them. Not we still know what the Marvel is. We still there were some mostly rainbow foils in those 3 packs. But honestly, I was like, yo, wait, 2 extended arts per pack, and that's just for showing up to the armory. And I can make my deck with a lot of these because there's a lot of cards we still haven't seen yet that are going to be in this extended art treatment. I was like, what I'm most excited about might just be getting these EAs from my freaking decks.
I think it's a great idea to involve people and to make people go to the armories more, right? And that's the driving life force of a card game. I believe
Yeah.
it are the local scene tournaments, and I believe it's a great idea from LSS to do that.
All right. Well, before I let you go, I just have a quick kind of softball, easy question for you. Should be pretty chill. So just while I have you here, which hero definitively can you guarantee me is going to win Pro Tour London?
Oh, this is not the person you should be asking this. Why? I am the man who thought Starbo was bad.
Hey, it worked out okay for you. It worked out okay for you, Mr. Pro Tour 1 champion, Mr. Chain.
No. Up until very late on our testing,
I
didn't believe in Starbo. Then I got smacked 12 games in a row, and I thought, okay, maybe this is real. So take my words with some. But
you don't have to tell me definitively
Pro
who's
Tour
going to
London.
win.
No.
But who are you looking at?
No.
Who are you looking at? Who are you excited about? Okay.
I believe Pro Tour London, if she's not gone by then, will be won by Nu.
You heard it
I
here
believe
first.
she has a lot of new tools in this set, even if they are not completely meant for her.
Yeah.
There's this new dagger, Hunter Clave, I believe it is called, the one that marks your opponent on hit, which is huge.
Yeah.
It's extremely good. And there's some really neat tricks with marked opponents and whatever that I think people will find the correct build of Nu to actually properly use their power.
Dude, this set's got something for everybody. Yeah, even new seat and get from this one. Pablo, such a pleasure always to talk
As
to you, my
always.
friend. Yeah, thank you for
And
hanging out with us.
congratulations.
Oh my gosh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. For those of you hanging out with us still at home, we have our other esteemed casters, 2 players that have both done very, very well in competitive Flesh and Blood, and Erika Forslof and Scott Mines. They are hurriedly building a sealed deck as we speak so that we get a little caster final, a throwdown for you all hanging out at home. So we're going to take a quick break, bring Bryan back in here, and then one more little, feature match for you before we close out our world premiere. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a sec. Just like the art on the beautiful box set, the sun is setting on our world premiere day, but we do have some final little bits and pieces, bits and baubles, including I want a little tournament report from my friend Bryan Gottlieb. Hit me up, don't leave me hanging. One of these.
Yeah.
And talk to me about your day.
Unfortunately, my tournament got cut a little short. My boss this weekend demanded I do work and appear in the booth and chat a little bit. So only got to play a couple rounds, but what a blast to revisit this set again for me. Like I said, it's been a while. And also there's this weird thing where like you live these sets. It's my job. Like as much as I love my job, I go in every single day. I'm so fixated on the hunted. I'm so fixated on making the best product I possibly can. And you almost kind of like lose sight of it a little bit. You lose sight of all the little things. You lose sight of all those moments of joys. You sometimes lose sight over what these cards are going to mean to people when they finally get revealed. And then to be here at the world premiere, it all comes at you in this rush, like just a blast of, oh my God, the hunted is here. It's real. People are loving it. And I have to say, I'm so thrilled to see the reception here this weekend. It's just been mono positive. All my opponents having a great time, speaking to everyone. They're all really enjoying it. And we're only getting started on our weekend. We're going to explore so much more with the calling. There's going to be side events firing all weekend. And I'm just really stoked with how things have gone so far.
I like mono positive. I might just try to utilize that as much as possible. Question for you. How different is it playing with cards that have the official art on them?
It's very different. And it's going to be a struggle. You know, I'm going to come back in the booth throughout the weekend and do a few rounds here and there. And it's tough to spot these cards for me right now. It is very hard to transition from the internal dev environment to the real world. But obviously, you know, we're going to have Pro Tour. We're going to go ahead and draft Hunted. All these heroes are going to have something to say about the constructed metagame. So I better start getting comfortable with them, and I'm happy I get to do it here this weekend.
Yeah. Well, momentarily, we're going to take a little bit of a look back at at some of our friends at home who have been watching, as well as the people here in the arena. So let's go ahead and take a look back at how people got on throughout the day. We got here Shariki LP, let's go. Super excited for my first big flesh and blood weekend. Let chaos rule.
The excitement never goes away. Whether it's your first weekend, whether you've done it a million times, the feeling in the room was electric when we all sat down to open those packs this morning, and just so much joy everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to have a first big flesh and blood weekend, world premiere is a pretty good place to be. Maybe I'll post it online somewhere. I took a video of all of the tables with there being two sealed events, the world premiere and the first. It was
packed house.
Packed house. It's a huge like airplane hangover room we're in, it feels like, and it was just absolutely popping.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we sold out this world premiere, I believe 2 months in advance. Calling tomorrow has now sold out. Just people are absolutely so ready to play with the Hunted and are showing up in droves this weekend.
Let's take a look here. The first booster world premiere at the Hunted for Rupert for Do Jabez. Nice little command and conquer there in that legendary rarity, and just with some of my favorite art in the game. You've ruined me, Bryan. You've ruined me financially. I already have my CNCs. Now I have to get more CNCs.
Everyone needs a second set of CNCs now.
Clearly.
That's the new rule. Everyone must have 2 sets of CNCs. I know I will be picking up my second set. But yeah, another beautiful piece of art from Federico, and I wouldn't expect anything less. And so fitting to have an artist of his stature doing a card of the stature of Command and Conquer. And again, another moment of joy for the fans in attendance here this weekend when this first Command and Conquer got popped. The rumors started swirling around the room, and it's just so exciting again to finally deliver on something that we've wanted to deliver on for a long time.
And of course, makes sense. You know, back to Volcor, back to the set where the initial art of that emperor pointing out over the fields of battle. Now, of course, a reimagining and a reprinting. Let's go ahead and take on the main event as you've got El Ruru. Shout outs to you. As you can just look at the bottom right picture there.
Yeah, you can see it. That's a great picture showing just how packed the room was as we all sat down. And shout outs to our judge staff also pictured there. The judges did a beautiful job running this event. It's so hard as a judge to do a world premiere where nobody knows how these cards work. It's just a complete guessing game. But our well-trained and totally capable judges definitely up to the task.
Taking a look here at some of the folks watching from home. Jackie at the Fab Workshop, one of our favorite people out there in the Fab space, watching the world premiere, excited, keen as hell for the pre-release events. Me too, Jackie. I too am keen as hell. I'm really looking forward to getting to my pre-release next weekend.
I met Jackie at the last world premiere I attended down in Queenstown, and she came and introduced herself to me. Absolutely vital part of the community, does some great videos over on her YouTube page. So shout outs to you, Jackie. Glad you're joining us here this weekend.
And for those of you also watching at home, I do hope you will post pictures of your watch party, #FabHunted. We will get you on the stream. Shout outs to you, Jackie. And of course, oh, look, this is weird. Okay, so pistol and cutlass weapon, parrot ally, peg leg armor from May at Chrome. Just give me pirate class now! ! Stop teasing me, LSS. I mean, She's asking, are you going to give it to her?
My position on this has been crystal clear, Sam. Just because there are pirates on cards doesn't mean there is a pirate class coming. We can go ahead and show you art of pirates. That's a totally acceptable thing for a fantasy card game to do. Please stop sending packages to my house with black flags on them. Stop just stopping me on the streets asking for a pirate set. Just be happy with the pirate art. It's okay. We don't have to go further than this. It's fine.
Yeah, all right, well, there you have it, May. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you will not be given this pirate class anytime. But thank you for hanging out at home and watching along with us and joining us here in the booth.
How about this card, Sam? Shelter from the Storm. You know, we revealed this in my sealed pool.
Yeah.
Pretty fortunate, but so much talk about 0 for 4 defense reactions. Can the game go ahead and support them? Is there space? We'll find out.
Oh,
let's find out.
I was about to ask you, all right, so talk to me a little bit about, some of the philosophy, what you think, but you just want to let the community
Look, I wouldn't have helped make the card if I didn't believe in it.
Yeah.
I think there is space for this card. I think it's an important part of the toolbox. I think we're already seeing a world where just because a card has 0 for 4 defense reaction on it doesn't guarantee it gets included in every deck. You know, certainly Sink Below we still expect to see in most decks. Not 100%, but a lot. Fate Foreseen, though, I think is a card that ebbs and flows. It's not a guaranteed inclusion anymore. And adding copies 7 through 9 of 0 for 4 defense reaction, do I think that means there's going to be a bunch of 9 defense reaction decks floating around the metagame? No, I don't think inherently means that. Is there a possibility that a deck needs to do that because there is a hero like Fang, like Arakni, that's so good at punishing you in the attack reaction step that maybe this is an emergency lever where you can go ahead and pick up these 9 defense reactions? Maybe that happens. Maybe it does, and maybe we'll be grateful for the presence of this card. But I think that prevention effect, that preventing 3 pings, given how important Flick Knives is about to be in this new metagame, I think people are going to be really happy to have this card around.
Yeah, and especially with a lot of the prevention effects that we've seen. I think of like a brush off that are a one-time use. They're only not the first time you would take damage over the course of a turn. I mean, it's an incredibly powerful effect. I'm glad to see it. For the people who are going to be facing down the daggers that I will be throwing because I will be playing with Flick Knives. It's my favorite card in the game, and then you made a hero that's like all about Flick Knives. I'm really excited about it.
I'm a big Flick Knives fan.
Yeah,
so,
come on. It's about my favorite feeling. We talk about, diegetic is the wrong word, but how fun playing the heroes is because it feels like even in the game actions you take with the cards, you are a mechanologist, you are a wizard, you are whatever. Like tapping that Flick Knives, I go like this with the dagger.
Feels
I put
good.
it in the graveyard, take a damage.
Yeah.
Boy, does it feel good.
This is now going back, I don't even know, 2.5 years or something to development of Outsiders. So details are a little murky for me. Plus, I'm very old, so just all
so
details.
No, it's hard.
All details
You're
are murky.
so.
But this in particular, and I feel like Flick Knives is a card that I came up with. I think. If I'm wrong, somebody back in Auckland can beat me up. But I will say that the first version I came up with was just you got to throw the dagger and it got to do damage equal to whatever that dagger's present power was. That was not a good design. I'll tell you. That was not. That was pretty poor on my part. But that was always the intention, is to make something really cool that you could build around that also just had this sense of identity that felt really, really flavorful and really captured the mechanic, like you're saying, that feeling of, zipping a dagger at someone. And Flick Knives going to be flicking a lot of daggers around.
Well, I believe we are ready to dive down into our feature match area for one last time here at our world premiere day. This stopped during our world tour in Prague, and we have got some familiar faces for you, my friends. We've got Erika Forslof, left side of your screen on Arakni, the Web of the Street, and Scott Mines playing Fang. Just a little bit of fun, a little bit of a way to continue to celebrate the hunted and allow some of our esteemed casters to jump in and show their stuff, because these players no slouches, man. These are some really high-level Flesh and Blood players that we are lucky enough to have here in the booth with us. So let's see how they got, if they got it in a sealed game, if all the pressure is on.
I was watching Erika open her packs, and I just kept seeing Arakni hit after Arakni hit coming out on her side, maybe missing those danger digits that I spoke about being so important out of that arm slot. But so many of her cards were just like red powerful effects that I was looking for as part of my Arakni pool. Erika was pulling them one after another. So interested to see what she's put together here.
Couple cards getting pitched into the mark of the Huntsman here. Oh, look at that. Is that a Kiss of Death?
It is,
in the pitch zone?
She opened it in a double Majestic pack, actually. I believe it was alongside a Cutting Edge that she also found.
Yeah, it looks like a Mark of the Black Widow and a Kiss of Death. Look at this. This is going to be a setup of a pitch stack. Looks like we've got maybe an attack reaction trying to go on top of this dagger. Target dagger attack getting +3. Will this go over the top? And does Erika even want to let this Mark of the Huntsman get destroyed to start this game off with a mark?
It's a good question. It's going to depend a lot on how much of the retrieve mechanic is present in Erika's deck. Does she want to rebuy those daggers? Also, can she make the Graphene Calicera? All those are questions that dictate how much you want to use those daggers. And we are going to see the throw right here. So a pretty successful first turn from Erika, marking your opponent early on, meaning you get your first transformations, and going ahead and getting the ball rolling for that Arakni.
And we know a player of Erika's stature. You know she has plans for that Kiss of Death. And now, of course, because it's the first turn, we're going to bring out the wheel.
And she's bringing out the wheel. Love to see it. Going to give it a spin. What Arakni will we be? It looks like we are Redback.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So looking at some go again on the next turn.
Looking at this. Going to go ahead and put those two cards on the bottom of the deck as Arakni Redback has joined the arena. We've got one member of the Brood coming in here, giving an attack with stealth. Go again with that attack reaction. Such a unique, such a cool effect on all of these Brood members.
Yeah, different, but the same. That was really the effect we were going for here. So there was some level of consistency to your play, but variations as well, and variations that your opponents are going to have to plan around.
Shout out, of course, to Indigo, making that Arakni wheel for us. Going to come out with the Obsidian Fire Vein to start things off for Scott Mines on Fang there. You guys are actually getting to see a little more of the absolute, just the fit of the century that Scott Mines brought to the cast.
Yeah, showed up
today.
looking fresh.
He is in
absolutely.
a matching, just full suit, vest, the shoes all match, the tie. I was there like, dude, you are putting everybody to shame, and I'm so glad for it.
I rolled out of bed. I put my hoodie on. Showed up at the site.
Well, you were here to play, dude.
That is true.
You were here to play. You're
Not
a
an official caster
Yeah.
for today.
Fire Vein coming out, 1. No go again yet, but as soon as a Draconic card is played on the chain link, that thing's getting up to 2. And
I'm not sure if Scott has one. Okay. It does look like he does have 1 Draconic attack reaction in hand, so he's going to be able to go ahead and extend this chain out.
Going to go ahead, pump it up to 4, so it looks like a pump for at least 2 because the Fire Vein's getting an additional +1 Blistering Blade. This is one of those ones you were talking about. Not the second chain link on this turn, but important.
It's all good. It's all good, Sam. Like, don't get obsessed by getting that every single bit of value. You just need to go ahead and extend these chains out, make things happen.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is one of those attack reactions because the power greater than its base or because they played an attack reaction. I can't remember which one, but going to ping Scott Mines 4-1 here. Thanks to that defense reaction from Erika. Really nice use of that out of the arsenal on her first turn. Was happy to get that in there, you have to imagine.
Oh, yeah. And this is a card that can win a lot of games for you. Double front pump here from Scott. So just a big, solid attack coming through on this second Obsidian Fire Vein for 7.
Cut deep blue, cut deep red coming in, just giving the next dagger attack +4 and +2. So a little +6 on the dagger here. So nice. Out of 4 cards, was able to present 11 damage. Not going to have the arsenal, but could be worse for our Fang player on this turn. Trying to put some real pressure on. Let's see if Erika, she's got the mark. She is, of course, the Redback, and the Redback means she's able to go a little wider.
Offense. Yeah,
right?
I'm thinking offense, and you do see Erika choosing to just take a bunch of damage here. Redback really suited for that. This Arakni is going to play all different styles over the course of the game, and a lot of it is going to depend on which of these members of the Brood you are. With Redback, you really do want to go ahead and get that go wide, get that buffed first attack, hopefully disruptive. And then maybe followed up with a little bit more nonsense. I think I see a Reaper's Call in hand for Erika, so able to mark at instant speed, perhaps.
Coming down here, this is Scuttle the something, if I remember correctly. Scuttle the Canal.
This is going to pick up
Yep.
Go Again itself. It's attacking a marked hero, so it is going to go ahead and get Go Again here, meaning Erika can save that red back for a future, maybe going 3 chain links wide here.
Yeah, that's actually a really nice pull here for Erika because, just like you say, being able to go even wider. Our Assassin, not always the class. You think of CC looking for a scrap, cards like Hurl that have come into CC to be able to make some of these cards go a little wider, these heroes go a little wider. But here for Erika, able to find Go Again on the first chain link and now threatening it on the second with this backstab. A nice oldie but a goodie. We've talked about cards coming back from Outsiders into this set. Backstab going to maybe do some good work here and threaten that Go Again, thanks, of course, to the Arakni Redback's newfound hero ability.
Defense reactions / traps, very important in this format, and Backstab showed up late in our development of this set. Just became clear that this was a really nice wrinkle to give Assassins access to, particularly as you try and plan your end games.
Downshifted, yeah, wasn't it a rare in?
I believe it was a rare.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think it might have been. Downshifted to commons, coming around a little more. This is going to buy a block for 3 from our Fang player. See if there's any reactions. Can go up by 3 thanks to the red back ability and get +3.
Yeah, Erika is going to take advantage of that.
Going up to 6 here. Any further reactions that have to be instants because you can't play D-reacts to this backstab. So going down to 12. Is there a follow-up from the Go Again? There is going to be a mark of, I believe, the funnel web here. Coming down 4-3. Not attacking a marked hero, so just 3 vanilla damage.
So a decent turn here from Erika, representing 12 damage.
Yeah, 1 more than Scott was able to represent, right? Scott able to threaten 11, Erika threatened 12, but also blocked 3 because of that Arsenal card. So she had a really nice value exchange off of the back of that Arsenal. Let's see what Scott's able to present with his 3 cards remaining in hand.
No fealty set up yet for Scott. But this game is accelerating quickly. I think Erika hitting that red back has sort of changed the pace. You would expect this match to maybe go a little bit longer, but now life totals are getting low very quickly for our 2 casters.
2 cards in hand remaining for Scott. Looks like at least 1 Draconic Warrior card. Not sure if it's the attack reaction he needs. No blocks is the call from Miss Forslof, which means it's time for the Fang player to hit the tank. And I mean, now that we're in Volcor, it's not really the tank to hit the pool of lava if you're in the think tank.
That doesn't seem very comfortable.
Well, it's Fang. I mean, you have to imagine it's going to be all right.
Okay.
Taking a look here. This is going to be a pump. Another +3.
Yeah, I believe this is the reduction pump. Yep.
Dynastic Dedication going to be discounted to 1 because of the 1 Draconic Chain Link, giving +3, but of course Fang's Dagger getting that additional 1, and now the Go Again. Here comes the reaction. Den of the Spider. Going to go and once again mark.
You love marking your opponent defensively.
Yeah.
As Arakni. It lets you leverage those daggers well, lets you leverage the hero ability. Again, traps very, very important in this format. So Scott looks like he's going to double up on this particular chain link here.
It's going to be that sizzling steel. So, again, not able to get the second Draconic Chain Link, so losing a point of value, but still getting the +3. Now it's 8 over 5, or 8 over 3, excuse me, so 5 over the top. Erika down 2-7. Pretty fascinating, like you just pointed out, how different the timbre of this game is, perhaps because of what the wheel presented, of what chaos created for Erika here, wanting to go a little wider thanks to that hero ability.
I really do think so. I think she would have been incentivized to play a much more defensive game if not for the way things have gone on the roll of that Arakni. This is going to come in for 2 for Erika, attacking a marked hero right now.
Yeah, new cards. Let's see if the players catch this one. Coming in for 1. Attacking a marked hero, so should be for 2.
She's got it.
Oh, there we go. Brought it up there. Brought it up there. 2 with Go Again. If it hits, can be destroyed, and then mark again. So would lose the mark, but then gain the mark back if Erika decides to destroy the dagger.
Scott is going to do a little defense here.
The blade back in her helm. Looks like getting that full +2 because it's defending a weapon attack.
Erika's got the buff, though, pumping up that dagger. There's a really great archetype in Limited, maybe more draft focus. Arakni, all about daggers, all about pumps.
Look at this. Den of the Spider on one side of the table, Den of the Spider on the other side of the table.
Hybrid
Scott,
card, yeah, available both.
Actually pretty interesting here to see it. Both players now marking defensively. And if the two sides to the blade is able to get over the top, then all of a sudden, Erika will be able to remark Destroy the Dagger and still become a member of the Brood.
Yep.
Scott's already committed one card to defense in reaction. Does he have another?
Yeah, this is sort of what that draft version of Arakni built around dagger pumps can look like. You just are impossible to defend against. You get transformations turn after turn after turn. You keep your opponents marked. Yeah, no need to throw the dagger here.
Yeah, the first attack reaction, I believe the scar tissue on hit mark. So now
That is
no
correct.
longer has to go ahead and get rid of that dagger. Once again, the Wheel of Chaos spins.
Nice spin.
Really good spin.
And it looks like we are going
Orb
to
Weaver?
Orb Weaver. Okay, so we've got an empty,
I was about to say, yeah.
empty slot already set up. Perhaps that Graphene Chelicerae is going to come down, or Chelicera, if you prefer.
It's it's dealer's choice with that one. No one's gonna get mad.
Oh, they'll get mad.
Sorry, you're right. We speak of the internet. Super nice though. I mean, Erika, it's getting that hit once again. She's already has that open weapon zone, and it's not always a guarantee or a given that you'll have one when you become the Orb Weaver. It's happened to me. You're like, oh, dude, how do I get rid of my weapon? But Erika already did that thanks to that nice turn 0 play.
I want to point out Scott's pitch here. Pitching a red. Now, there's sort of two sides to that coin if you're over on Erika's side. You're happy to see Scott pitch a red. You expect that means this is a very resource inefficient turn. But I also now expect he has 2 more reds in hand. And at 7 life, there is a bit of fear starting to creep in for Erika. You just are never comfortable playing against Fang. I will say 2 pieces of leapfrog over on Erika's side. Very important for potentially covering up any shenanigans that happen that could present lethal. And it looks like Erika's just going to move forward. This one red alert visor in this case makes a lot of sense. You anticipate there are going to be some reactions here, and there are.
Red Alert Visor is going to get some nice value here as the incision is going to be played. Erika just kind of sniffed that out really nicely because now that Red Alert Visor blocks for 2 instead of the 1. Really great value out of your headpiece. And another reaction as well. We talked about, we saw your style of Fang deck really was able to go wide. Scott's really playing off that first dagger, a whole different style of Fang deck presenting and still doing quite a lot of work here.
Yeah, it does push for 7 here. So, the block from Erika still looks very good. There were still outs, even if she chose not to block in the form of those leapfrog defenses she could have put into the mix. And I think she's considering that now. Maybe has a trap in hand as well. Go again is on offer. No more resources. And it looks like Scott does not have the Draconic Chest to go ahead and get a resource. So I think this will be the end of the turn.
But you called it out beautifully, partner. There's 2 more reds were in the hand, so there was a lot of damage presented, and it did end up going to Erika's life total of 7, but that nice layer of the spider going to go ahead. And because you actually saw Erika say, has go again, right? Scott represented the go again, and Erika's like, great, because I am going to be marking you here. Even though it was already marked from the last turn. Just nice to make sure I want to get marked every time I can.
Now Erika going to go ahead and play this 3-card hand, but it's a 3-card hand with that Orb Weaver. And the Orb Weaver ability just gets you free value. Going ahead and creating that Chelicerae means you basically turn any card in your hand into a 0 for 4 go again. That's power.
Next attack with Stealth getting +3. And of course, if you attack with the Chelicerae, it will get that +3 because it is an attack, not an attack action card. And the Chelicerae has Stealth.
Yeah, and it will be attacking a marked hero as well.
Marked here, of course, giving the Chelicerae go again. If it is to be equipped on the turn. 3 cards in hand. Erika put that Kiss of Death at the bottom a long time ago. Looks like the first activation of the turn is going to be discarding to the Orb Weaver ability, getting the Chelicerae.
Let's a backstab go here. Like I mentioned, I love backstab for finishing the game, but you don't expect Fangs to have a huge density of reactions.
Look at this, though, the mark of the funnel web. Once again, this one's coming in now for 6 because it's getting the +3. And, of course, if it hits, marked here, it's going to banish a card in the arsenal. However, no card in the arsenal for our Fang player. This is just threatening lethal damage.
Yeah, interesting decision here. Erika seeming to prioritize getting a little taller here. Could have went with the Chelicerae instead and pushed for 4 go again and followed it up with just this naked 3, but thinking maybe 6 is a tougher ask for Scott.
and clearly must want to keep
Razor's
that.
Edge is something that Scott really has to consider here when Erika attacks in this fashion. But Razor's Edge would have been live on the Calycera as well, so...
Maybe Erika, wanting to keep a card for the arsenal, pitching into the Calycera would have taken a card out of the hand.
Well,
so.
no, there's no need to pitch because you have Orb Weaver on this turn.
Oh, Calyceras are free.
Yeah.
I literally have forgotten that was a thing
Yep.
until this moment.
Yeah, they are in fact free.
Oh,
and
wow.
look, maybe Erika may have forgotten that as well.
Yeah, I had no idea.
First time these players are playing with these cards, there's going to be a lot of things that we are still figuring out over the course of this weekend.
But this is going to be over to Scott. 2 cards left in hand, so it's all face up from here. Knife through butter giving +4, and of course is not going to have the go again, it looks like, because no longer marked from the last turn. At least that's how the players are representing this. So this is just going to be 5, no go again. But Erika clearly has to respect it, given that she's at 5 herself.
Yep, going to at least get a piece of equipment here, but Erika will go ahead and shape the hand as she wants.
Yeah, this will be kind of a pretty important block in this game, right? We've got both players down sub-low, but depending on how Erika blocks, it's going to really depend on how much offense she's able to present, how, what the next multiple turns will look like if this game goes much longer.
Yeah, the big question for me is she able to use a bunch of cards in hand? Does she have some go again? Still with that Calycera ready to represent some go again.
Oh, that is so cool that the Calycera is free. I really didn't know.
Yeah, 2 steps to that redback ability. Or excuse me, the Orb Weaver ability. Both able to create the Calyceras and gives them a discount.
1 go again with the Calycera now joining the combat chain, threatening to get rid of that mark, but also has the go again because of the mark. 2 floating for Erika. Looks like going to take this one. Or no, just grabbing the pitch. Thought they were representing a no blocks type of situation.
2 resources available. Wonder if that means Mark of the Huntsman potentially following this up.
Scott's got to give this one a real think. He says no blocks, no reactions are the call. Down to 5, plays 5 here in our little caster feature match for you to end our day. Now the Mark of the Huntsman comes out. Once again, has the go again. Doesn't get that +1 buff because no longer going to be attacking a marked hero. But all of a sudden, Scott's still got 4 cards in hand. Now Erika here, let's see how she wants to use these cards. Here comes the incision, going up to 4. Does she have a further reaction to try to get over the top and finish this game out? Currently 3 damage coming over. Leapfrog gloves here might be joining the picture to try to ensure that Scott Mines can stay alive and utilize all the rest of those 4 cards he kept in hand. That's going to be, yeah.
Arsenal.
I think it might, she flashed it there very briefly. I think it might be a D-React. It might be a card that is going to be able to be used nicely in that arsenal. Yeah, I think it is.
Well, Scott's got 4 cards in hand here with Erika at 5. That's a pretty vulnerable position to be in against a Fang.
A little bit of banter here between the players. They're, I think they're pretty, at this point, we can consider them friends. They've been casting all day. A little bit of a friendly competition now to see who ends up on top when all is said and done. Sworn Vengeance, the beginning of Scott's turn, +3 to the next dagger attack. And that dagger attack is coming in now, currently coming in for 4.
But you see the problem here for Erika. It is so scary that Scott can just fire off a mishmash of various reactions here, especially with the resource floating. The range gets even wider. I do want to continue to point out those leapfrogs over there in the equipment area, giving Erika just a little bit of comfort, maybe reactions as well, as you mentioned.
Yeah, really nice pieces of equipment. I think it's going to be things in our limited format, sealed and draft. Picked highly in draft, happy to be seen in sealed in so many different scenarios, just because having block in your equipment value in limited is, of course, so good, but having the optionality of just being like, oh, you're pumping, I'll get my value now, or oh, you're trying to do something a little too, dangerous, good on hit effect, something against like an Arakni.
Yep.
Just so nice to be able to have those options. When you get 2 of them right there, that's 2 points of life that you not only get in your equipment zone, but you can choose when you want to deploy them given the reactions on the other side of the table. Reaper's Call here is the block.
One damage leaking as it stands right now, but as we expected, there is going to be a reaction here. I believe that's another cost reduction reaction. Going to push this up to 7.
Imperial Intent. Attack coming in for 7-4. Currently represented over the top. Card left in hand, and the Fire Veins coming in after this as well. Is going to be the D-React, the Den of the Spider from the Arsenal. So currently blocking 6. And the mark coming because we have done this against an attack with either go again or greater than its base. But the Leapfrog going to go ahead and cover this up as well. Coming in, blocking that total of 7 in the reaction step.
Yeah, seems good. Full cover here from Erika. Still plenty of cards in hand to try and come back for lethal. And then with just that one resource, you get to narrow Scott's range a little bit on this next chain link. If he goes ahead and invests that into the Obsidian Fire Vein, his output becomes predictable. You know you're not facing lethal. And yeah, here it comes. If you're Erika, you can mostly just sit now, because if it was to be something like a +3 pump, Sisters of Fire, you have the Leapfrog at the ready to only fall to 1.
And Erika's now able to still have 3 cards in hand. Her opponent is down to 3. The marking from the Den of the Spider means the Calycera also will have go again and can threaten some wide chain links that might be difficult for Fang to deal with. No reactions. I mean, it looks like this is a no blocks call from Erika. Can Scott try to force those Leapfrog equipment pieces? That one last one. Looks like it's going to go ahead and be the fealty utilized to make this
To the point.
to the point.
Pushes
Be
to 5.
draconic.
But as we predicted, Erika did have the 1 piece left. Fall to exactly 1.
Down she goes to 1, but 3 cards left in hand. Her opponent
Take
to
note
3.
of that card, though, Sam, because, I mean, honestly, I kind of blanked on it. This is a real risk of you potentially taking 5 in that spot, because if this gets converted to Draconic and then applied to the Obsidian Fire Vein, you're now looking at taking 6 from that chain link, and it would have been lethal should Erika have been marked. Thankfully, she was not. Her range read was correct, but have that in your mental bank when you're playing against the Fang. No, if you are marked, you are vulnerable even at 6 with the Leapfrog in play.
Here comes a cut from the same cloth, so we're going to go ahead and check out the hand here. They're already marked, but it's also just going to give the next dagger attack this turn +4.
Well, it's so much better than that, though, Sam, because this information is everything. When you're up against Fang, knowing exactly what's in hand is so important. I know one of my fellow devs, Carol, was a huge proponent of this card, just valued it so much higher than everyone else. And I eventually got onto his line of thinking, where I just felt like the information you got from this card was so important.
Here comes 6. Because we're attacking a marked hero. 2 from its own effect of the dagger, and then, of course, the +4 from the cut from the same cloth. Players here thinking about, does Erika have a way to continually pump this up in the reaction step? Looks like I think she has a 2 sides to the blade, and she's representing 1 floating. That means she does have a +3 pump.
Pushes to 9 on this chain link, and if Scott underblocks, only goes for 6, or does he give just full 3 cards here? Even that's not that good, though, because you just have that problem on the future turn.
Yeah, you just
it's like the classic pummel scenario where you're just like, I have no good answers to this. And then Scott's 1-card hands. Fang on a 1-card hand, if you have your 3 fealty, okay, you can do some stuff. Fang with a 1-card hand without fealty, not going to do anything impressive, just going to come in for 1.
Let's see how Scott wants to deal with this. You were talking about it during our deck build. Perhaps in a bit of a blender as he stares down this attack for 6, 1 floating, and a good attack reaction in the hand for Erika. You heard Pablo say, listen, I like numbers. I like how many good numbers are on the Fang cards, but you open a good Arakni pool, we are seeing this hero can clearly do a lot of work into all the different matchups in our game.
Yeah, and it looks like Scott's saying, if you got me, you got me, but going to come in for a total of 7 here.
And the Red Alert Vest threatening to get that additional value as well if the attack reaction is being played. No blocks, no reactions is the call.
Yep.
Just going to keep it around. Now, of course, Erika is down to 1. And Scott's able to keep a couple cards.
Hold on, bring out that Arakni wheel. Where are we going? We got
yeah. We do have a player still
we
marked.
have a marked player.
Gonna go ahead, yeah, tap over them. Mark, we're looking at the Arakni. Let's go ahead and spin that wheel one more time.
Yeah, I think there was an option for Erika. She could have chosen to close that turn with the Calicera. Did not do so, though.
Is it door?
And I think being able to transform is the upside of that. You get to go ahead and do a redback transformation here.
And all of a sudden, go again can be really threatening, especially because Erika has seen this whole hand, and
Yep.
now everything is face up. Just a front pump, so not going to be too scary here.
Is going to get 2 cards here, though.
So 4 damage on the chain. Erika does have to give a couple cards because she has fallen all the way down to 1.
4 was a big number to get to here for Scott.
Ooh, but it looks like I think it's a Stains of the Redback in the hand, if I'm not mistaken, for Erika, and that is a card that can be free if the defending hero is marked. It's another real nice option here for Erika. Might be just committed to the block. Relentless Pursuit as well. That's a block 3. One of those hunt to the ends of forever as well. Was that a dual threat? She has one of those, the new Majestic generic cards there. Dual threat, giving +3 to the next attack if you've attacked for a weapon, or +3 to the next weapon attack if you've already attacked an attack action card.
Yeah,
Potential
interesting
for
one here.
6 value on any given turn. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to utilize it to its entirety, given that she is down to 1 and going to have to do a little bit of blocking. More damage, let's see. That's going to take the Relentless Pursuit. Looks like she also gave up the dual threat. Sometimes even if it's fancy, even if it's majestic, it's just got to be blocked with.
Yeah, part of the thing you get from having a Majestic in your deck is a block 3 a lot of the time. You got to take advantage of that when it comes up. It's like a blue card to be pitched here for Erika. And now that's Calicera, whichever you prefer. It's your world. Going to come in with go again.
We're just living in it.
Scott says no blocks, and Erika goes ahead and fires the reaction, but Scott is ready to go ahead and give the mark here.
Is there a good follow-up? Is this, I don't think this one. Yeah, take 1 over the top. Down to 2.
And I don't think there is a follow-up here from Erika. I think that's a 2 cost in hand. Perhaps I'm wrong. Okay, I am. Yeah, oh, it's the Pursuit. Excellent. So this is maybe the best finisher here for Erika. Coming in 4-5. This should demand 2 cards from Scott.
Yeah, here we go. Oh, this is just Pursuit straight to the edge of Oblivion. The 0 for 4.
4.
When this hits a hero, mark them. That's going to buy another card for Scott. He's going to go on down to 1.
A 5 would have been so much better there.
Yeah.
A bit unfortunate. But yeah, Scott is now marked. No more transformation since we are red back on this turn.
And now Scott's able to come at this 1-to-1, of course. Both of our players. No more red back to the Web of Deceit. And we've just got a public bounty coming in. So this is going to be coming in. This will not be go again. Once again, just taking
4
2
again.
cards.
Yep. Who's got the better 2-card hand? And I actually don't know the answer to that question, Sam. It kind of depends. Like, both of these players are going to ask their opponent to figure things out. And if you guess wrong, you could be in some trouble.
Looks like we've gotten back to the pitch stack, because I think that's the Kiss of Death and the Public Bounty. Those were the first 2 cards pitched in this. Oh, no, it was the Mark of the Black Widow there. Both of those cards were the first 2 cards pitched, so we are officially in our second cycle.
Sort of have to wonder who's up on cards here. I think that could be very important as well.
Oh, absolutely. And we might even see one of those cards, the Kiss of Death, being blocked with.
Whose deck blocks better? On average, I would say an Arakni probably blocks better than a Fang. You can catch Fang with some no blocks in hand, 2 blocks, all possibilities.
Yeah, both decks looking quite thin. Scott's, especially, he's got no sleeves, so a little harder to see. About 5-6 cards in each deck. We are coming very much to the end of the second cycle here. But the difference is Scott's weapons only cost 1 to attack with. Erika's just got the Calicera. But now here is what's so nice, because this card gets the +1 thanks to Scott being marked. So now all of a sudden, this is a break point that Scott has to deal with. They're counting the cards just like we are. Does Erika have a reaction to go over the top of this 4 and make this game just end here on the spot?
Yeah, if you're in Scott's spot, at some point you have to just be like, I cannot beat you if you have it. If I give you 3 cards here, it's not actually changing the outcome of this game, and you just go ahead and gamble and force your opponent to have it. So it looks like 2 cards pushed forward for Scott. She says, I do not have it. I will put it in my arsenal. And now Scott gets to play a 2-card hand. Looks like 2 of the same cards there.
And yeah, Erika just drew up her last card. But hey, once again, let's spin the wheel, baby. See where the web of deceit is moving next. Coming on over to the trap door. But unfortunately, no cards left in deck.
Yeah, look, trapdoor giveth, trapdoor taketh away. I think this is actually the transformation that has the highest range of outcomes. It can 100% steal you the game, but it could also just be blank. And here is blank. It's worse. You wish you did not have to transform here. You've lost the Arakni buff, the inherent Arakni buff, and now you just have to give up 2 cards.
This has also happened to me, where I've become the trapdoor and not been able to.
It's a real thing. It'll happen. And Scott still with a card left in deck. Erika with only a couple cards here. I think if you're in Scott's seat, you just want to give basically everything here. You're in a very good spot, a very privileged position.
And this is very interesting because Erika has, I think, another Stains of the Redback in the hand, but Scott is going to be marked for the rest of this game, because if he's not marked, it's because he's dead. Stains of the Redback going to be a pump that's free when it's attacking a marked hero.
And Kiss of Death as the follow-up. That's a dagger. Range gets a little wider here.
And, of course, the Stains of the Redback can pump up an attack with stealth. I don't know if it is blue or red in the hand here for Erika. I think that's the card that she's been flashing. But with 2 floating, there's plenty that can be represented in that hand.
Yeah, now I think you have to give 2 cards if you're Scott, and you understand that your 2 cards beat Erika's 1 defensive card.
Yeah, because there's really not much left in Erika's deck. Come down to a fatigue state.
Scott's reaching for only 1. Give 2. Give 2, Scott. Give 2 cards. 2 cards.
Having a real think on this
Grab
one.
them both. There you go. There you go. Give yourself a little safety.
Clearly, I'm feeling the Fang gang love for you. No, people think of you as an assassin, real gamer, real lover. Look, Scott asking, do you have it here?
1 card here.
Does Scott have a defense reaction? Stains of the Redback to go over the top by 1.
Blue pump, and it gets the fist pump.
It's going to do it.
And Erika takes it down.
Look at that. The Stains of the Redback coming in with that 0 cost. And that is going to bring Erika into the all-important winner's bracket of our caster feature match for you.
Steals the match from Scott there in the final turns. Well played by both of our casters. It's tough to sit down for your first ever games of a format on camera. That is a very,
yeah.
like, look, no, I just did it.
Yeah, 100%.
Like, kind of, but I also cheated for a year and played this set.
Exactly.
So for me, it was stressful. For these folks, I can't imagine what that's like trying to figure out a set in front of thousands of your best friends.
No, yeah, let's
who
be
are
very
sure to give you the kindest reviews possible.
Let's be very clear. There's a reason you and Scott and Erika did it, and I did not.
Smart. Very smart.
Because we great games from our casters there.
Yeah,
of
it was
course.
fun. It showed off what both those heroes are capable of. And I think on Scott's side, it showed off a little bit of a more anemic version of Fang. That was fine. Like, it was just fine.
Yeah.
If you aren't able to go ahead and do sort of what I was doing down in the feature match area, what Pablo was doing, you still put out good numbers. You're just a deck that attacks very, very well.
Yeah.
And on Erika's side, a lot of cool transformations, had a bunch of options, played the game very differently based on spiking that red back early on, and just showed the variability of this hero's modes of play.
So we've been talking about it earlier as we looked back over the course of the day, but the energy in the room, of course, very high. And like you were saying, mono positive feedback for you and the dev team. And from what I've been hearing, the set is fun. The set is fun to play in this limited environment. There is so much kind of interesting trickiness back-to-back. There's not been many games we've seen, if any, that really ended with somebody having no cards left in the deck as of yet so far.
It can happen, though. Like,
Absolutely
I
can
think
happen.
fatigue states are very real in this format, and that's not to say it's a fatigue format, but I do think as players learn it more and more, they're gonna learn some of these tricks. They're gonna learn the vulnerabilities. They're gonna learn the blocking patterns, and as you figure that out, the offensive output gets a little bit more explosive. And frankly, if I'm just discovering a new set, I'm more comfortable on the offense than I am on the defense a lot of the times because I know what's possible for my hand. I can put that together.
Totally.
But my opponent can have anything. They can punish me in myriad ways.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to watch that evolve.
And just by the nature of all the reactions that are in the set, you're going to have games that end out of nowhere. We saw a game on stream today that with a no block and the attack reaction from Arakni, like, oh, right, that is how this works. This is my third game ever, but of course that is how that works. I can just die from 6. So I think it is going to be in no small part due to that explosivity. We're just going to have some baller games next weekend at your pre-release. I do hope you'll join us. It's going to be great fun. Over 1,500 events all over the world. So I do hope you will hang out with us. Starting from, of course, January 24th, we got a whole weekend of pre-release action. You got a pre-release you're planning to go to, or you're like, dude, what are you talking about? Like,
I unfortunately can't make a pre-release. I have pre-existing engagements, but certainly release parties I will absolutely be at because I am itching to play more and more Hunted, seeing this set arrive in the flesh and blood, if you will. So exciting. Can't wait to get more action in person.
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody watching at home is probably like, all right, well, I got to go. I got to play with the set. It's too fun. It's too explosive. And, of course, the Arakni slipped through the cracks. You've been just saying, you know, I've heard you in interviews, heard you talking, like, yeah, it's a hero. Good hero.
Yeah,
That's
good.
That's the vibe.
It's good. Like, it is a real hero. And I think, you know, sort of a unique structure for preview season this go around. The reveal cadence a little bit different than it may have been in the past. And it has led to some of these heroes maybe not even getting their first glances at constructed decks yet because there's just too many pieces missing. You really need to know the foundational stuff. But I think when people start diving into this Arakni slip through the cracks, they're going to find something very interesting. It's very easy to be dismissive of a hero that seems to give your opponent a buff. I wouldn't let that define this hero, folks. There's something here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially because given that only in the mirror or in other assassin mirrors are you going to be really finding that to be anything other than just a boon for your own card. So I'm honestly totally excited to play it, not only in no small part because look at the art. How could you not want to play with that card?
Pretty cool.
Look at the freaking sword in his mouth, dude.
Yep.
Well, folks, we have had a full day of action among the fires and the lava flowing from Volcor. And you know what that means? It means that the heat is just going to continue to increase because starting tomorrow, the stakes get ever higher as we've got a full friggin' calling for you
so
in this
excited
format.
for calling. I actually can't believe it. Seems almost unfathomable to me that we're going to be competitively drafting this set by the end of this weekend. Watching those day 2 games, those top 8 games for our sold out calling, a calling that has potential, depending on how things shake up in last minute registrations, to be the largest calling in the history of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I mean, the event just here proper, the amount of people playing, the amount of people getting their first games in, it's like my jaw dropped when I was walking back to the feature
Packed
match
house.
area. I was like, oh my God, there's an enormous amount of people here doing battle. And of course, we talked about the draft. I think we're both very excited for the draft, but the sealed format, intricate, and of course, going to be played at multiple other limited events. And to get the honor of playing in those first 2, maybe even 3 drafts of the Hunted's competitive lifespan, you have to make it through our 7 rounds of CC tomorrow. So we've got that in store for you all day long.
The thing that's most interesting to me about Sealed is, are players going to be willing to commit to Arakni at this stage? I think there's a very, very safe path for you to take with Fang. I don't think it's the most powerful path. I think it's the one that's clearest and most obvious. And I think Cindra is maybe close behind that. And I think a little bit further down is Arakni, who asks you to figure some stuff out, who asks you to understand how these combinations of stealth cards plus pumps plus marks, all of it fits together. And if players go home, study that spoiler tonight, I think they can be rewarded with a big edge on the rest of the field who didn't take the time to figure out how to play that hero.
Well, because this is the first time, we talked about the release cadence, this is the first time yet in our lifespan of looking forward at the Hunted that we actually have the whole set. We're actually going to be able to go home and check it out and really try to understand the intricacies. You heard Pablo Pintor say, you know, I was excited, and then when I was looking through my packs and seeing cards I had never seen before, like, oh, these numbers are pretty good. But I think you bring up a really interesting point just about the safety of this first event, looking for something that like maybe feels a little safe, but for the players that do take the time and for the players that do get rewarded with a pool for something like an Arakni, something like a Cindra or even a Fang, but like with the players that look for that Arakni deck, if it's really strong and they're fighting against these players that have gone to Fang or Cindra because it's safer, their deck's not nearly as strong as maybe it could have been for something else, but they're playing it because it's safe, all of a sudden then they're fighting an Arakni that had a good pool, knows what they're doing, and the deck quality is not close, and you're going to get some Arachnis probably doing pretty well tomorrow.
I think so. I mean, you saw it there from Erika, a very powerful selection of cards that she had access to. And that is only the start of what we're going to be seeing from all of these Arachnis. Oops, all Arachnis finally come to fruition, Sam.
This is the apex of Flesh and Blood for you. It's got to be.
It's pretty good.
It's all downhill from here, folks. My friends, thank you for joining us today at our world premiere during the world tour here in Prague. We have got, of course, the whole calling coming up. The kit and caboodle comes for us all tomorrow. I hope you'll hang out because we've got so much sealed, and then 3 whole drafts for you on our second day. We're going to be bringing you the action all weekend long, as well as our friends Scott and Erika just right over there. So thank you once again for hanging out with us, and please go ahead and if you're watching at home, put up a post, show us your watch party. If you're watching this after the fact, because different time zones, put up a little post, throw in the hashtag. We'll feature you on stream. We want to make this a world premiere for all. So let's go ahead. It's Fab Hunted, hashtag Fab Hunted on both of those social network platforms, wherever you like to do post. But for those of us here in Prague, we're going to be signing off, and we're going to be seeing you tomorrow. Good night.